LoveLore Library. Chapter 349. Inside, Lu Chuxia saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che walking in together. Originally, he was happily holding the reins, but he didn't expect to see Gu Jingze and Lin Che wearing the same color of clothes. One of them was wearing a dark green riding outfit with black edges, while the other was wearing a black outfit with green edges. The two of them were wearing matching outfits. Lu Chuxia's gaze was fixed on Lin Che's face. Seeing Lin Che's bright appearance in the green outfit, she was furious. She was just relying on her pretty face. She wanted to see how she was going to seduce Gu Jingze after her face was ruined. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze into the room. Worried about Gu Jingze's wound, Lin Che raised her head and asked, "Is your wound okay?" Gu Jingze nodded slightly. "It's fine as long as I don't move too violently." Then, Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. Inside, the horse that had broken free from its reins was neighing and galloping towards them. Ah, the horse broke free. The horse ran away. "Look! Oh no, it's Gu Jingze. Oh my God!" Before Lin Che could react, he saw the horse charging towards the two of them. Lin Che screamed, "Ah, what's going on?" She felt the horse running towards her, so fast that she didn't have time to think. She felt that the horse was about to crash into her. Lin Che was rooted to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Lin Che raised her head and saw that Gu Jingze was holding her waist with one hand and quickly took out a gun with the other. He aimed at the horse in front of them and fired 2 shots. The sound of the gunshots was so loud that it numbed people's ears. The bullets hit the horse's legs, one on one side and one on the other side. The horse neighed and its 2 front hooves trembled. It fell to the ground, but due to inertia, it was still moving forward quickly. Lin Che covered her mouth in shock. The man beside her held her with one hand and pulled the door open. He spun around and jumped to the side with Lin Che in his arms. His movements were elegant and clean. When they landed, there was a wave of exclamation behind them. The horse finally stopped in front of them. It was bleeding profusely and panting heavily. Lin Che's heart thumped. For a moment, he really thought that he was dreaming. However, everything was so real. Gu Jingze quickly pulled Lin Che away. "Are you all right?" Lin Che shook his head with a blank look on his face. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled Gu Jingze. "Your arm, I'm fine." Gu Jingze glanced at his shoulder indifferently. His face was tense and cold like the stars in the cold night. The surrounding people quickly gathered around. Looking at this scene from afar, he was stunned. If that horse had encountered Gu Jingze, then, fortunately, there was nothing to do now. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze in front of them. Their minds were still replaying the scene of his nimble movements just now. He had just been injured, but his movements were really accurate. Especially those 2 shots, they were really fast and accurate. Even the galloping horse's hooves were hit accurately. Also, his movements were really handsome. The woman in his arms was immediately looked over with envy. Lu Chuxia also rushed over from behind. Just now, when the horse was about to charge forward, she thought that she couldn't stop it. She didn't expect that it would be stopped by Gu Jingze. Especially when he carried Lin Che so handsomely. That action was really, she thought in her heart, how good it would feel if she was hugged by him like that. Unfortunately, the person in his strong arms was Lin Che. At this moment, everyone was still admiring the scene just now. They heard the women say enviously, "Who is that? She's so lucky to be hugged by Gu Jingze like that. Yeah, I really want to be hugged like that too. It must feel great. Don't you see how beautiful that girl is? She can't even be compared to Gu Jingze. You go, can't you?" Yeah, that girl looks so good in a riding outfit too. Lu Chuxia couldn't bear to listen anymore and quickly ran in. Oh my god, what happened? Jingze, are you hurt? Lu Chuxia quickly ran over and grabbed Gu Jingze's arm to take a look. Gu Jingze coldly blocked her hand and said plainly, I'm fine. Then, he quickly looked to the side and said, let me see. Are you okay? Seeing that Gu Jingze didn't even look at Lu Chuxia and directly cared for Lin Che, everyone was very surprised. However, in Country C, Gu Jingze was probably the only person who could completely disregard Lu Chuxia. Gu Jingze wasn't afraid of anything. He didn't need to give Lu Chuxia any face at all. Lu Chuxia was left to the side and her face was a little stiff. She could only look at Lin Che and ask, Lin Che, are you okay? Lin Che couldn't care less about her. He quickly looked at her and said, I'm fine. Then, he supported Gu Jingze and said, go and look at your arm. You used that arm to hug me just now. Just don't let the wound open. Lin Che didn't expect Gu Jingze to carry a gun with him. However, it was normal since he was so dangerous. However, it was the first time she saw such a real gun at such a close distance. She was a little shocked. Gu Jingze said that he was fine and went in with her. Lu Chuxia quickly followed and looked at the horse on the ground. Someone exclaimed, oh my god, this horse is really wasted. It's a maroon Hanover horse. It's specially bred. It must be very expensive. Someone behind said, compared to Gu Jingze, who's more expensive? Moreover, does Gu Jingze care about a horse? However, Lu Chuxia only walked over quietly and looked at the wound on the back of the horse. That wound was caused by her. Unfortunately for this good horse, it actually didn't kill Lin Che here, and it didn't even leave a single scratch on her. She even let Lin Che be hugged so sweetly by Gu Jingze and be envied by so many people. Lu Chuxia was so angry that her chest hurt. Fortunately, Gu Jingze was fine. Mu Wanqing brought some people over to take a look. Looking at the clothes the two were wearing, she smiled and said, since when did Jingze wear such a fresh color? Gu Jingze only turned around and glared at Lin Che. Mu Wanqing said, not bad. Jingze also listens to others now. Lin Che said, I begged him to wear it. He wouldn't wear it no matter what. I begged him for a long time. Some people who were listening thought that Gu Jingze's decision couldn't be changed by others even if they begged him. Everyone knew Gu Jingze's temper. After everyone exchanged greetings, Lu Chuxia came over and said to Lin Che politely, Lin Che looks very good in this outfit. Lin Che smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. This is your first time at the horse farm, right? She asked. Lin Che said, yeah, it's my first time. Then let me introduce some horses for you to ride. The horses over there are very good. They are docile and very easy to ride. Her eyes flashed as she looked at Lin Che. The smile on her lips didn't show any signs of coldness. Chapter 350. Lin Che didn't want to ride on the horse she recommended, but Lu Chuxia held his hand passionately. Lin Che didn't know how to reject her. Lu Chuxia dragged Lin Che out. The people behind looked at Lin Che enviously. Miss Chuxia is a good horseman. With Miss Chuxia picking a horse for you, there won't be any mistakes. From the looks of it, it seemed that Lin Che had rejected her in front of so many people, which was not giving Lu Chuxia any face. However, Lin Che didn't want to go over at all. At this time, Gu Jingze suddenly came from behind and grabbed Lin Che. Pulling Lin Che behind him, he looked at Lu Chuxia and said, no need. I'll just choose a horse for her. Lu Chuxia's eyes flashed as she looked at Gu Jingze. What? Don't you trust me? That's right, Gu Jingze said directly and pulled Lin Che out. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze's domineering attitude in surprise. She really didn't give Lu Chuxia any face. However, there was nothing Lu Chuxia could do. She was speechless and could only watch Gu Jingze walk out with Lin Che. Lu Beichen looked at him and said to Lu Chuxia, "All right, that's just how he is. What else do you want?" The people behind him could only talk about it. Gu Jingze was indeed Gu Jingze. He was so straightforward. However, this was too embarrassing for Lu Chuxia. Someone went over to comfort her. "Miss Chuxia, it's okay. Let's go over there and choose a horse." Gu Jingze didn't care about the Lu family's reputation at all. He was really overbearing, but it seemed that the Lu family couldn't do anything to him. Lu Chuxia was directly rejected, but she could only watch him leave without saying a word. She also wanted to get angry, but she couldn't do that. It was undeniable that they really couldn't do anything to Gu Jingze. Lin Che was relieved to be taken away by Gu Jingze. He looked at the horse in front of them and said to Gu Jingze, "I don't know how to ride a horse. What should I do?" "It's okay, I'll go with you. There's a horse over there that we can ride together. I raised it here. It's heavy enough to support the two of us." "Wow, really? That's great. Hee hee, I was just afraid that I wouldn't know how to ride a horse and would embarrass myself." "I know you're stupid. How could I let you embarrass yourself?" He tapped her nose and pulled her to choose a horse. When the people at the back saw Gu Jingze and Lin Che swaggering out on horseback, they enviously looked at the two of them riding on the same horse. At the same time, they felt that Gu Jingze was really cold. However, they knew that Gu Jingze was always like this. It was extremely difficult to talk to him, so they were used to it. Therefore, they were more jealous of Lin Che, who was sitting on his horse. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing without any scruples, they were all curious about the ability of this woman. How could she talk to Gu Jingze so happily? Gu Jingze looked relaxed. Lu Chuxia watched from behind and felt more and more uncomfortable. She decided not to ride the horse anymore and went straight inside. Lin Che and Gu Jingze only rode for a while. Gu Jingze was worried that riding a horse was not good for her health, so he asked her to get off the horse and rest. "No need, I still want to ride it." "No, you just had your stitches. It's not good," he said. Lin Che was speechless. "It's been a long time, okay? I said no. That's for me to use. You have to protect it for me," he muttered softly in her ear. "Get out." She jabbed him with the back of her elbow. The two laughed and got off the horse together, not paying attention to the guests who were watching. They were shocked that there was a woman in this world who dared to punch Gu Jingze. However, seeing that Gu Jingze was not angry at all and seemed to be enjoying it, they were even more shocked. When Lu Beichen came and said that Gu Jingyan had prepared tea and snacks, they went in. Lin Che was bored, so she came out for a walk. She looked at Gu Jingze and then ran out with a smile. Outside, the air in the stud farm was fresh. They could see the mountains in the distance. They hadn't come out for a long time, so it was very comfortable to come out and bask in the sun. At this moment, he saw Lu Chuxia reprimanding someone inside. "I asked you to do something, but you're so stupid. Even the horse is so disobedient. It can't even hit a person." It was Lu Chuxia. Lin Che walked closer and saw that she was punching a servant fiercely. The servant hurriedly said, "Miss, I tried, but Mr. Gu is too close to her. I can't avoid him." "Then go ahead and hit him." "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of hitting Mr. Gu. How can the Lu family afford it? You can't hit Gu Jingze at all. Who do you think Gu Jingze is? If he was hit by someone, he would definitely be able to avoid it. But look at him now. Just a little bit more and that little slut would be trampled to death. Lin Che suddenly felt her body tense up. Were they talking about the horse just now? Just then, she accidentally stepped on the horse's fodder and there was a sound. Lu Chuxia turned around and saw Lin Che. Lin Che was shocked. He turned around and walked outside. Lu Chuxia's eyes flashed. She turned back and said to the servant, "Clean up the horse. Leave nothing behind." "Yes, Mississippi." Then, Lu Chuxia waved the whip in her hand and walked over. "Lin Che, what are you doing?" I'm taking a walk." She pretended not to hear their conversation just now to prevent Lu Chuxia from harming her. "Oh, taking a walk. Did you hear something just now?" "What? What did you say I heard?" After all, she was an actress. She still had some acting skills. Lu Chuxia was a little suspicious. Was Lin Che really just passing by and did not hear anything? But she could not trust Lin Che so easily. "No matter what you heard, let's see if you dare to tell Gu Jingze." "Lin Che, let me tell you, you'd better understand that the Gu family obviously has an enemy behind Gu Jingze. No matter how powerful the Gu family is, with the Lu family supporting them, they will still be in a much better position. As for you, even if you heard something, do you think Gu Jingze will do anything to me just because of you?" Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I've been out for too long. I'm going back." Seeing that Lin Che was about to leave, Lu Chuxia immediately followed. Lin Che did not look back. He pretended not to know and ran forward. Lu Chuxia immediately chased after him and grabbed Lin Che's arm. Of course, Lin Che would not let her touch him. He turned around and started a fight with Lu Chuxia. "You little bitch, how dare you hit me? How dare you fight back? Who do you think you are? You hit me first. What's the big deal if I don't fight back?" Lu Chuxia looked at the man-made lake not far away. She had an evil thought in her mind. She might as well drown this woman in the lake. Anyway, Gu Jingze only liked her face. There were many beautiful women in the world. How could he go against the Lu family for a woman? Lu Chuxia was in for a penny. She directly dragged Lin Che over there. How could Lin Che not see that she was dragging him into the water? However, she had underestimated Lin Che. After all, Lin Che was not a vegetarian. She was not a rich young lady. She was just a tough girl who grew up with difficulties. So, at that moment, when he felt the lake approaching, Lin Che used all his strength to drag Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia used all her strength, but she could not pull him in. At that moment, she felt Lin Che push her. Only then did she realize that Lin Che had pretended to be weak just for this moment. The next moment, Lu Chuxia was thrown into the water. "Ah! Help, help!" Lu Chuxia screamed. Chapter 351. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia. She shouted in the water. Not long after, many servants and guests rushed over. Amidst the chaos, a few people pulled Lu Chuxia out. Lu Chuxia raised her head and looked at Lin Che. She was drenched and the makeup on her face was ruined. She was so angry that she couldn't control herself. However, the number one socialite still had her redeeming qualities. Even if the makeup on her face was ruined, she still looked good. After spending so much time and money to nurture her skin, it couldn't be that bad. She just felt very humiliated. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she pointed at Lin Che while crying. "Lin Che, why did you do this to me?" Lin Che looked at her speechlessly. "What did you say?" Lu Chuxia said agitatedly, "Why did you push me into the water?" Just because I told you that I saved Jingze's life, you treat me like this. I do have some old friends with Jingze. That's an indisputable fact. Why did you push me now? Are you trying to kill me? The people around them heard Lu Chuxia's screams and tried to imagine what had just happened. Did the two of them have an argument because of Gu Jingze? So Lin Che pushed Lu Chuxia into the water. Lin Che looked at her in shock. What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. When did I push you? You were the one who attacked me first. How could I attack you? What reason do I have to attack you? At this moment, Liu Beichen walked over from behind, followed by Gu Jingyan. The two of them looked at the scene and glanced at Lin Che and Lu Chuxia, who was surrounded by the crowd. What's going on now? Lu Chuxia shouted at her brother, "Brother, she pushed me into the water." Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che. For a moment, he couldn't believe that she would do such a thing. He looked at Lin Che and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Che felt that he was alone. He stood there and looked at the group of people opposite him. She was the one who attacked me first. She wanted to push me into the water first. I was only retaliating appropriately. Lin Che said. When Lu Chuxia heard this, tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. She looked at Liu Beichen and said, "Big brother, listen to what she's saying. I'm the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Why would I make life difficult for someone with no background?" Liu Beichen frowned and glared at his sister. Shut up. This Lu Chuxia had been spoiled to the point that she could not control her mouth. Lu Chuxia said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask someone else if they saw her push me down." Liu Beichen immediately looked at the people behind him. The people behind him all knew Lu Chuxia, and many of them had always admired her title as the #1 socialite. Besides, Lin Che did not have any background to speak of, but Lu Chuxia was the young lady of the Liu family. She could have anything she wanted. They subconsciously felt that Lu Chuxia had no reason to make things difficult for Lin Che. Someone said, "We saw Lin Che pull Lu Chuxia and push her down." He wasn't lying. He had seen it, but no one had seen what had happened before. Lu Chuxia suddenly became even more indignant. She looked at Lin Che and said, "What do you have to say now?" Lin Che was even more furious. He looked at the people beside him and said, "You only saw me push her. But you were so far away. Are you sure you saw what happened?" When someone heard Lin Che's question, they felt a little guilty. But after all, in front of the power of the Liu family, their hearts were still on the Liu family side. Someone said directly, "We all know Chuxia's character. She has been in B City for so many years and has been through so many things. Why would she make things difficult for you? That means Miss Chuxia can have anything she wants. She doesn't have to make things difficult for you. Moreover, Miss Chuxia has been spoiled since she was young. She definitely can't beat you." That's right. Miss Chuxia has always been such a well-educated person. Why would she lie? She would never be so rude and argue with you. Lin Che found it strange. Was everything Lu Chuxia did right because she had power and influence? Lin Che looked at the crowd and said, "But everything needs evidence. What evidence do you have to prove that I'm in the wrong?" Everyone was speechless for a moment. They were too far away and couldn't see clearly what happened between them. Lin Che said, "Say, she has no reason to argue with me. Then what reason do I have to argue with her?" Lu Chuxia's eyes darkened as she looked at Lin Che. She didn't expect him to have the guts to go against her so directly. She even dared to refute her in front of so many people who supported her. Lu Chuxia said, "It's because I told you that I'm old friends with Gu Jingze. You think that Jingze and I are too close, so you're jealous of me and want to drown me." When everyone heard this, they all looked at Lin Che to see what she had to say. Lin Che snorted coldly and said, "You better get this straight. I'm jealous of you." "Why would I be jealous of you? The one beside Gu Jingze right now is me, not you." Lu Chuxia's expression froze. She felt that Lin Che's words had directly hit her sore spot. Lu Chuxia was furious, but she still put on a weak face and cried, "Yes, yes, I'm jealous of you. Why would I be jealous of you? Even if there's no Gu Jingze, is there no one else who wants me? Even if there's no man, can't the Lu family support me?" When everyone heard this, they realized that Lu Chuxia really didn't have to be like this because of a man. Someone said to Lin Che, "Of course you're the jealous one. You only have Gu Jingze to rely on, so that's why you're so sensitive. But Miss Chuxia is different. Miss Chuxia doesn't have to be so sensitive." "Yeah, and why would Miss Chuxia be jealous of you? You must know that you're not as good as Miss Chuxia and are worried that you'll be replaced by Miss Chuxia one day. That's why you're jealous." Lin Che was even more speechless. Just then, Liu Beichen frowned and said from behind, "All right, stop talking." He glanced at those people who were too talkative, then said to Lin Che, "Forget it, no matter what, she fell into the water now, so it can be considered a punishment for her. Let's go over there, Jingze is still waiting for us." Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen. Even though he did not directly defend his sister, she still felt that he was deliberately turning the tables. She stood up and said, "What's the meaning of this? I don't think my sister-in-law would do such a thing. She has my second brother to protect her, so there's no need for her to be jealous of anyone. She's a member of our family now and has the Gu family behind her. There's no need for her to lower herself in front of others." Chapter 352. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyan. He didn't expect her to speak up for him. He looked at her gratefully. Liu Beichen just didn't want to make it seem like the Liu family was at odds with the Gu family in front of so many people. Moreover, Lu Chuxia was his sister, so he couldn't stand on Lin Che's side. It would make people think that the Liu family was bowing down to the Gu family. But now that Gu Jingyan was going against him, he was infuriated. He glared at Gu Jingyan and said, "Yes, your Gu family is powerful, but it's just a small matter. Do you really need to bring it up to the Gu family and the Liu family?" Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen and said, "This is about a person's reputation. How can it be a small matter? Perhaps you think that what others think of a person is their business and has nothing to do with you. However, the person who is constantly being scolded by others will actually feel very sad. Don't you want to stand in her shoes and think about it? You're so selfish to turn a big problem into a small one. You think that you're doing the right thing, that you're right, and that others don't care about the big picture." Ever since Gu Jingyan got together with him, many people had been saying that she used her status as the daughter of the Gu family to drive away the weak Fu Chenxi. They said that she was a vicious woman who came between her friend and her lover. Liu Beichen knew about it, but he never said a word for her. Perhaps, in his heart, he also felt that Gu Jingyan had brought all of this upon herself. Had she really used her power to drive away the woman he loved? Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan angrily and said, "Just say it. Do you have to beat around the bush?" They had agreed not to quarrel in front of outsiders, but they couldn't help it. Just then, someone behind them asked, "What's wrong?" As soon as they heard the sound, they quickly turned their heads. When they saw Gu Jingze walking over, they all looked at Lu Chuxia. Liu Beichen's face turned red. He glanced at Gu Jingyan and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Gu Jingyan just looked away and didn't want to talk to him. Lin Che blamed herself. She hadn't expected that Gu Jingyan would argue with Liu Beichen because of her. At this moment, seeing Gu Jingze, she hurriedly turned around to look at him. Before she could say anything, Lu Chuxia had already cried out from behind, "Gu Jingze, look at what Lin Che has done." He pushed me into the water and even said he wanted to drown me. Lin Che said in surprise, "What did you say? When did I say I wanted to drown you?" Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che and bit her lower lip. "Why didn't you say anything? You just said it." "Alright, now that Jingze is here, I know you won't admit it no matter what, but everyone saw you push me into the water. You can't deny it, right?" Yes, everyone saw it." "That's right, we saw Miss Chuxia being pushed into the water by Lin Che." Lin Che didn't expect there to be such a shameless person in the world. He could lie like this and still make it sound like the truth. She did push Lu Chuxia into the water, but that was her own resistance. She did not do it on her own initiative. She raised her head and said, "Gu Jingze, Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and glanced at the people in front of him quietly. The crowd couldn't see anything from his expressionless and cold face. They couldn't understand what Gu Jingze was thinking. Gu Jingze only glanced at them and then looked at Lin Che. When he lowered his head to look at her, his expression was obviously a lot more relaxed. Although he was still expressionless, his gaze involuntarily softened. "Tell me what happened." Lin Che said, "I came here for a walk and saw Lu Chuxia talking to someone." He looked at Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia's eyes flashed and she stared at Lin Che. She wasn't worried about what Lin Che would say. Anyway, she had just instructed the Lu family's servants to quickly get rid of the horse. By now, there wouldn't be a trace of it. She didn't have any evidence, so what else could she say? Anyway, even if she said it, she wouldn't admit it. Lin Che took a deep look at Lu Chuxia. He raised his head and continued to speak to Gu Jingze. "I was just taking a walk when Lu Chuxia suddenly came over. She dragged me and pushed me into the water. I had no choice but to resist. She was not as strong as me, so I pushed her into the water." "Nonsense, I didn't want to push you at all. I was just greeting you." Lu Chuxia was still lying with her eyes open. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che didn't want to talk about the horse that she just heard. Anyway, she knew that the evidence must have been destroyed. Moreover, she didn't want to do as Lu Chuxia said and ruin the relationship between the Lu family and the Gu family at such a dangerous time. So she decided to forget about it. Anyway, to Gu Jingze, this was really a small matter. Gu Jingze looked at the embarrassed Lu Chuxia and then looked at the arrogant Lin Che. The people behind were echoing Lu Chuxia's words. They kept saying that they really saw Lin Che push Lu Chuxia. However, Gu Jingze suddenly held Lin Che's hand and said calmly to the crowd, "I believe that Lin Che is telling the truth." The crowd was shocked. Lu Chuxia also looked at Gu Jingze angrily. "Why do you believe her? She's lying, Jingze." Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia. "Why? Can't I believe her?" The few people looked at him in shock. Gu Jingze only held Lin Che's hand tightly and looked at the crowd. "I believe that Lin Che isn't someone who would just push someone. Even if she did push someone, there must be a reason." Lin Che also raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze, who stood on her side without hesitation. The people opposite them were still talking incessantly. "But we really saw it, Gu Jingze." "Yeah, second young master, Lin Che really pushed Miss Chuxia. Can't you just not see the evidence?" Gu Jingze looked at the people opposite them sharply. "I don't want to see the evidence, so what?" Gu Jingze said domineeringly, "I believe in my woman. She would never do such a thing. I believe that she must have a reason for pushing someone down." He hugged Lin Che and said, "So, even if Lin Che pushed someone down, so what?" The onlookers were all shocked. This Gu Jingze was too domineering. He was too protective of his woman. He was too disrespectful of the Lu family. Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingze. She didn't expect him to say that. Gu Jingze's eyes immediately darkened. He looked at the people around him and said, "Why? Do you still want to do something to Lin Che? What do you want Lin Che to do?" Everyone looked at each other. However, who would dare to do anything to Lin Che? Chapter 353. No one dared to. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to do anything to Lin Che. Especially after what Gu Jingze had said. Gu Jingze was so protective of her. Who could do anything? Everyone was complaining. They felt that Gu Jingze didn't give them any face and was too overbearing. He was so arrogant. He watched Lu Chuxia being bullied and still stood on Lin Che's side. However, they only dared to criticize him in their hearts. No one dared to say it out loud. Although they were wondering how Gu Jingze could be so arrogant, no one dared to say it out loud. From this, it could be seen that Gu Jingze had the right to be so arrogant. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze gratefully and looked up at him in disbelief. He was so protective of her in front of others. She felt very touched. No one had ever treated her like this. He trusted her without hesitation, chose to stand on her side, and protected her like this. Even her father couldn't do this. However, the man in front of her did it. Gu Jingze's attitude soothed the annoyance and grievance she felt when she was wronged. Lin Che didn't care what these people thought of her. She only cared that Gu Jingze was on her side. So, it didn't matter what these people thought. She was annoyed that the person she cared about the most was still on her side. As Gu Jingze spoke, he put his arm around Lin Che's shoulder and led her to the back. Lu Chuxia was furious. As she watched the two of them leave, she felt the anger in her heart was about to explode. She suppressed it when she remembered that there were people around them. Gu Jingyan admired her brother very much. She should be so protective of her own woman. She glanced at Liu Beichen, snorted, and left. Liu Beichen only wanted to come and take a look, but he was angry because of Gu Jingyan's attitude. He regretted thinking that he could stay with Gu Jingyan for the rest of his life. He was simply looking for trouble by marrying Gu Jingyan. Now, she could make him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Only she had this ability. She was an expert at making people angry. However, Fu Chenxi was always so obedient and sensible. She didn't look arrogant at all. This Gu Jingyan, Liu Beichen also left. He looked back at Lu Chuxia and shook his head without saying anything. She was the one who did it. She knew that the Liu family wouldn't fall out with Gu Jingze over such a small matter. Gu Jingze's temper had always been bad and she couldn't afford to offend him. Yet, she insisted on courting death. Fortunately, she didn't lack people to take care of her. Lu Chuxia looked at the people around her and bit her lower lip. Forget it. Jingze is right. She's his woman. He has to protect her no matter what. The people at the side were furious when they heard that. They comforted Lu Chuxia, forget it, Chuxia. Gu Jingze is just being protective. He knows that it was Lin Che's fault. That is to say, Gu Jingze thinks that no one dares to do anything to him because of the Gu family's power. That Lin Che is really a source of trouble. In the past, Gu Jingze would never be like this. Is he going to be so unreasonable because of a woman? At the end of the day, it's all that woman's fault. She's so insensible. As expected, you can't find a woman like that. Yeah, Gu Jingze is a smart man. He'll understand sooner or later. Miss Chuxia, that woman can't be compared to you. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry with someone like her. They watched as the people left. Since they couldn't hear them, they hurriedly said it in front of Lu Chuxia. Although they really despised that woman and felt that she couldn't be as powerful and beautiful as Lu Chuxia, she was still Gu Jingze's woman. They didn't dare to say it in front of Gu Jingze. But it didn't matter now. Lu Chuxia felt that they had a point when she heard so many people comforting her. She nodded reluctantly. She looked at these people and thought that even if 10,000 of them couldn't compare to Gu Jingze, they were still men. Since these people liked her so much, it meant that Gu Jingze had no reason to not like her. She was a popular and charming woman. Lin Che left with Gu Jingze. As they walked outside, Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze carefully. Is it okay to say that just now? Gu Jingze said, it's okay. How could it be okay? They won't fall out with you, will they? If they dared to, they wouldn't have looked at me like that just now, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said speechlessly, you too. Don't be so overbearing next time. It's not good. If they fall out, Gu Jingze said arrogantly, do you think I'll do something unreliable? Don't worry, I'm not you. I won't do something I'm not confident in. Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze. Can you not be so narcissistic? However, he was really confident. The Gu family was so powerful that no one dared to go against him. He was really a strong and overbearing man. Lin Che shook her head at his unscrupulousness. However, she still looked at Gu Jingze. But, do you really trust me that much? Do you think I won't push her down for no reason? That's right. But what if I'm actually a bad woman? I did it on purpose and pretended to be innocent in front of you, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che carefully and sighed. If you really have this kind of IQ, I might not have to worry so much about you being bullied. Lin Che was speechless. I'm being sincere. I don't like those white lotuses, okay? Gu Jingze looked at her. Anyway, I believe that you're not that kind of person. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. What if there's really evidence to prove that I did something bad? Then the evidence must be fake. Will you still trust me unconditionally? That's right. Lin Che's heart warmed at his words. She looked at Gu Jingze, reached out to hold his arm, and walked forward with him with a smile. Gu Jingze smiled as he watched her run over and act coquettishly. He hugged her and said, let's go. I'll take you to pick a horse. Ah, really? But aren't the horses here very expensive? I can't afford them. Just treat it as a gift, he said. Isn't that bad? Hee hee. She showed her miserly side again. Gu Jingze said, silly, what's mine is not yours. Io, please don't. You have so much money. If it's all mine, I'll be so distressed, Lin Che said. What are you distressed about? I'll be distressed if I don't spend all my money. Then I'll lose a lot of money. Gu Jingze smiled as he carried Lin Che in his arms. Chapter 354. Lin Che gasped, put me down, it's not good to let people see. It's okay, let people see. What's wrong with hugging your wife? In reality, the people outside were still watching. Lu Chuxia saw from afar that Gu Jingze was hugging Lin Che and spinning him around on the grass. Gu Jingze was so tall and big, carrying Lin Che was like carrying a doll. Lin Che laughed heartily. His face was full of sunshine after being slapped by him. That appearance was really as beautiful as a painting. Lu Chuxia was even more furious. She didn't expect that she couldn't kill Lin Che like that. She still had the heart to enjoy Gu Jingze's embrace and his strength. Seriously, Lu Chuxia harumphed and left. Gu Jingze just wanted Lin Che to be happy today. He didn't like anything that could make Lin Che unhappy. After looking around, he chose a good horse. It was honest and easy to ride. Although it wasn't cheap, he felt that it suited Lin Che. After choosing the horse for Lin Che, Gu Jingze left with Lin Che. Lin Che returned to the office and made an appointment with the set. He said that he was done with his schedule and was ready to go back to filming. When he arrived at the office, Yang Lingxin came to welcome Lin Che and said, "Sister Che, you went to the stud farm yesterday." "Yeah, how did you know?" she said. Yang Lingxin said, "I saw your photo. Didn't you post it on Weibo?" Look. Lin Che remembered that he had been busy and hadn't had time to check the news. Many people had already left comments. Someone explained that Lin Che didn't have time to take photos with everyone at the entrance of the stud farm, so he took a group photo. Everyone felt that Lin Che was very heartwarming. Yang Lingxin said, "The internet says that you're so good to your fans and passers-by. Sister Che, how did you do it? How did you make so many people think that you're a good person?" Lin Che said speechlessly, "I didn't do anything. I'm just soft-hearted and didn't want to offend people. Also, I understand that people want to see celebrities." Yang Lingxin said enviously, "I also hope that one day, everyone will like me. Sister Che, I have to learn from you." Lin Che smiled and patted her head. Lin Che asked where Yuminmin had gone, and Yang Lingxin said that Yuminmin had been a little absent-minded these past 2 days, which was very strange. He didn't know where he was now. At home. Yuminmin hurriedly walked into the room. Mother looked at Yuminmin and shouted, "Your father insisted that it was you, and now he's going to ask the president for money. What should I do? If he dies outside the presidential palace, what should I do?" Yuminmin was at work when he received a call saying that his father had seen the photo on the internet. When he saw the photo, he was sure that it was Yuminmin in it. He felt that Yuminmin must be related to the president and wanted to ask the president for money. "Mommy, you said, what should we do? I told you it's impossible. How could you be related to the president?" But he wouldn't listen. Yuminmin did not say that it was indeed her. Her father's eyesight was really accurate. He probably saw some of her things on the side. Yuminmin called Linda and told her that her father might have gone to the president palace. Linda said that he was already outside the glass palace. They were worried that something would happen to him, so they locked him in the security room. Yuminmin felt very sorry. "I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'll go over now." Linda put down the phone. She felt that her impression of her had changed. At first, she thought that she was deliberately trying to get close to Gu Jingming, so she was very guarded against her. But now, she felt that she was actually just one of the many people in the world. She was so insignificant and lived a hard life. Yuminmin felt annoyed. This father was really good at causing trouble for him. She felt a headache just thinking about it. Enduring the headache, she arrived at Glass Palace very quickly. Linda was already waiting outside. Yuminmin went in and saw her father. Her father said excitedly, "Minmin, tell me, is this you? You have a mole on your hand. I remember it clearly. I said it was you, but your mother didn't believe me." Yuminmin pulled him. "All right, come with me." "Why are you leaving?" "That's the president. He has so much money. You can't just let him fool you. Are you stupid?" "Dad, you have to understand that this has nothing to do with you. Come with me now. Let go of me. I'm not leaving. I won't leave until I get the money. Do you want to die here?" She turned around and said, "Papa, you still said, you're the president's woman. How can you let me die?" Yuminmin didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so she dragged him away. Papa Yu was annoyed. He went up to Yuminmin and slapped her. "You unfilial daughter. How dare you stop your father? I gave birth to you once and you're still treating me like this." Yuminmin fell to the side of the table from the slap. At this moment, the bodyguards of the president surrounded them. Yu Minmin heard Gu Jingming say coldly, "Take Miss Yu and leave." When she looked up, Gu Jingming was already in front of her. He was actually outside just now, watching everything that was happening inside. He watched as Yu Minmin and her crazy father argued. Suddenly, her father slapped her as if he had gone crazy. Papa Yu had never seen the president outside of the television, so he was stunned. Gu Jingming looked at him and ordered in disgust, "Take her to the police station for intentional injury." "Hey, you. I'm Yu Minmin's father. Tell me, is there something going on between you and her?" "Ha, looks like it's true." "God, Minmin, you're really something. You've even seduced the president. Why didn't you tell me?" Outside, Yu Minmin shook his even more dizzy head and touched the corner of his lips. "Don't move." Gu Jingming's voice suddenly came from the side. "You're bleeding," he said as he grabbed her wrist that was about to touch the corner of her lips. Yu Minmin raised his head and looked at Gu Jingming in surprise. Gu Jingming pursed his thin lips and looked at her condescendingly. Yu Minmin said, "I'm fine. It's just a small injury." He said, "Is that your father?" Yu Minmin nodded. "I don't know how he found our photo. I'm sorry, I don't know why he came here. I've asked someone to lock him up." "Ah. Okay. Actually, he should be quite familiar with the police station. Let him be locked up for a few days to calm down." "I'm sorry, he was a little agitated. After all, Mr. President has been on the television all this time. It's his first time seeing you and he's not used to it. I'll warn him not to cause any more trouble." Gu Jingming frowned, his gaze still fixed on the bloodstain at the corner of her lips. Half of her face was already swollen, and it looked a little serious. Yu Minmin said, "It's okay. I've had more serious injuries when I was young. This is a small matter." Gu Jingming said, "You should apply for family assistance. I remember there's such a law in Country C." Chapter 355. Yu Minmin said speechlessly, "Mr. President, reality is much more complicated than the law, okay? When I was young, I was often beaten, and my mother would always run out of the house with my brother in her arms. When my father was done with his madness, he would come back. This is a small injury, and the most serious one was that I went to the hospital and sealed 13 needles on my knee. This is a life that Mr. President will definitely not be used to, but it is very normal for me. After all, my father is a gambler, I am used to it, so, this small injury does not matter, really. I will not trouble you, I will leave first." Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin just touched the corner of her mouth, picked up her bag and walked out. Actually, she knew that her father must have run over because he was too excited. When she first found out that she had slept with Gu Jingming, she also felt that the world had changed. At night, when she was drunk, she heard some strange sounds. Then, she was knocked out and sent to a room. When she woke up, her hands were held tightly by a man. He was already drunk. In the dark, she didn't know how he pressed her down on the bed. At that time, she didn't know who it was. When the lights were turned on, she realized that the crazy man was Gu Jingming. She looked at the man who she had only seen on television and was completely shocked. At that time, Gu Jingming was standing by her bed, looking at her with regret. The first thing Yu Minmin said to him at that time was, "Do you have any birth control pills?" Gu Jingming immediately grabbed Yu Minmin's wrist and dragged her back to the bed. He asked her fiercely, "Who sent you in?" Yu Minmin only said in surprise, "What do you mean by who sent me in? I was just dragged in at the door. I didn't see who it was." "You don't know?" Gu Jingming looked at her with a deep gaze. Yu Minmin said, "Of course I don't know. At that time, Gu Jingming might have already noticed that she was not wearing clothes, so he picked up the clothes and threw them on her. Yu Minmin felt that this man was not at all as good as everyone said. First of all, he was not friendly at all. Second of all, he was not friendly at all. He made people feel that he was very unreasonable, very domineering, very cold, very unlike the Mr. President that everyone said. Gu Jingming just put on his clothes quickly and stared at her as she put on her clothes. Yu Minmin endured the pain and put on her clothes. Then she heard Gu Jingming say, "It was just an accident. I hope you understand." "Of course I know," Yu Minmin said. "It was really an accident. You'd better not let me hear any rumors from outside." He narrowed his eyes at Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin just looked at him gloomily. "Of course. I won't tell anyone, because even if I did, do you think anyone would believe me? If she told people that she accidentally slept with the president when she was drunk yesterday, everyone would think that she was an idiot." When she was about to open the door, Gu Jingming said, "Wait." Then he summoned the stupefied Secretary General from outside, and said to him, "Have her escorted out in secret." At that time, Yu Minmin had walked out from a secret passage. He could feel a few presidential guards following behind him. They looked very professional, neat, and expressionless. They were all specially chosen to represent the country, so they were all quite handsome. Yu Minmin felt like she was dreaming. That was why she had accidentally slept with Gu Jingming. Who was he? He was the most popular president in the history of Country C, Gu Jingming. And now, the people following behind her were the president's guards. She found it unbelievable. That was the first time she had met the president's guards and the president's secretary general. After that, she never thought that the accident would turn out like this. Yu Minmin still looked up at Gu Jingming and said, "I'm sorry. I'll settle my father's matter when I go back. I won't let him cause you any trouble in the future." Gu Jingming just looked at her and nodded slightly. Yu Minmin said, "Then I'll leave first." Gu Jingming nodded his head again. Yu Minmin said goodbye to Linda and walked out. The guards had already left Glass Palace. There was basically no one here. Although there were people taking pictures from afar, no one dared to get too close. Yu Minmin had just walked down a few steps when she felt the world spin and she collapsed on the steps. The president's guards had already surrounded her. No one knew when Gu Jingming had come out and carried Yu Minmin in his arms. Her little face was pale, and a layer of sweat had already formed on her nose. Linda looked at Gu Jingming in surprise. "Sir, there are so many people watching. What should we do now?" "It's okay. Send her to the hospital," Gu Jingming said calmly as he raised his head and looked at the people who were looking at them curiously. Linda thought about it and was right. No matter what they did, it would only make matters worse. The president saw someone sick and sent her to the hospital. It was a humane concern. It was no big deal. However, Gu Jingming was very adaptable. They couldn't think as fast as Gu Jingming. When Yu Minmin woke up in the hospital, she saw the nurse's big face coming over. "Miss, you're awake." Yeah, you're in the hospital." "Oh my God, Mr. President actually sent you here personally." "What? Gu Jingming. How could he be so kind?" Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Mr. President in person. He's so handsome and elegant. He's so tall, as if he came out of a painting." "Yeah, tall, handsome, but he's a little perverted, overbearing, indifferent, cold. It's just that his face can lie," Yu Minmin thought. The nurse was very excited. "Why did you faint and get sent here by Mr. President? Do you know Mr. President?" Yu Minmin heaved a sigh of relief. "I don't know him." "Really? How is that possible? We ordinary people don't usually see Mr. President." It's just a coincidence. Wow, you're so lucky. Mr. President is so tall. Isn't he very happy when he carries you like that? Yeah, very happy. You haven't told me what's wrong with me. Yu Minmin reminded her speechlessly. Oh, right. Your blood sugar is a little low, and your face is swollen. Did someone hit you? No. Since there's nothing important, I'll leave first. Sigh, you. The nurse wanted to ask more, but seeing her leave, she felt that it was a pity. When Yu Minmin returned home, her mother hurried over and asked, "How's your dad?" Yu Minmin said speechlessly, "He trespassed into Glass Palace." What do you think? Oh my god, he can't have been shot, can he? No, but he's been locked up. Chapter 356. I knew it. How could he just run over there? Really, what should we do now? Alright, Mom, I'll go and see him later. If there's nothing else, let him stay inside for a few more days. If he came out, he would still be a scourge. It was better to stay inside. Min, how can you say that about your dad? He's your dad. It's so messy in there. If something happens to your dad, how will your brother and I live? Yu Min looked at his mother and said, "Mom, I'm the one taking care of you and brother now. It has nothing to do with him." Alright, Mom, if you're not feeling well, you should go and rest. I'll go and take a look. In prison. When Papa Yu saw Yu Min, he hurriedly said, "Daughter, I was confused. I should have asked you first. I didn't expect you to be able to hook up with the president. How was it? Did he say how much money he gave you? I'm here to give you some clothes." Yu Min shoved the things at him. What? Yu Min said, "You can stay here for now. You should be staying here for a while. Don't worry, I've already applied for a single room for you. There won't be any trouble. There's good food and a good place to stay. Rest well." Yu Min, you're such a filial daughter. Now that you're with the president, you don't want your father anymore. Yes, if it weren't for her younger brother, she would have left the family a long time ago. However, for her younger brother, she really put up with this father who wasn't like a father for many years. At this time, Lin Che called Yu Min and asked her where she was. Yu Min said, "I'm going back soon. Don't worry. Some of the information is missing." Xiao Axan said it was like this when you gave it to her. What information is missing? Forget it, I'll go back now. Yu Min soon arrived at the company. Yang Lingxin kept apologizing, I'm sorry, Sister Che. I didn't do it on purpose, but I remember that this is what Sister Yu gave me. Yu Min said, "Is it the contract and endorsement materials?" Yeah. I lost some, Lin Che said, looking at Yu Min. Yang Lingxin quickly said, "I'm sorry." Yu Min said, "How is it now?" Yang Lingxin said, "I don't know why it's missing. It's just that Sister Yu has been distracted these past few days. I think she might have forgotten to give her something." Lin Che looked at the two of them and said to Yu Min, "Forget it. I guess they lost it somewhere. Let's get someone to check if there's a dungeon. That's the only way." Yu Min glanced at Yang Lingxin and didn't say anything else. After taking Lin Che to the set, Yu Min said to Lin Che, "I won't skimp on the information I've given her." Hearing this, Lin Che said to Yu Min, "Yeah, I believe that's not your style." Yu Min said, "Indeed, but by saying that, she's pushing the blame onto me." Really, Lin Che also felt that she was trying to drive a wedge between them by saying that. Luckily, Lin Che had absolute trust in Yu Min. He knew that she would never let her personal matters affect her work. Even if she was distracted, she would still do her job well. However, he didn't understand why Yu Minmin would be distracted. She looked at Yu Minmin and asked, "Sister Yu, what's wrong? Did something happen to your family?" Yu Minmin smiled. "What could happen? Your father or your mother, something like that. My father is in jail again, but it's nothing. I know that. It's better for him to be in jail than to be outside. I'm fine. Don't worry. Okay. Remember to tell me if there's anything." "Don't worry, I will. If I need your help. Actually, there are some changes in my family. There are some accidents, but I'm not sure what will happen yet." Yu Minmin knew that the matter with Mr. President, no matter how she thought about it, was inconceivable. However, if it was true, she had to cooperate with Gu Jingming and become his fiancé, then sooner or later, Lin Che would know. However, it wasn't confirmed yet, so Yu Minmin didn't want to talk about it at all. Lin Che said, "Okay then, Sister Yu. Anyway, if there's anything, don't bear it alone. It'll be better if everyone deals with it together." "Okay, I know. Let's go to the set." Lin Che went to the set with Yu Minmin. Because of the accident, Gu Jingyu hadn't returned to the set yet, so they were filming something else because of Gu Jingyu. When Lin Che arrived, everyone immediately followed his instructions. Outside, a group of fans were waiting for Gu Jingyu's return. However, they understood that he didn't want to go to places with so many people for the time being. Otherwise, if something similar happened to Gu Jingza again, it would be irreversible. Among them were some of Lin Che's and Song Shuhai's fans. They had been waiting outside and cheering for Lin Che. As soon as they arrived, they could see the fans screaming at Lin Che and calling her name. Lin Che waved his hand. They were already very happy and were taking pictures of Lin Che. They looked very passionate. At night, Lin Che quickly returned home. Gu Jingze was still resting at home. He didn't wear a coat and his body was still wrapped in gauze. After all, it was very troublesome to put on clothes again. Lin Che saw that Gu Jingze was still busy in the study, so he took a notebook and went to the study to accompany Gu Jingze. After Gu Jingze finished his work, he raised his head and saw that Lin Che was still reading a book, but she was already drowsy. Although it was still very early, she still looked very bored here. Gu Jingze said, "You have nothing to do here. Go out and watch TV and sleep." "No, I'll go with you," she said. "But I have a video conference tonight, so I'll probably be late," he said. Lin Che said, "It doesn't matter. I'm actually fine." His injuries hadn't healed yet, so she couldn't leave him here alone. If he was too tired and something happened to his body, no one would be around to watch him. Everyone knew that Gu Jingze was a workaholic. If she didn't watch him, he wouldn't even know his body's condition and whether it was suitable for him to continue working. Therefore, Lin Che insisted on watching him work. Actually, it wasn't that boring. Watching him like this was very pleasing to the eye. Just then, Gu Jingze suddenly stood up and said to Lin Che, "Forget it. Come here. I'll play with you for a while." "Ah, can I? Aren't you busy? Now we just need to wait for them to prepare for the video conference. Come here." "Oh, okay. What do you want to do now?" Lin Che walked over and asked, "What do we want to play?" Actually, Gu Jingze really wanted to say that he wanted to play with her, but her injuries, he was still worried about the injuries on her body that he had caused. No matter what, they made her uncomfortable. He looked at her and said, "What do you want to play?" Chapter 357. You don't play games, do you? Not really. You don't know how to play landlord, do you? What's that? Nothing. It's just a type of card game. I don't think we'll get along. What interests do you usually have? Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze seemed to be an uninterested person. Gu Jingze said, drinking tea, working out, listening to music. Writing. Writing? What interest is that? Calligraphy, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said in surprise, you know how to write calligraphy? Of course. Grandpa taught me personally. His regular script was very famous back in the day. Lin Che said, can you write one for me? You're not interested. Why would you want to see that? I've never seen someone really write calligraphy. To me, it's like an antique, but there's someone around me who knows how to do it. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Who was she calling an antique? Gu Jingze looked at her. That's because there's no one around you who's cultured enough to play with such things. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not saying that you're an antique. I'm saying that this is really rare. What kind of rubbish can someone like Qin Qin bring you? Lin Che knew that he was angry at her for calling him an antique. If he was angry, then so be it. Why did he have to drag these innocent people into it? Yes, yes, yes. There's no one better than my hubby. He knows everything, including such high-end things. Hurry up and let me have a look. Gu Jingze harumphed. Seeing that she was so obedient, he raised his head and asked someone to bring in a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After a while, the things were brought over. After laying them flat on the table, Gu Jingze picked up the brush and said to Lin Che, I might not have written anything before. It's okay. Write whatever you want. I won't laugh at you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Gu Jingze had already started writing. He didn't use much strength to write. Very quickly, beautiful black handwriting appeared on the white paper. Lin Che suddenly felt as if there was magic. Such beautiful handwriting was directly written, causing people to exclaim in surprise. His handwriting was just like him, with a beautiful face. Every stroke was clean and neat, without the slightest feeling of sloppiness, making Hot feel very clean. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with admiration. You look good. You're amazing. Oh, I want to learn too. Gu Jingze handed the pen to her. Alright, give it a try. It's actually very easy. You just have to hold the pen properly and don't hesitate when you start writing. It was easy, for him. But to Lin Che. She imitated Gu Jingze. Soon, a bunch of scribbles appeared on the paper. Gu Jingze was speechless. Can you write properly? Be more serious, Lin Che. Why are your hands trembling while writing? Look at you, why are you so stupid? Hey, Gu Jingze, I'm not you. How can I learn it so quickly? I'm not stupid. I have to practice. You're so fierce. You scared me. How can I write? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, speechless. Lin Che said, also, you write in regular script, while I write in cursive script. Can't I? Gu Jingze tapped Lin Che's head. You have a lot of excuses. Really, can't I have no talent in this area? Yeah. I've never seen you have any talent in this area either. You have talent in finding a husband. She smiled at him. This is the first time you found a husband, and you found a very, very good husband. Gu Jingze was instantly bribed by her. Looking at Lin Che, he moved slightly. He smiled and walked behind her. He grabbed her hand with one hand and said, all right, I'm such a good husband. Don't move. I'll teach you. Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's arm from behind. Lin Che smiled. She could feel Gu Jingze's grip on her hand. She started writing again on a piece of white paper. His breath was right next to her ear, making her ears feel slightly hot. Her hand was also squeezed tightly by him, as if her whole body was in his embrace. That handsome face was almost touching her face. It felt so intimate. Lin Che's heart was already racing. She had to rely on his strength to write a poem. Wishing to have the one of my heart, to stay together till death. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Even though she knew it was just a poem, she couldn't help but yearn for it. Staying together till death. What a beautiful story it would be. Lin Che said, "Wow, look at what I wrote. It's so good. Can I hang it in my room? That room has a modern style. It's so incongruous for you to hang this." "But I want to hang it," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che's words and nodded in agreement. "All right, you can hang it then." "Hee, that's great." Seeing that Lin Che was happy, Gu Jingze rubbed her hair and breathed in her fragrance. She closed her eyes and endured it for a while. She closed her eyes, but her heart yearned even more. She still wanted to walk away, but she felt her waist being held back forcefully. She harumphed. She felt Gu Jingze's body heat leaning towards her, rubbing against her back. "Don't move, you. What are you doing? I told you not to move. Come, let me look at you." You, don't. This is the study. Aren't you waiting for the meeting? Let them wait." Gu Jingze hugged her and lifted her up forcefully. He had already placed her on his desk. Lin Che suddenly thought that he was really going to do something. You. Don't do this. I can't, don't move. I'm just looking at you, he said as he lifted her dress. At home, she wore a simple dress and only a pair of underwear. Gu Jingze held her ankle and lifted her foot up. Lin Che cried out speechlessly, "You! What are you doing? You can't do this." Her face was bright red. She held his arm helplessly, looking nervous. Gu Jingze looked at her. "Don't move. I'm just looking. Really, I won't touch you." But, he kissed her lips, lingering, swallowing her panic into his mouth. Then, he slowly kissed her downwards. Lin Che raised her head and took deep breaths. When she felt that his kiss had reached the darkest part of her body, she hurriedly said, "Don't do this, be good. I can't touch you before you recover. Just treat this as a way to satisfy my craving." But what? You can't even satisfy my craving. Are you trying to suffocate me to death? Lin Che's face instantly turned red. How could he satisfy his craving like this? However, Gu Jingze still kissed Lin Che bit by bit, making her lose the ability to think. But at this moment, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Lin Che hurriedly grabbed his arm in a panic. No, someone's here. Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze put Lin Che down and looked speechlessly at the door, looking a little gloomy. Lin Che said, "Hurry up and wash up. You're so annoying." I said no. He hurriedly ran into the study and brought her to the bathroom to wash up. Gu Jingze also came in to wash up. He looked at his body and took a deep breath. He immediately felt a sense of disgust towards the people outside. Just then, the door opened and the servant said, "Madam, the security guard said that someone is here to look for Madam." Someone was here to look for her. Lin Che was a little puzzled. She went out and saw that the person outside was Yang Lingxin. Chapter 358. Lin Che quickly asked the security guards to let her in. He looked at Yang Lingxin and asked, "Why are you here?" Yang Lingxin said, "Sister Che, I'm blaming myself for losing my things." "Oh, those? It's okay. I'll get someone to look for them." "No, I'm blaming myself, so I went looking for them." After half a night, I finally found them in the office. Lin Che was stunned. Seeing that Yang Lingxin was sweating profusely after searching so hard, he quickly let her in. Come in and tell me. You're sweating profusely. Come and have something to drink. Yang Lingxin walked in and looked around. Although it wasn't her first time here, she was still shocked. She stepped on the expensive floor and looked at Lin Che. My shoes are dirty. Let's change. This carpet looks good. Lin Che looked down. It's okay. It's just a carpet. Isn't it meant to be stepped on? Come and sit down. She raised her head and asked the servant to bring some water. Yang Lingxin watched as the helper went to bring tea over. She was extremely respectful towards Lin Che, and she could tell that he was very powerful. Yang Lingxin said, Sister Che, they're all very respectful to you. Lin Che looked at them and said, they're all professionals. Of course they're like that. Are they the servants of the Gu family? Of course not. There's no such thing as a superior or a subordinate nowadays. They're just hired workers. Oh, right. Look at me. I thought it was ancient times. There are servants. They're more like nannies. Something like that. It seemed like the servants of the Gu family were different from those outside. They were closer and more loyal. The Gu family must have used some method to make them so loyal. Lin Che didn't know how to win people over. At this moment, Gu Jingze came out. All he wanted to know was who it was that had disturbed him and Lin Che. However, Yang Lingxin immediately stood up when she saw Gu Jingze. Mr. Gu, sorry to disturb you. I'm here to deliver something to Sister Che. Gu Jingze glanced at her and replied coldly, Lin Che said, oh yeah, where's the thing you sent? Ah, I almost forgot. It's here, it's here. As she spoke, she picked up the item and handed it to Lin Che. Lin Che took it and said, actually, you don't have to look so hard. Yang Lingxin said, no, I think I lost it. I have to find it no matter what. Luckily, I found it in the company. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Am I right, Mr. Gu? This time, Gu Jingze just snorted and didn't answer. Lin Che glanced at Gu Jingze and hurriedly said to Yang Lingxin, well, it's good that you found it. Xan, you're very responsible. Don't blame yourself. It's just a lost thing. It's not a big deal. Thank you, Sis Che. At this moment, a servant came out of the room and asked Gu Jingze, Sir, what material should we use to frame this? It turned out that the servant came out with the words that Lin Che had written with him just now. Gu Jingze said, just use the best material to frame it. Yes, sir. Yang Lingxin glanced at the beautiful line of poetry on it. Wishing to win a person's heart, never parting until death. Although it was a very simple line of poetry, when it came from Gu Jingze's mouth, it gave off a unique sense of romance. Yang Lingxin said, Ah, Sis Che, did you buy this calligraphy and painting? Lin Che said, no, we wrote it just now. As she said that, she looked at Gu Jingze. Thinking about what Gu Jingze had done to her after he finished writing, her ears turned hot. Hearing that, Yang Lingxin said in surprise, wow, did Mr. Gu and Sis Che write this together? Looking at the beautiful handwriting, she couldn't help but exclaim, Sis Che, your handwriting is so beautiful. Lin Che waved his hand and said, no, he wrote it mainly. Yang Lingxin said, Mr. Gu is amazing. Strangely, Gu Jingze didn't feel anything from her compliments. He looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. Lin Che looked at her girlish look and said, yeah, he's amazing. Yang Lingxin said, I didn't expect Mr. Gu and Sis Che to be so romantic. Lin Che said, of course not, Yang Lingxin said, Mr. Gu is too good to Sis Che. Gu Jingze couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. He looked at her and said, if there's nothing else, Lin Che, I'll go in first. I think the video conference is about to start. Lin Che said, oh, and let him go. Yang Lingxin said, Mr. Gu is going to the video conference. Is it with someone overseas? I guess so. I don't know much about it, actually. Lin Che said, I'll get someone to send you back then. Ah, it's okay. Why don't I go out and hail a cab? No, it's so late now. It's not safe for a girl like you to hail a cab. Is that so? Seriously, it's all my fault. I found it so late and didn't notice it. I even came to disturb Sis Che. It's okay. You were in too much of a hurry. Don't do this next time, she said, you don't have to be in such a hurry. It's okay even if you lost it. Just be careful next time. It's so late. She looked at her watch and said in distress, but my house's gate is probably closed. Ah, why didn't your parents open the door for you? Lin Che asked. Yang Lingxin said, but I'm staying at Uncle's house, and I live with them. The door is already locked at this time, and if I wake Uncle up, he'll definitely be angry. We're living under someone else's roof, so we still have to listen to them. What a pitiful feeling. Lin Che looked at her. She wanted to let her stay here, but this wasn't her house. Lin Che said, let me ask what I should do. She opened the door and asked Gu Jingze, saying that Yang Lingxin's house was closed and she probably couldn't go home. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and thought for a moment. Lin Che was a little hesitant. She didn't know what he was thinking. Just then, Gu Jingze raised his head and stood up suddenly. He said to the servant, help Miss Yang reserve a room in the Gu Corporation's hotel and get someone to send her there first. Yeah, she could stay in a hotel. Lin Che had actually forgotten about this. Lin Che said to Yang Lingxin, you can stay in a hotel then. Gu Jingze has arranged a room for you. He can send you there directly. Yang Lingxin's expression changed, but she still looked at her and said, I see. Okay then. It's not that troublesome. Actually, I can just stay in a small hotel. Forget it. A small hotel isn't safe. Since Gu Jingze has already arranged it, you can go there. It's the Gu family's place and it will be very safe. However, the Gu family can't keep you there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to stay in a hotel. Chapter 359. Lin Che said to Yang Lingxin, you can stay in a hotel then. Gu Jingze has arranged it for you. He can send you there directly. Yang Lingxin's expression changed, but she still looked at him and said, I see. All right then. Since it's so troublesome, I can just stay in a small hotel. Forget it. A small hotel is not safe. Since Gu Jingze has arranged it, you can go there. It's the Gu family's place and it will be very safe. But the Gu family can't keep you there. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to stay in a hotel. Safety was the most important thing here. She didn't dare to let anyone stay there casually. Yang Lingxin heard this, looked at Lin Che and nodded. Thank you, Sister Che, and Mr. Gu. It's okay. You can go now. Lin Che watched Yang Lingxin go out and get into the car before she walked back. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, sorry to trouble you. She came so late and has no place to stay. Are you asking her to stay in a very expensive hotel? Gu Jingze said, it doesn't matter. Just let her stay there. There are always empty rooms in the hotel anyway. Just get someone to clean it. It's so convenient for you. If it were someone else, they wouldn't know where to stay. Also, we can't stay in the Gu family's house. It's not safe for outsiders to stay there, so we can only stay outside. We can't stay in the Gu family's house. He looked at Lin Che and lowered his head to look at her. But it's not because of safety. Huh? Lin Che asked, then why? Because we don't like strangers at home, especially people who will disturb us, he said as he lowered his head to touch her forehead. Lin Che was stunned. He felt that this would disturb them. She thought of what she had done just now. She didn't want to continue. You're so annoying. Go to your meeting. I'm going to sleep. Humph, I won't work with you next time. She ran straight into the bedroom. Gu Jingze looked at her gloomily and shook his head. However, the meeting was about to start, so he had no choice but to walk into the bedroom alone. Moreover, thinking about what he did just now, he thought it could satisfy his craving, but it was really not enough. No matter how hard he tried, it was not enough. Yang Lingxin stayed in the hotel for the night. The next day, she was still praising Lin Che, saying that the hotel was really good. Yu Minmin was puzzled. What had happened? Why was she staying in a hotel? Lin Che told Yu Minmin. Hearing this, Yu Minmin was deep in thought. When Lin Che rushed off to film, she looked at Yang Lingxin and said, "The Gu family isn't an ordinary family. It's best if you don't go over casually next time, especially at night." Lin Che was probably too embarrassed to say it out loud, but Yu Minmin was bringing Yang Lingxin along, so it was better to tell her. Yang Lingxin said, "Really? Why?" Putting aside the fact that the Gu family is not an ordinary family, with so many security guards, it means that no one is allowed to enter. If you go in, it will make things difficult for Lin Che. Even if it's an ordinary family, the husband and wife have their own lives at night. It's not good to disturb them. Yang Lingxin blushed. My own life, you mean? Of course, Gu Jingze and Lin Che are husband and wife. Yes, they were husband and wife. Yang Lingxin's expression changed, and she said to her, "Sister Yu, I understand. I won't do it again." Well, you're still young, so you might not understand. Yang Lingxin watched as Yu Minmin got up, and the smile on her face darkened even more. Yes, they were husband and wife. They would do a lot of things at night. Lin Che was so lucky to be hugged to sleep by Gu Jingze. One day, as the weather was getting better, Gu Jingze told Lin Che that the Gu family was going to attend a yacht banquet. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze strangely. The kind of yacht that goes out to sea. Gu Jingze nodded. That's right. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. I know that banquets are boring. Banquets are boring, but do you want to go on a cruise? Yes, we're going to the sea. Lin Che was a little conflicted. I think it's boring, but I haven't been on a cruise before. Hearing her say this, Gu Jingze walked over and said, "Then let's go together." Lin Che said, "Will Lu Chuxia be going?" She was afraid that if she met Lu Chuxia at the banquet, it would be very troublesome. Gu Jingze said, "Why are you worried about her?" "I don't think she likes me. I'm just worried that I'll get into trouble if I go." Gu Jingze poked Lin Che's head. "Silly, you don't have to worry about trouble if you come with me." "How can that be?" Lin Che said, "I think staying at home is the least troublesome. I'd better not go." Gu Jingze didn't want her to give up some happiness because she was afraid of trouble. "Lin Che, I'll help you if there's trouble. With me around, you don't have to worry about anyone. Let's go. Since you haven't been on a cruise before, I'll take you there. This time, you might stay on the cruise for a day or two. Are you sure you don't want to go? Stay for a day or two." Lin Che suddenly thought that if Lu Chuxia went too, wouldn't she have to stay on the cruise with Gu Jingze? No matter how big the cruise was, it couldn't be that big. If she didn't go, wouldn't that give Lu Chuxia a great opportunity? Thinking of this, she immediately jumped up and said, "I'll go then, I'll go." Gu Jingze heard this and smiled. He said to her, "Then pick some necessities to bring. We'll leave in the afternoon." Lin Che picked some clothes and didn't bring a lot of things. Together with Gu Jingze, they boarded a helicopter and flew towards the sea. The cruise was really big. They could see it from afar. It wasn't a small place like a private yacht. It was so big that it looked like a public cruise. Lin Che said, "Wow, is this a private cruise?" "Yes." He said, "It's a cruise owned by a Russian. He got someone to build the world's biggest cruise for private entertainment. This time, he was the one who organized it. The guests are businessmen from all over the world. Country C is also a strong country in the world now. Many people are willing to cooperate with Country C, so there are many businessmen here. It looks so classy." Lin Che cheered. The helicopter stopped on the tarmac of the cruise. Gu Jingze helped Lin Che down from the helicopter. Outside, a foreigner with brown hair and gray eyes welcomed Gu Jingze warmly. When he saw Lin Che, who was standing beside Gu Jingze, he asked, "This is?" Gu Jingze said, "My wife." "Wow, Mr. Gu already has a wife. We thought you and Miss Lu Chuxia." Although Lin Che didn't quite understand, she still understood the words, Lu Chuxia. She looked at the person opposite her and then at Gu Jingze beside her. What did they mean by talking about Lu Chuxia for no reason? Did everyone think that Lu Chuxia and Gu Jingze were a couple? Gu Jingze said calmly, "Those are just false rumors. I'm actually married and have a wife a long time ago." With that said, Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and let her wrap it around his arm. Chapter 360. In the distance, there were quite a number of people from the Lu family who had come this time around. Because they had a collaboration with the owner of the yacht, they were specially invited this time around and were highly valued. Naturally, Gu Jingze was the most important person wherever he went. So, the owner of the yacht personally went to welcome Gu Jingze, who had arrived late in the helicopter. Lu Beichen looked at Lu Chuxia. She seemed to have become lively again. Lu Beichen looked at her. "That's enough. Father and mother are here today. You better behave yourself." Lu Chuxia harumphed and looked at him. "What's wrong with me?" She stood up and said, "I'm just going to take a look." Lu Beichen glared at her. Gu Jingyan was dancing. Beside her was a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was chatting with her and stood out in the yacht. Lu Beichen glanced at them, picked up his wine glass, and went inside. After washing his hands, Lu Beichen went out. Just as he was about to pick up his phone to make a call, he saw someone serving dishes inside. "Fu Chenxi." Lu Beichen's hand dropped and he hurried over. "Chenxi, why are you here?" When Fu Chenxi saw Lu Beichen, she seemed to be frightened and wanted to run away. Lu Beichen caught up to her and pulled her to his side. Lu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi. "You haven't told me why you're serving dishes here." He looked at her clinging to the waiter. Fu Chenxi lowered her head and said weakly, "I'm sorry, I'm here for a part-time job." "Is it troublesome?" "I'll leave immediately." "I won't, idiot, you." Lu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi. "Why didn't you tell me that you're doing a part-time job? Tell me, what happened? Why are you doing this?" "It's just that, my mother has a heart attack and my father has nothing. I have to take care of my mother and earn money." "Idiot, didn't I say that I'll give you money?" Lu Beichen said as he took out a card from his pocket. "Here." "No, I can't. Even though I know you're good to me, you're already married. Moreover, I have to rely on myself." Lu Beichen frowned and looked at Fu Chenxi. Chenxi. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Fu Chenxi's face turned pale. It was Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan smiled at Fu Chenxi and said, Chenxi, why didn't you look for me when you came? Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan. Her blue dress seemed to have merged with the ocean. Her gorgeous face was like a delicate and beautiful peony. All the words that could be used to praise a woman's appearance and bearing could be used to describe Gu Jingyan. Because there was no doubt that she was beautiful, so beautiful that it was dazzling to the eyes. And she, Fu Chenxi, was just a follower by her side. At that time, Gu Jingyan was always the focus of everyone's attention. She was the queen of gossip and the #1 campus belle in everyone's hearts. Fu Chenxi, on the other hand, was only noticed after she got together with Lu Beichen. But every time she was around them, she would feel extremely inferior. Because her identity was so different. She was just a commoner while these people were high and mighty heiresses and young masters. But at that time, Lu Beichen and Gu Jingyan were purely friends. They were even the kind of friends who quarreled every day. They weren't on good terms and would quarrel with each other at the slightest disagreement. But when Fu Chenxi saw the two of them together, she still felt unhappy. After all, Gu Jingyan was too attractive. What if Lu Beichen fell in love with her? But now, Gu Jingyan had become Lu Beichen's wife. The two childhood sweethearts had ended up together in the end. Fu Chenxi, the Cinderella, had returned to being an ordinary person after leaving school. Fu Chenxi hurriedly said, Jingyan. Gu Jingyan looked at Fu Chenxi and said, I remember that we've been best friends for many years. You should have told me that you were on the boat. What is Beichen doing? She looked at the card in Lu Beichen's hand. She smiled. Indeed, he had come to help his ex-girlfriend. Gu Jingyan said, since Beichen gave it to you, just take it. Don't worry, it's not my money. Even if we're married, we won't interfere with each other's finances. Since we're friends, we can't just watch you get into trouble. Just take the money. How could Fu Chenxi take it? Gu Jingyan snatched the card from Lu Beichen's hand and stuffed it into Fu Chenxi's hand. Anyway, he has a lot of money. It's not like you don't know that. Yeah, Fu Chenxi had been with him for so many years. How could she not know the Lu family's wealth? Fu Chenxi said, I'm sorry, Jingyan. I won't take your money. I'm just here for a part-time job, really. Gu Jingyan smiled and said, I know. A part-time job. Come on, don't do it. Let Beichen go and tell someone. You can sit here. No. I really can't. I don't have any clothes. I'll embarrass you if I sit with you. Oh, clothes. Alright, I'll get someone to help you get changed. There should be quite a few gowns here. Let's go. But, it's too troublesome, Chenxi, we've never been apart from each other since we were young. Now that we're older, we don't have to be so distant. Yeah, when they were young, they would often exchange clothes for each other. Fu Chenxi's clothes were very cheap, but Gu Jingyan didn't care at all. She would also wear Gu Jingyan's clothes. Those expensive clothes did make her feel different. However, because Gu Jingyan was too beautiful, she looked so graceful and beautiful in her cheap clothes. It didn't make people feel that those clothes were cheap. Soon, Fu Chenxi came out wearing Gu Jingyan's clothes. When Lu Beichen came out, he saw Fu Chenxi wearing a red gown. This gown seemed to be new. He had never seen Gu Jingyan wear it before. Fu Chenxi looked at Lu Beichen obediently and seemed a little embarrassed. Lu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi and was stunned. Actually, Fu Chenxi didn't look as good in this gown as Gu Jingyan. Although Gu Jingyan was as slender as Fu Chenxi, Gu Jingyan looked taller. Perhaps it was because she had learned to dance when she was young. Gu Jingyan looked good no matter what she wore. So, although Fu Chenxi wasn't ugly, she didn't look like Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen's face darkened. He looked at Gu Jingyan and asked, "What are you doing? What's wrong? Are we just going to play here and watch Chenxi work? You can't stand it, can you? You." Although he said that, Liu Beichen was still unhappy that she was meddling in Fu Chenxi's affairs. Chapter 361. You. Even though she was right, Liu Beichen was still unhappy that she was meddling in Fu Chenxi's business. "We are friends. Am I wrong to do this? Who needs you to meddle in my business? You should be the miss of the Gu family. Why are you meddling in other people's business? If I'm meddling in other people's business, then what are you doing?" She was his wife now. Who did he think she was by meddling in Fu Chenxi's business? What's wrong? It's not like you don't know who Chenxi left for. Who? Are you trying to say that it's all because of me? Liu Beichen, you must be mistaken. She left because you betrayed her, and I betrayed her as well. It's not just because of me. Back then, it was both of our mistakes, not mine alone. Why are you so clean-cut now? You. Liu Beichen was confused for a moment. He was attracted by her beauty. He had thought that he had no feelings for her. However, was it because she was too beautiful? He had always thought that he and Gu Jingyan would quarrel with each other for no reason, and that they would never be together. But that night, when he hugged her at the campsite, he was so excited. Fu Chenxi saw that the two of them were quarreling again. She quickly said, "Stop quarreling. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come. Did I make you fight?" Fu Chenxi felt that she couldn't get a word in when they quarreled. She could only watch the two of them argue. Liu Beichen took a deep look at Gu Jingyan, then turned around to deal with Chenxi. His face changed to a much softer one. Gu Jingyan snorted and turned her head away. Gu Jingze walked in with Lin Che in his arms. A group of people led Gu Jingze to his suite. It was so big that Lin Che was reminded of the Titanic. The entire cruise ship was so big that it was amazing. Lin Che said, "Wow, it's so big. There are so many people." Gu Jingze explained to her, "Yes, this is the largest private cruise ship that can accommodate 300 people. There are 200 workers and staff, and 70 guests have been invited, so it must be very lively." "Wow, more than 200 people serving you 70 people? Some of the guests brought their families here." Apart from the attendants, most of the staff are the staff who maintain the cruise's operations. "That's true. Someone has to drive the ship." "Yes, fool. Come on, let's see our room." After entering the room, Lin Che saw that the decoration of the room was comparable to that of a 5-star hotel. It was very beautiful and clean. Gu Jingze was given a luxurious suite. Lin Che quickly changed his clothes. Gu Jingze was also ready with the help of the servants. Such a large cruise ship naturally did not have the feeling of a small boat swaying back and forth. It felt very stable, as if they were walking on flat ground. It was as if they were walking on flat ground instead of a ship. Lin Che said, "This boat is so stable." Of course. For such a big ship, its balance must be very good. I really feel like I'm in a movie with Gone with the Wind. It's too luxurious. Hey, keep your saliva to yourself. We should get out of here. Oh, okay, let's go. Gu Jingze shook his head. Other girls would feel inferior if they were inferior to others. In front of this kind of wealthy people, they would also feel out of place. However, this girl didn't seem to care at all. She still looked calm and unperturbed. Even the country bumpkin's appearance when entering the city was very calm, which made people feel very strange. They didn't know how there could be such a strange woman in the world. Lu Chuxia was with her mother. Her mother looked at Lu Chuxia and said speechlessly, "Why don't you get along with your old friends?" Lu Chuxia just looked to the side, trying to see if there was any sign of Gu Jingze. He was here just now, but there was no sign of him at all. Lu Chuxia wanted to see Gu Jingze. She really did not like other men at all. The more she compared, the more she felt that Gu Jingze was the one and only man. No other man could compare to him. So, she would feel annoyed when she saw other men now. Why would she want to socialize with them? She said, "Mom, I don't want to go at all. You should take care of my brother. I don't think he and sister-in-law have a good relationship ever since they got married." So what? What else can he do? Seriously, your brother is too much. Jingyan is such a good wife. Why does he look so unhappy? He didn't even go to the wedding and the Gu family didn't say anything. How dare he treat Jingyan like this? She really liked Gu Jingyan. She felt that she was sensible, knew how to conduct herself, and had a good personality. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Gu family, she did not have a temper. However, why was this son of hers so blind? He had such a good wife, but he still kept a straight face every day. He would even quarrel with Gu Jingyan at the slightest provocation. Just then, Lu Chuxia saw Gu Jingze coming out with Lin Che. Together with Lin Che again, what was wrong with Gu Jingze now? He actually brought Lin Che with him everywhere he went. Lu Chuxia pursed her lips as she watched Gu Jingze and Lin Che walk over together. They talked as they walked, as if there was no one else around. Lu Chuxia immediately felt very angry. She had to find a chance to make Gu Jingze not be with Lin Che all the time, especially since they were so close to each other on the cruise ship. It was such a good opportunity, and they would definitely stay on the cruise ship at night. When Lin Che saw Lu Chuxia, he felt that her eyes were glowing as she stared at Gu Jingze beside her. That feeling was not good at all. She pursed her lips and looked at Lu Chuxia. She said to Gu Jingze, "You go ahead. I'll look for the bathroom." "Okay, don't run around," Gu Jingze reminded her. Lin Che said, "Okay, I'm not a child. I'll be right back." Actually, she was too lazy to greet Lu Chuxia. However, when Lu Chuxia saw Gu Jingze, she would definitely greet him first. So, Lin Che decided to avoid her. As expected. Outside, Lu Chuxia saw Gu Jingze and hurried over. "Jingze, you're here." "Yeah." Gu Jingze glanced at her and said to Mama Lu, "Auntie." "Okay, Jingze, you're here. Jingyan and the others are over there. I won't disturb them if there's nothing else," Gu Jingze said. Mama Lu knew that he didn't like crowds, so she nodded and said nothing. Lu Chuxia secretly looked at his face in a daze. Although she was still very upset that he did not even greet her, the more she looked at Gu Jingze, the more she found him charming. Chapter 362. Lin Che went into the washroom. When he came out, he heard everyone talking. "Gu Jingze is here." Yeah, the Gu family just had a marriage alliance with the Lu family. Gu Jingze has to show his sister some respect and visit the Lu family more often. That Miss Lu has been eyeing him for a long time. Didn't you see that she has been pestering him since the beginning? Miss Lu used to be so reserved and proud. She didn't even look at so many suitors. That's because she doesn't like them. She's waiting for this one. She's really ambitious to covet Gu Jingze. Who wouldn't want to be Mrs. Gu? Lin Che couldn't help but clench his fists. Who wouldn't want to be Mrs. Gu? Yeah, it seemed like Lu Chuxia's heart was already known to everyone, but she didn't seem to care at all. Then, what about Gu Jingze? Did he care? Lin Che let his imagination run wild as he walked out. In a moment of carelessness, he ran into someone. Oh, I'm sorry. How are you? Let me see. Lin Che saw that the old man seemed to have fallen to the ground and sat down. His lips were a little pale and he looked a little sick. Lin Che jumped in fright and hurriedly said, "Ah, old sir, are you sick?" The old man raised his head and looked at Lin Che. It was just a glance, but his eyes widened. You are. He suddenly grabbed Lin Che's wrist and asked her. Lin Che was even more shocked. She quickly said, "Old sir, don't be afraid. I won't leave. I was the one who bumped into you. I know. Hurry up and take a look. Are you okay?" He just stared at Lin Che with narrowed eyes, as if he was seriously looking at every expression on her face. Lin Che couldn't help but feel strange. She looked at the old man and said, "Old sir, what's wrong? Are you really hurt anywhere? Tell me and I'll take a look." The old man grabbed Lin Che's arm and looked at her. No, I'm not hurt anywhere." Lin Che felt that there was something wrong with this old man. She looked at him worriedly and said, "How are you? I think you must be hurt." He looked at her with a strange gaze for a long while before he seemed to slowly come to his senses. He sighed and said to her, No. Little girl, I'm not injured. It's just that you look like someone I know." "Oh yes, what's your name?" Lin Che said, "I'm Lin Che." "Oh, Lin Che. That's a nice name." "I'm fine, don't worry," the old man said. Lin Che still felt that something was wrong with him. "Sir, let me help you up." "Don't move." She helped him up and continued to look at him. "Old sir, if you really have something to say, I'll take you to get treatment. I was the one who bumped into you, so I should take responsibility." The old man smiled and waved his hand. "I'm really fine. You didn't bump into me. I was just careless." "How could that be?" "It's my fault, I didn't see the road clearly. I don't know what I was thinking just now, so I didn't see clearly. I'm sorry, old sir." Lin Che said apologetically. He looked at Lin Che. If someone else bumped into someone, they would blame it on the other person, but you keep saying that it's your fault. "Because it's my fault." "Sir, where is your family? Why don't I go and find them for you?" "My family is outside." "It's fine. I'll go and find them myself." He looked at Lin Che. "Whose daughter are you? Your surname is Lin. You're the daughter of the Lin family. That can't be right. No one from the Lin family came." "Sir, how am I a big shot from any family? I'm just a little invisible, okay? I'm just here to freeload." Lin Che frowned helplessly. "Aw. Little what? Little invisible." "Oh, little invisible means that when I walk by, people look at me as if I'm invisible because I don't have much of a presence," she explained. Now that you mention it, little girl. How can you be little invisible?" "Little girl, you're very pretty," he said as he looked into her eyes. Lin Che smiled until her eyes narrowed. "Thank you for the compliment. Hee, but there are so many beauties today. I'd better not boast so much. Otherwise, it'll be bad if I get attacked." "Little girl, you're really interesting." Lin Che said, then, "Old sir, where is your family?" "They're over there. I can go there myself." "You can go and play." "Okay, then." She thought for a moment, stopped a servant at the side, and asked for a pen and paper. Then, she wrote down her phone number. Sir, if you can't find your family or you're not feeling well, give me a call. She then said to the servant at the side, can you help me take care of this old man? I knocked him down just now. I hope he doesn't get hurt. The servant looked at her in surprise. She looked at the old man, then at her, and nodded vigorously. Lin Che then smiled at the old man and turned to leave quickly. Gu Jingze caught hold of Lin Che, who was nowhere to be found. Lin Che was startled. She looked up and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, where did you run off to, idiot? Lin Che said, I went to the washroom, but I bumped into someone outside and was delayed. Gu Jingze frowned when he heard her say that. He looked down at her and said, who did you bump into? Is there a problem? Where did you bump into? No, I'm fine. He turned her around carefully, his gaze deep. Seeing that Lin Che was indeed fine, he was relieved. Lin Che said, didn't I say that I'm fine? Gu Jingze flicked her forehead. Don't run around next time. Seriously, I'm not a child. Lin Che raised her head to protest. Gu Jingze thought about it. When she left for a while, he had been worried. He felt that something bad would happen if she wasn't in front of him. This feeling was indeed too irritating. Although he knew that nothing would happen here, after all, this place was heavily guarded, and his men were everywhere, he still felt uneasy. He really wanted to tie this little girl into his pocket and be done with it. Just then, Lu Chuxia's voice came from the side. Lin Che, where did you go? Jingze seemed very worried just now. Lin Che looked at the hypocritical Lu Chuxia. At this moment, her attitude was surprisingly good. So good that it made people feel suspicious. Lin Che said, I'm fine. I just went out for a walk. She looked at Lu Chuxia coldly, thinking that she had already avoided her, but Lu Chuxia still chased after her. Really? Chapter 363. Seeing Lin Che's cold attitude, Lu Chuxia smiled and said, are you still angry about what happened last time? I apologize to you, Lin Che. I was too impulsive last time. You know that I've always been spoiled, so I'm used to being impulsive. But if you don't believe me, you can ask Jingze. He should know that we used to quarrel, but after the quarrel, we forget about it. Just don't take it to heart. Lin Che looked at her. She sounded as if she would be too petty if she didn't say anything. Lin Che said, it's nothing. I've already forgotten about it. Lu Chuxia quickly smiled and said, that's great. She gestured to the two of them and said, let's go. Let's have a seat. Gu Jingze was the first to reject her. No, you can go by yourself. I still have something to do with Lin Che. Lu Chuxia saw that he rejected her so bluntly and said with a cold expression, what is it? Gu Jingze said, do you have to ask so much about the matters between husband and wife? Lin Che's face instantly turned red. This Gu Jingze, what nonsense was he talking about? Lu Chuxia's expression froze again. Matters between husband and wife, that's right, they are husband and wife. Everything they do is within reason. However, when she thought of how intimate Gu Jingze was with that little slut Lin Che, and how Gu Jingze was going to hug Lin Che with his perfect embrace, she was really jealous. As Gu Jingze said this, he pulled Lin Che and walked out, ignoring Lu Chuxia's ugly expression. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's side profile and felt that he was protecting him. For a moment, he felt warmth in his heart. Lu Chuxia, on the other hand, looked at them fiercely and gritted her teeth angrily. If he didn't let Lin Che be with her, her original plan couldn't be carried out. So, Lu Chuxia quickly found the Lu family servant. She said to the servant, think of a way to put some spices in Lin Che's drink. When the servant heard this and saw Lu Chuxia's vicious expression, he immediately understood what she meant. No. No, Miss Chuxia. That's Mrs. Gu. Moreover, second young Master Gu seems to treat her very well. If he was found out, he would have no way out. Lu Chuxia slammed the table. If you don't go, do you believe that I will make it so that you can't stay in Country C anymore? Of course, he believed it. Wasn't it easy for the Lu family to make someone leave Country C? But, miss, the people of the Gu family are not to be trifled with. If you put anything dangerous in there, they will definitely find out. Lu Chuxia also knew about it. In fact, she was thinking that if there was poison, she really wanted to make Lin Che drink it so that Lin Che would be completely hopeless. However, the poison would definitely not be able to get close to Lin Che, because Gu Jingze and the others would definitely find out. Lu Chuxia rolled her eyes and looked at the servant. Who told you to poison her? I'm afraid you can't find the poison. I just want her to go back to her room and stay for a while. Don't waste Gu Jingze's time here. Can't you just get some medicine to make her stomach ache? When the servant heard this, she felt that this was easy to deal with. Even if there was no medicine, some herbs could also make people's stomach ache. The servant was still worried that Gu Jingze would throw her into the sea if he found out. However, he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, he could only agree. Lin Che and Gu Jingze looked at the water at the seaside. The boat made waves at the bottom of the sea. Lin Che looked at the endless sea inside. It was really comfortable to be blown by the sea breeze. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. You were so displeased with Miss Lu just now. Aren't you afraid that she will be angry? After all, you are relatives. You should watch your words. Actually, she was just pretending to be obedient. Seeing Lu Chuxia's expression, she felt very happy. However, she was worried that if Gu Jingze really made Lu Chuxia look bad, it would affect the relationship between the Gu family and the Lu family. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Even if she is angry, it has nothing to do with me. The Gu family doesn't rely on their relationship with women to make a name for themselves. Alright, seeing how fearless Gu Jingze was, Lin Che felt even more yearning in his heart. This Gu Jingze, when he was domineering and arrogant, he was still so calm. He didn't let his elegant temperament be tainted by the atmosphere. It was really amazing. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively. The owner of the cruise had put in a lot of effort. In the morning, they had prepared a tea party where they could play chess, cards, and watch performances. It seemed that they had invited many internationally famous singers and musical actors to perform. In the evening, there would be a concert. For those who didn't like to listen to music, the bar would also prepare songs, dances, and at night. There were many interesting performances for everyone. The drinks were especially rich, so that everyone could drink and have fun at any time. The next day, there would be an antique auction and an exchange meeting. It was not a waste of effort to let everyone have their own favorite things. Lin Che looked at the introduction. There was also. She was shocked and said, "Oh my God, there's this too. It's too exciting." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. You don't want to see this, do you? This. Can I see it? Gu Jingze tapped her head. What are you thinking about? This is a performance. It's not as perverted as you think. Your mind is full of weird things. Watching people undress. Why don't we go back to the room and watch you undress? What's a striptease performance? People with perverted minds like yours naturally think about undressing. Others think about dancing. It's just a hot dance. It's not as perverted as you think. Okay. I see. Then she really had a perverted mind. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Or if you want to see it. Let's go back and I'll slowly undress you, get lost. I'm going to watch the performance. Humph. Just then, a servant came to tell Gu Jingze that Mr. Stephen wanted to see him. Stephen was the owner of the cruise. He had invited a few important people for a discussion. The rest of the people were naturally not allowed to enter, but Gu Jingze was definitely on the list. Gu Jingze brought Lin Che with him. Lin Che said, I can go and listen. Is there a problem? Gu Jingze said, if we're discussing business, we'll definitely use English. You won't understand at all. Okay, she was thinking too much again. You're so annoying. I despise you bookworms. Gu Jingze looked at her with a smile. He brought her to the top deck of the cruise. The facilities were luxurious. There was an open-air swimming pool in front and a small, bubbling pool at the back like a hot spring. A few imposing men and women were sitting inside. What made Lin Che depressed was that the Lu family was there too. Lu Chuxia was sitting there with her brother. When she saw the two of them, Lu Chuxia smiled and stood up. Lin Che, Jingze, sit here. Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulder and went to the other side. He said to Lu Chuxia, it's okay. We'll sit here. Chapter 364. Lu Chuxia was probably used to being rejected. She clapped her hands and said, whatever. You can sit anywhere. There weren't many people sitting there. The man looked at Lin Che and said awkwardly, Mrs. Gu, this is the first time I've seen you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. I hope President Gu can bring your beautiful wife out more often in the future. Lin Che blushed and said, thank you for your compliment. You're too kind. How could that be? President Gu is really hard to invite. I hope that Mrs. Gu can come to our gatherings more often in the future. This way, President Gu can come out more often. Gu Jingze said, I'm just a boring person. You guys have nothing to say here. How could that be? President Gu is here and there are so many beautiful women looking at him. President Gu can just sit here and not talk. Gu Jingze smiled and said, Mr. Stephen, you flatter me. Stephen then started to speak in English. It seemed like they were talking about something serious. Lin Che couldn't understand and just looked at them blankly. She didn't feel bored. She just looked at them and felt that their English was like watching an American drama. It was so smooth and natural. Her husband was really handsome when he spoke in English. His elegant thin lips spit out those tactful words. It didn't feel wrong at all. She just stood there and watched. Lu Chuxia, who was sitting opposite her, kept looking at Lin Che. Lin Che sat next to Gu Jingze and looked very obedient. She looked at Gu Jingze from time to time with eyes full of admiration. Lu Chuxia snorted in her heart. What a commoner. How could he think so highly of himself? How could Gu Jingze like such a lowly person? He would get tired of this kind of ignorant woman sooner or later. At this moment, the food was served. Lin Che naturally wouldn't drink in public. She didn't want to scare people to death when she was drunk. So, she drank her bubbly beverage obediently. Then, she heard Lu Chuxia say, don't you feel bored listening to men talk about business? It's so boring. Lin Che said, no, it's just an eye-opener for me, she said straightforwardly. Lu Chuxia despised her even more in her heart. She didn't expect her to say it so shamelessly. Is that so? What's there to learn? It's all about the international situation and the ocean region. Lin Che smiled. She couldn't be bothered to explain that she didn't understand any of this. However, she felt that she could see Gu Jingze's charm just by watching him talk and work, so she didn't feel bored. She also knew that Lu Chuxia was looking down on her for not knowing anything. Lin Che knew that he really didn't know anything, and there was nothing to hide. It's fine as long as there's one person in the family who knows. Why should I know so much? Anyway, I have Gu Jingze, the head of the family, to make money to support me. If both of us in the family are so smart, how can others live? Lin Che said. Lu Chuxia sneered, as if she didn't agree. Gu Jingze heard her, but he turned his head and reached out to touch her head. That's right. You don't need to know anything. And, as long as you don't despise me, right? Why would I despise you? Work is boring enough. Wouldn't it be even more boring to listen to you talk about work at home? I like it because you don't understand. Lin Che's heart warmed when she heard that. Although she knew that Gu Jingze said that in front of Lu Chuxia to give her face, she still felt warm. She just felt happy that he was standing on her side and speaking for her. Lu Chuxia pursed her lips slightly when she heard that. She was so angry that she wanted to glare at him. However, she looked at the drink in front of Lin Che and held it in. Anyway, this eyesore would be a jerk soon. She just needed to hold it in for a while. The group continued to drink and talk. At that moment, Lin Che suddenly felt very uncomfortable in her stomach. It was like the pain she usually felt during her period. Now, there was a strange pain. However, she looked at Gu Jingze and the others and endured it without making a sound. She only hoped that it was temporary and would get better soon. However, not long after, the pain in her stomach became more intense. It didn't feel better at all. Instead, it hurt more and more. The feeling of weakness came along with the pain, and Lin Che's face became even paler, like a piece of white paper. However, looking at the people in front of her, she still endured it. She didn't want to disturb Gu Jingze at all. However, Gu Jingze felt that something was wrong. The little woman next to him was too quiet. It was a little strange. It didn't match Lin Che's personality. Gu Jingze turned his head to look. Lin Che was sitting there in a daze. He didn't make a sound and lowered his head. Something was wrong. Gu Jingze quickly touched Lin Che. What's wrong? Lin Che looked up in a daze. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's pale face and his expression suddenly changed. Beside him, Lu Chuxia had already noticed Lin Che's discomfort. However, this was all expected. However, she kept wondering why Lin Che hadn't left yet. Why hadn't he acted up yet? Why was he still holding it in? At that moment, Gu Jingze saw it. Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingze's expression and snorted coldly. Gu Jingze grabbed Lin Che's hand. He felt that his palm was sweaty. He asked directly, Lin Che, what's wrong? Lin Che hurriedly raised his head and shook it. He wanted to say that he was fine, but with his current appearance, it was as if even speaking would take a lot of effort. He could only say, my stomach just hurts a little. How about you guys continue talking here, I'll head back first. Gu Jingze's eyes were gloomy and his cold expression was especially obvious. He held her hand. I'll bring you back with me. Lin Che didn't want to delay him, so he said that he would go back and rest. I'm fine. I might have eaten something bad. I'll go back. However, Gu Jingze had already grabbed her hand indifferently. He didn't listen to her and held Lin Che's hand. Lu Chuxia was stunned. Stephen said in surprise, President Gu, what's wrong? Gu Jingze said directly, I'm sorry. My wife isn't feeling well. I have to bring her back to see a doctor. Stephen was a little stunned, but he looked at Lin Che with an uncomfortable expression. Lu Chuxia immediately stood up and looked at Gu Jingze. Jingze, Mr. Stephen, it's rare for us to have a gathering. I'll get someone to send Lin Che back. You should stay. When Lin Che heard that, she also looked up at Gu Jingze. Although she was very unhappy about leaving Gu Jingze and Lu Chuxia here, she really didn't want to delay Gu Jingze. Chapter 365. However, Gu Jingze's handsome face turned cold. He looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "It's fine. I'll send her back." Lu Chuxia couldn't believe it. Steven and a few other big shots were here and Steven was the one who arranged it. How could Gu Jingze just leave like that? He didn't even care about Steven's face because of this woman. Lu Chuxia panicked. "Can I help you send her back? It's rare for Mr. Steven to meet you. I'm not doing this for anyone else's sake, but for Mr. Steven's sake." Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "Is your face more important or your person more important?" Lu Chuxia was stunned. The words were stuck at the side of her mouth and she couldn't say anything else. Since he said that, it meant that he didn't care about whose face it was. As Gu Jingze spoke, he pulled Lin Che up and led her out of the room. Outside, everyone was shocked and they saw Lu Chuxia follow them out. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze carried Lin Che and left without looking back. Lu Chuxia stood there angrily as she listened to everyone talk. Someone inside said that Gu Jingze told Steven that his woman was sick and left the private meeting that Steven had set up. Someone said, "I knew that Gu Jingze was a fearless person who wouldn't give face to anyone. I've finally seen it for myself. Yeah, she's so lucky to be his woman. He even carried her back personally." Steven's private meeting was attended by the world's top celebrities. Didn't you see that they didn't come to the bottom and went straight to the top? They won't be showing their faces for the next few days. Gu Jingze left too. He doesn't care at all. If it were me, no one would be able to drag me out even if I went in. Lu Chuxia's face turned purple when she heard that. She knew that Steven was the one who set up the meeting and thought that he wouldn't leave. She didn't expect him to leave just like that. And he left with that bitch in his arms. Back in the room. Lin Che's face was pale. Gu Jingze placed her on the bed and looked at Lin Che. "How are you?" Lin Che shook his head. "It's all right, it still hurts a little." Gu Jingze said, "I'll call the doctor. It's just a stomachache. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't feel anything else." "Of course not," Gu Jingze said. He didn't say anything else and directly asked someone to call the doctor. The doctor quickly rushed over and carefully examined Lin Che before saying, "It's just an intestinal colic caused by a disorder of the bacteria in his stomach." Gu Jingze asked, "Is it because you ate something bad?" "It's hard to say. Anyway, it shouldn't be a big problem. This is for the stomach. This is a painkiller. After taking it, it should ease the pain. As for the stomach problems, don't eat any seafood for the time being. Although the food here is fresh, eating too much seafood is probably not good for the stomach." Lin Che nodded. "Thank you, doctor." Hearing this, Gu Jingze was relieved. He looked at Lin Che and asked her to rest. He went over to pour some water for Lin Che to take her medicine. Lin Che raised her head and swallowed the pill. She then looked at Gu Jingze and said, "See, I told you it's nothing serious. You'll be fine after taking the medicine. Why did you come back?" Gu Jingze said, "Why did you endure it when you were sick? Tell me, how long have you been in pain?" Lin Che was immediately exposed. She pursed her lips and lowered her head. She put down the glass of water and muttered, "Not long. Tell me, how long have you been in pain? Tell me." Lin Che raised her head, not wanting to make him more worried. "Really not long." Gu Jingze's face darkened even more. He glared at Lin Che hatefully. "You're not telling the truth." Seeing Gu Jingze sit down, Lin Che quickly said, all right. I told you, it really hasn't been long. It's just that after drinking those cold drinks, it hurt a little. I think the drinks are too cold, so it stimulated my stomach. It had been at least 10 minutes. She actually endured the colic for so long. Gu Jingze glared at Lin Che. Why are you so silly? You should have told me if it was painful. I thought it was fine. Lin Che's voice became even lower. It's not because you thought it was fine. Gu Jingze said fiercely. Lin Che lowered her head as well. I just thought that I was worried that I would delay your business. See, as expected, you brought me back after I said it was painful. I think the police station is not over yet. You should go. I'll be fine after some rest. How could Gu Jingze be willing? You silly girl. He looked at Lin Che pitifully. He thought about how she had endured the pain for such a long time. That was why her palms were sweaty and her face was pale. His heart ached. If he hadn't found out, would she still have endured it? This silly girl. He hugged Lin Che's head and let her lean into his embrace. She rested her head on his chest. He quietly stroked her silky hair. Silly girl, don't do this again. It's so painful, why do you have to endure it? Actually, it's not that painful. I know how it hurts. Do you still want to lie to me? What if the pain causes other problems? How can I save myself? Moreover, Gu Jingze, don't need a woman to bear any burden for me. If you still have to endure the pain for me, then what is the use of my status and wealth? Anyway, don't do this again, silly girl. If something really happened to her, it would be irreversible. Nothing else mattered. She said, but that Mr. Steven, is he really okay? It sounds like he's very powerful. He's powerful, so it's not because of his reputation. Everyone has their own capabilities. There's nothing to worry about. Moreover, I've always been like this. I don't like gatherings. Everyone knows that I'm already giving them face by going. I just left halfway. All right. He's powerful. Gu Jingze said, does your stomach still hurt? Lin Che suddenly remembered. She was in a lot of pain just now. After taking the medicine and resting for a while, she felt much better. She said, much better. Gu Jingze placed her head on his lap and rubbed her stomach. At this moment, outside, Lu Chuxia came. She looked at the servant and asked, are Jingze and Lin Che inside? The servant said, yes. Oh, I'm here to see if your wife is all right. She's fine. I want to see Lin Che, she said. The servant could only say, I'll have to ask Sir first. She pushed the door open. Lu Chuxia looked angrily at the Gu family servants. Each of them was more stubborn than the last. How could they be so disrespectful to her? It was really infuriating. Although they only listened to the Gu family's instructions and were professionals, they were too disrespectful. The maid pushed the door open, and Lu Chuxia saw Gu Jingze holding Lin Che in his arms. Chapter 366. He actually placed Lin Che's head on his lap and massaged her stomach. Lin Che enjoyed it so much. Gu Jingze's gaze was indifferent as he lowered his head and massaged her stomach seriously. They looked no different from a normal married couple. However, that man was none other than Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was high and mighty, but he was massaging Lin Che's stomach. Anyone who heard this would find it inconceivable, right? Lu Chuxia stood there, feeling stifled. However, she also hoped that one day, she could occupy Lin Che's current position and wholeheartedly possess Gu Jingze. Inside, the helper asked Gu Jingze, but Gu Jingze only said indifferently, "No one is allowed to come in." The helper understood and came out. She said to Lu Chuxia, "It's not convenient for Sir and Madam to see outsiders. Do you think, you dare to stop me? Did you say it was me? If I came, why would Jingze not let me in?" However, Lu Chuxia still turned and left as she spoke. Meanwhile, inside, Gu Jingze was still massaging Lin Che's stomach. Lin Che felt very comfortable. She felt that a man's body temperature was really different from a woman's. She, who had never received a father's love since she was young, felt that she was enjoying this feeling of being doted on. It reminded her of her father's feelings. Perhaps her father really felt the same way. Unfortunately, she didn't have such a good father. Fortunately, God didn't give her a good father, but gave her a good husband. Even if it was only for a moment, she felt the taste of happiness. Gu Jingze looked at her expression of enjoyment and asked her, "Is it that comfortable?" Lin Che hummed and said, "Yeah, it's comfortable. It's so comfortable." Why did these words come out of her mouth? It was indescribable. She continued to say in a low voice, "Continue, don't stop." If they were in bed, she naturally wouldn't dare to say such words. When she was unable to bear it, she would only bite her own fingers and be too shy to say a word. Come to think of it, he was a little looking forward to her saying such words in bed. However, he didn't dare to use too much force each time. When he felt that she was a little uncomfortable, he would stop to slow down. Thus, he didn't dare to make her so intoxicated that she would say such words. As he thought about it, his body had already changed. Lin Che laid on his lap, still humming comfortably. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Naturally, something was amiss, there was something pressing against his neck. How could it be comfortable? Lin Che stared blankly for a moment. He could feel that place growing larger and larger at a terrifying speed. Lin Che immediately raised his head. "You! Gu Jingze, you're..." Gu Jingze was stunned. He frowned and glared at her. "All right, you can rest now. I'm going to take a shower." Would it be better to take a shower? Lin Che expressed his doubts. However, seeing that Gu Jingze had already walked to the bathroom, she paused and waited for a while. When she heard the sound of water, she followed him to have a look. Since there were only two of them in the bathroom, he didn't lock the door. He pushed the door open and saw Gu Jingze naked with his head raised, letting the water wash his body. Somehow, his body was pink. Lin Che didn't feel any heat. A gust of cold wind made her realize that he was taking a cold shower. Lin Che hurriedly ran in. "Gu Jingze, you're taking a cold shower." Gu Jingze paused and opened his eyes. His eyes, which had been flushed red by the cold water, looked completely red. When he looked at her with a frown, his gaze became even colder. "What are you doing in here?" he asked. Lin Che went over to wipe the water. It was cold on the back of her hand. Lin Che's heart ached. She quickly turned off the water. "Gu Jingze, why are you taking a cold shower?" The wounds on his body had already scabbed over. He could take a shower now. However, taking a cold shower like this was not good for his body. Gu Jingze looked at her in annoyance. "Get out." "No, it's not good for your body," she said. Gu Jingze's dripping body did not seem to stop. In fact, it looked even worse. Lin Che ignored his objection and grabbed his hand. "What's wrong with you, Gu Jingze? Do you really want it?" She felt a little embarrassed when she asked such a straightforward question. However, Gu Jingze kept a straight face and pushed her away. Get out of my way. I told you to leave. I'm not leaving. Gu Jingze, what's wrong with you? Otherwise, I'll stay here. If you want, we can be gentle. Even if you're not in good health, you'll only get worse if you take a cold shower. Gu Jingze frowned. I said I don't want to. Why are you so nosy? Go outside and go to bed. Do you hear me? No, how can I wait outside if you take a cold shower like this? You. Gu Jingze grabbed her hand angrily and pressed her against the cold wall again. Lin Che was stunned. He felt as if he was being pushed against a wall. His unyielding face pressed down, his brows carrying a hint of coldness. His unfathomable eyes were like a boundless ocean, making it impossible for others to pry into them. You. She felt a chill down her spine and a wave of nervousness. Gu Jingze said, is that what you think? You want me to do it to you in bed? You. What nonsense are you spouting? These words were very unpleasant to hear. Lin Che looked at him with a flushed face. Gu Jingze let go of her. If you don't want to, then leave. Get out. Don't let me see you. I don't want to touch you at all. Lin Che was stunned. He didn't want to touch her, so he took a cold shower. Of course she understood that he was humiliating her. However, she also knew that Gu Jingze was definitely not such a person. He was so gentle to her just now. Why did he suddenly say that he didn't want to touch her? She looked at Gu Jingze. What's wrong with you, Gu Jingze? Why? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's muscular body. Because of the coldness, it was as if he was made of ice. Lin Che hurriedly pulled a towel from the side and draped it over his body. Put something on. It's cold. Move away. I said I don't want you to care. Gu Jingze gritted his teeth and growled at her. Lin Che refused to leave. She hugged his body. I won't leave even if you chase me away. I won't leave if you don't tell me why. Hit me then. Kill me if you have the guts. Throw me into the sea. I won't leave. Gu Jingze looked down at the stubborn body that was hugging him tightly. He felt helpless. This woman was always against him. Other people would just leave after being chased away. Who would be like her, hugging him and refusing to let go? Gu Jingze sighed. He could only look at her. He couldn't do anything to her. Lin Che, Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che up and looked at her face. I can't touch you. I'll hurt you. Lin Che felt as if he had been enlightened all of a sudden. She looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Is it because of this that you don't dare to touch me? Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. I'll really hurt you. No wonder he didn't have any feelings for her even after so long. She thought that he hadn't recovered yet, so it wasn't appropriate for him to do something so intense. However, she didn't expect that he had such feelings in his heart. That was why he refused to touch her. Chapter 367. Lin Che didn't want him to blame himself so much for that incident. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, Gu Jingze, really, I'm fine now. You didn't hurt me every time, just a few times. But a few times is already very serious. He said, that was supposed to be a very beautiful thing. I don't want you to become like this. How can that be? I'm not like this. She thought that every time, she would be tormented by him because she didn't have the endurance and would be bewitched by him again and again. Actually, she also liked how he treated her. But how could she say that she liked him? Gu Jingze turned his head away forcefully, one hand on the wall, and looked at his back. Go out. I said I'm fine. But, I'm really fine. Alright, go out. How could Lin Che believe that he was really fine? But after thinking about it, she still walked out and said to him, well, I'll go out first. You, don't take a cold shower. Come out too, okay? Okay, I won't shower. Actually, after saying that, her anger had subsided and she felt that there was no need to shower anymore. Outside. Lin Che sat on the bed, thinking about how Gu Jingze was still blaming himself after so long. Actually, she had already forgiven Gu Jingze because he was such a good person. Why would he be so rough with her without any special reason? Moreover, with his personality, he probably didn't need her to say anything. He had been torturing himself for a long time. Wasn't it the same now? After so long, he was still torturing himself. He was already in so much pain that he still didn't want to touch her. Lin Che thought about it and came up with a good idea. She walked to the cabinet and rummaged through her things. When Gu Jingze came out, he didn't see Lin Che outside. He tied the towel around his waist and looked outside. He called out curiously, Lin Che. Where did you run off to? Just then, a voice came from behind. Gu Jingze, I'm here. Gu Jingze turned around and saw Lin Che, who was wearing simple clothes, standing there with a faint blush on her face. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look at him. Her eyes were full of annoyance. He frowned at her. What's wrong? Is your stomach hurting again? It stopped hurting a long time ago, but other parts of my body hurt. What? Where does it hurt? Let me have a look, he asked hurriedly. Lin Che pointed at his chest, his face burning. It hurts here. What? Where? Why does it hurt? Lin Che suddenly walked up to Gu Jingze and pushed his chest. He looked at him and said, maybe it'll be better after you rub it. Gu Jingze stared at her chest and his mind went blank. This Lin Che, what is she doing? But at this moment, Lin Che had already grabbed her hand and pressed it against her chest. Gu Jingze's hand touched the softness of her chest, and his body quickly heated up. You! Lin Che, let go of me. What are you doing? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to climb onto his body. Gu Jingze frowned and stopped her from approaching. However, Lin Che didn't allow it. Instead, he got closer and closer to him. Thinking about how he usually teased him, he wrapped his arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Gu Jingze's body trembled. He felt her moving closer to his lips, purposely licking his lips in a childish manner. Many times when they were together, he was the one who took the initiative. He also liked to be in the dominant position and watch her intoxicated by him. So, when she took the initiative, it really made him feel very special. Especially when she deliberately wanted to make him feel something, so the movement of the tip of her tongue was much more delicate. Gu Jingze couldn't help but take the initiative. Very quickly, he pressed her down. Lin Che snorted. Gu Jingze loosened his arms even more carefully. No, Lin Che, no, don't touch me. Hearing his murmurs, Lin Che involuntarily wrapped his tongue around Gu Jingze's. Once again, he took the initiative and pushed Gu Jingze towards the bed. Step by step, Gu Jingze finally leaned against the bed and lay down. Then, Lin Che also fell down, pouncing on Gu Jingze, not letting him move. Gu Jingze was still resisting. Don't be like this, Lin Che. Let go of me. He pushed her hand away, not wanting to continue like this. Lin Che didn't know what to say. She could only follow the original plan and tug at his tie. Gu Jingze felt her take the tie, grab both his arms, and lift them up. Then, she wrapped the tie around his wrists. Gu Jingze hurriedly resisted. Lin Che, don't be like this. Let go of me. Seeing that he was moving, Lin Che leaned forward and kissed him. This little woman was simply trying to take his life. How could he take this kind of stimulation? He felt that his heart had already sunk. Her hands didn't stop moving. She continued to wrap his wrists tightly. It wasn't until they were tightly entwined and the man beneath her was panting, his entire body boiling hot, that her lips finally let go of him. Looking up at her from above, she smiled and said, "Today, you're mine." She gently hooked his chin. She felt that the feeling of having such a handsome man under her body was really too magical. Okay? Gu Jingze could no longer move. He only looked at her in a daze and said calmly, "Lin Che, you're playing with fire. Let go of me. Hurry up." Lin Che said, "I'm not playing with fire. I'm playing with you." This woman was really too presumptuous. How dare she say that she was playing with him? Which woman would dare to speak to the great Gu Jingze like this? Moreover, she was speaking to him in such a position. He was going crazy. "Let go of me, Lin Che. I'll give you one last chance. Are you sure you want me to let go?" Lin Che looked down at him. Although she had never done it before, she was an actress and had seen all kinds of shows. Her eyes were like silk as she looked at him. She was high and mighty, like a queen. Her fingers fiddled with the buttons on her chest. With a click, one button was undone, and then another. Soon, the color of the flesh was revealed. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. Looking at her almost transparent clothes, he was going crazy. This Lin Che. What was she trying to do with her clothes like this? Was she trying to torture him to death? As he felt the faintly discernible scenery under her clothes, he couldn't help but feel aroused. Lin Che was shy, but he still persisted. One by one, he undid the buttons until her entire top appeared before his eyes. Chapter 368. Gu Jingze only wanted to know when she had gotten these clothes. He took them off bit by bit. He didn't need her to say anything. His body had already started to swell uncontrollably. You. Gu Jingze could only stare at her. His voice was already hoarse. Lin Che looked at him and lightly pushed his lips. Do I look good? Did he look good? That seductive voice was really going to hook his soul. Of course he looked good. Good, it made him want to tear it apart. Lin Che just looked at him. Gu Jingze couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to move his hands, but they were tied tightly by her. Gu Jingze was going crazy. She then slowly bent down and looked at Gu Jingze. Do you want to take them off? This woman, Gu Jingze swore that once she let go of him, she would be dead. Gu Jingze couldn't take it anymore. No one could do anything to Lin Che's trick. However, when they hugged, he was still very worried. Lin Che held his hand tightly and whispered in his ear, it's okay. I can do it. Let's take it slow. Gu Jingze finally broke through the defense in his heart and slowly pushed himself forward. When she woke up, it was already completely dark outside. The cruise was very stable. It almost didn't seem to move. Outside the window was the sea. The window was very small, but they could still see the dark seawater. Under the light, it looked like stars shining on the surface of the water. It was very beautiful. Gu Jingze looked at the woman in his arms. This time, he really didn't hurt her. But his heart still palpitated a little. When Lin Che woke up, Gu Jingze was already gone. Rubbing her eyes, she got up and put on her clothes. When she went outside, the Gu family servant said, Madam, you're awake. Sir has prepared dinner for you. Come and have some. Lin Che said, Oh, where's Gu Jingze? Sir went outside. Oh, I'll go out for a walk. Lin Che hadn't seen the sea at night, especially at night. Naturally, she wanted to go out. Outside, there weren't many people walking around. When they saw Lin Che, they would occasionally glance at him. Many people went to listen to the concert and participate in the evening activities. The wind on the plywood was very cold, and it felt especially damp. While Lin Che was still standing there, he heard Lu Chuxia coming from behind. "What's wrong, Lin Che? What are you doing here alone?" Lin Che said, "Miss Lu, I'm just taking a stroll, what's wrong?" "Hey, there's going to be a prom queen selection at tonight's ball. Didn't Jingza bring you along?" Lin Che had never heard of such a thing. She looked confused. Lu Chuxia scoffed and said, "It's during the ball. After everyone dances, they will choose the queen of the ball that night. All the women present have a chance to be chosen. Didn't Jingza go there just now? Why didn't he bring you along?" Lin Che nodded and said, "I just woke up, so I'm not sure." Lu Chuxia said, Is that so? Then I'll go to the ball. I thought Jingza didn't want to bring you there so he wouldn't embarrass himself." Lin Che's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Lu. However, there's no point in trying to sow discord. He didn't bring me because I was sleeping just now. Gu Jingza doesn't care about his reputation." Lu Chuxia scoffed, "Don't be so sensitive. I was just mentioning it. How did it become sowing discord? Alright, I'll go to the ball first. I just came out suddenly, so they're probably waiting for me." Lu Chuxia said as she proudly lifted the corner of her dress and walked over. At this moment, Lin Che also noticed that Lu Chuxia was indeed wearing a reflective silver-black dress. It seemed to be a vintage dance dress, the very formal kind. Lin Che naturally didn't know how to dance. Although he had learned a little for acting, it was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Lin Che thought about it and still walked over to the ball. He wanted to see what kind of scene it was. It sounded like a lot of people were very concerned about it. Soon, he reached the center of the ball's banquet hall. The inside had long been decorated into a vintage dance floor. The people inside were like British nobles, dancing in a formal manner. It looked very graceful and luxurious. Lin Che didn't see Gu Jingza or Lu Chuxia, but he seemed to hear people discussing beside him. "I just saw Lu Chuxia walk over. Who's her dance partner? Why didn't I see her? Who knows? I saw her go straight inside. Could she be looking for Gu Jingza? Gu Jingza knows how to dance. How is that possible? I've never seen him dance before. Yeah, Gu Jingza has always been low-key. I've never seen him dance before. But that Lu Chuxia has been elected prom queen for 3 years in a row. It's just that Gu Jingza has never attended a prom before. Now that he's here and the two families are so close, I saw that when Gu Jingza came in, he didn't bring a date. Maybe he'll be with her. Is Lu Chuxia that amazing? She's been queen for 3 years. Yeah, you haven't seen Lu Chuxia dance. She's practically a professional. She's indeed a daughter of a wealthy family. She's learned everything since she was young and her dancing skills are top-notch. She's also beautiful. Many young men admire her. Anyway, she's the most famous socialite in Country C. It's not just for show. If this prom has Gu Jingza to support her again, wouldn't she be the prom queen tonight? Lin Che listened to the discussion and frowned slightly. He looked inside, looking for Gu Jingza's shadow, but he couldn't see him for a long time. Then, someone inside exclaimed that Lu Chuxia had come out to dance. Lin Che hurriedly looked over. However, fortunately, Lu Chuxia's first dance partner was a blonde man. He was tall and skinny, and he looked very pleasing to the eye. But it wasn't Gu Jingze. Lin Che watched as Lu Chuxia danced gracefully. Her dance steps were skillful and she looked like a fairy. She was so beautiful as she spun around on the dance floor. The people around her all looked at her and even unconsciously made way for her. Lin Che couldn't help but think that these young ladies from wealthy families had their own advantages. Unfortunately, she didn't have much interest in dancing. She just felt that it was weird to watch. She didn't know why she had to walk around in circles. Although it looked high-end, it didn't suit her taste. At that moment, she was still wearing a simple dress. She seemed a little out of place as she walked inside. Lin Che was thinking that she should go back and change before coming out. Meanwhile, inside. Gu Jingze was indeed inside. He was standing there and talking to Stephen. Chapter 369. Stephen didn't blame him for leaving first. Instead, he said to him, "President Gu, you're a loyal man since you care so much about your own woman. I like it." Gu Jingze smiled. "She's my wife. I have my own promise to her. It's only right for me to treat her well." It's rare to see a responsible man like President Gu, especially in this industry. Gu Jingze just smiled faintly. Stephen looked at the people dancing outside and said, "Miss Lu's dancing is really good." Gu Jingze also looked over. He looked at the people inside and didn't pay much attention to them. Then, he looked back. Not long after, Lu Chuxia finished her song and there was a round of applause. Lu Chuxia greeted everyone and looked inside. She smiled coquettishly and walked in. "Jingze, what are you doing here? You haven't participated in a party for a few years. Why don't you go down and dance?" Lu Chuxia really wanted to go down with Gu Jingze for the first dance, but she was worried that he would reject her, so she asked someone to dance with her to let him see how many people liked her here. She was a top-notch dancer and she was very confident that she was definitely a queen on the dance floor. Lifting her dress, she pursed her lips as she looked at him and said, "When you came to attend the gathering, I was still young, so I didn't come often. Later on, I came often, but you couldn't come often because you were busy. Now that we're finally together, why don't you dance with me?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "No, I don't know how to dance. I can teach you. You're so smart. I'm sure you can learn it quickly. But my body is injured and I'm not suitable for dancing." After he said that, he didn't give her a chance to speak again. Instead, he said to Stephen, "Mr. Stephen, the cruise is really good. But can you help me move my room downstairs?" "Why? Isn't it good up there? You can see the water from the room downstairs. My wife likes to look at the water." "Ah, I see. All right, since you're so considerate of your wife, I'll definitely cooperate with you. I'll get someone to arrange it for you later." "Thank you." They could see the water from above, but they could see the world and the sea from the cabin below. Lin Che would definitely like it. Lu Chuxia listened on the side and felt that she was being ignored again. She couldn't help but feel angry. When she became the prom queen tonight, she would ask him to dance with her. She would definitely let him see how she looked when she became the prom queen and how she would be admired by all the men. That wasn't something a petty woman like Lin Che could compare to. At that moment, someone whispered something to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze frowned and nodded. He got up and walked out. Lin Che was still running around like a headless fly when he heard someone call out from behind, "Lin Che." She turned around and saw Gu Jingze standing behind her without her noticing. "Ah, Gu Jingze, I've been looking for you for a long time, but I can't find you." Gu Jingze looked to the side and brought her to a quiet place. As they walked, he put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Why didn't you call someone to inform me before you ran off?" "I just saw that it was getting late and wanted to go out and see the sea. Who knew there would be a ball here, so I came to take a look," she said. Gu Jingze saw that she was sleeping and thought that she had a stomachache during the day and should rest more if she could, so he didn't call her. But now that she was here, he brought her in and said as they walked, "Why? Are you interested in the ball?" Lin Che said hurriedly, "How could that be? I'm not interested. I just came to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't expect everyone to be dressed so formally. It's like watching a movie." "Yeah, today is a retro ball. They like to decorate their balls in whatever era they are wearing. Today is a medieval ball, so it's more retro." "I see." Seeing that Gu Jingze had left, Lu Chuxia quickly searched for him. At this moment, he saw Gu Jingze bringing Lin Che into the room. The two of them were inside, and their bodies were almost leaning against each other, so they said these words. Lu Chuxia harumphed. This Lin Che still had the nerve to come in such tattered clothes. Couldn't he see that everyone inside was wearing formal clothes? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "Since you're here, I'll get someone to get you some clothes. You can change inside." Lin Che nodded and looked at Gu Jingze as he waved for someone to get the clothes. Not long after, the clothes were sent over. It was a retro long dress with a matching color. The back was bare, and the layers of fabric were exquisitely made. A string of silver black lines outlined a beautiful flower pattern. The hand-embroidered lines made the dress look even more textured. Lin Che put it on. The dress was fluffy and a little long at the back. The front was exposed, and the high heels were just right. Lin Che looked at herself in the mirror. She seemed to have turned into a pampered medieval lady. She smiled and walked out to take a look at Gu Jingze. "How do I look, Gu Jingze?" Gu Jingze turned back and squinted at her clothes. It was beautiful. He smiled and said to her, "You look good." "Really? But it's not as good as the one you wore today." "What?" "The one you wore when you sat on me." Lin Che blushed. She looked at Gu Jingze and thought of how she was so bold to seduce him. She must have been crazy to do something like that. "Stop it. Stop talking." Gu Jingze chuckled and said, "You were really bold at that time. Isn't it a little too late to regret it now?" He said, "Try it again tonight when you don't tie me up." He had been fantasizing about taking off that extremely seductive dress for a long time. It would definitely feel different. Lin Che harumphed and walked out first. He couldn't be bothered with her. Just then, Lu Chuxia saw Lin Che coming out. She looked at Lin Che's clothes. They actually looked good on him. She couldn't help but purse her lips. She walked over, raised her leg, and stretched it out. Lin Che was caught off guard and walked too fast. When he saw that he was about to crash into her, an idea popped into his head. In his heart, he thought that even if she fell, he definitely wouldn't let her have an easy time. Thus, he stepped on Lu Chuxia's ankle. Lu Chuxia exclaimed, "Ouch!" Lin Che also tripped and fell to the ground. Gu Jingze came out and saw Lin Che on the ground. His eyes darkened. Chapter 370. He glared fiercely at Lu Chuxia and hurried over. Lu Chuxia didn't expect Gu Jingze to catch up so quickly. She exclaimed, my foot, my foot. Lin Che, you stepped on my foot. It hurts so much." She sat on the ground and pulled up her skirt. Her ankle was swollen from being stepped on by Lin Che's high heels. Lu Chuxia was so angry that she held her ankle. She saw Gu Jingze carefully helping Lin Che up. He lowered his head and carefully examined everything for her. As for Lu Chuxia, a servant hurried over and lowered her head to ask, "Miss Lu, you, get out of my way. I don't want you to care about me," Lu Chuxia shouted angrily. "Lin Che, how dare you treat me like this?" Lin Che was getting up from the ground. Fortunately, he did not fall too badly. His clothes were thick so she did not feel any pain. She turned around and looked at Lu Chuxia angrily. "Miss Lu, you're the one who stuck your foot out. Now you're blaming me." Lu Chuxia glared at Lin Che. "What do you mean I stretched out my leg? You were the one who stepped on me on purpose. Look at who's injured more. It's me. Look at how you stepped on me." Lin Che snorted. "That's because you stuck your foot out. You asked for it. You." Lin Che. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze angrily. "Jingze, look at how she treated me. Aren't you going to say anything?" Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia. "I believe she didn't do it on purpose." "What?" Lu Chuxia was even angrier. "She didn't do it on purpose. She stepped on my foot on purpose. She didn't want me to dance tonight." Gu Jingze snorted. "I just don't want you to waste each other's time. If you really want to say that, I can ask someone to check the surveillance video right now. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in this ball. We'll find out who's the culprit after watching it." Lu Chuxia stood there, choked. She couldn't say a word in an instant. Everything would be clear once they checked the surveillance cameras. Seeing that Lu Chuxia was silent, Gu Jingze snorted. Lin Che did not want to make a scene and cause more trouble. He pulled Gu Jingze and said, "All right, let's go in." Gu Jingze nodded and left with her. Although Lu Chuxia was angry, she could only stare at the two of them until they disappeared in front of her. Gu Jingze looked inside. Although Lu Chuxia's foot was injured, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight for the title of prom queen. So, not long after, she went back inside and started dancing again. She found a handsome young man and vented all her anger on dancing. She just wanted to dance better so that she could shine and make Lin Che feel inferior. Lin Che naturally saw Lu Chuxia at a glance. When he heard the exclamation, he saw her enter. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Miss Lu's dance is quite beautiful." Gu Jingze swept a glance at Lin Che and asked, "Do you want to jump?" Lin Che said, "Forget it. I can't dance. It's very simple. If you want, I can teach you." "What? Are you going to dance?" Lin Che remembered that he had heard people say that Gu Jingze had never come out to dance. Gu Jingze said, "I'm just accompanying you." Lin Che was very touched when she heard that. "That's not good, take it as a reward for serving me today." Could she not want this reward? Gu Jingze tapped her nose. "Let's go. I'll bring you in and dance. It's just a casual spin. Don't worry about it." Lin Che nodded vigorously. Looking at Gu Jingze's patient black gown with white edges, Lin Che was actually looking forward to seeing how Gu Jingze would dance. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand with one hand. Lin Che held her dress with one hand and placed the other gently on Gu Jingze's hand. She felt like she was looking at a medieval prince when she looked at Gu Jingze in this way. It was as if she was looking at a beauty in troubled times. It was especially beautiful. As for Gu Jingze, he quickly pulled her to the dance floor. The music started and Gu Jingze smiled at her. "Come, dance." As he said that, he pulled Lin Che and spun around, pulling her to his side. Lin Che choked. She couldn't help but place her hand on his shoulder. He held her other hand in his. His hand was on her waist. She unconsciously straightened her body and looked at Gu Jingze. Round after round. Lin Che knew how to dance, but she wasn't that good at it. Following him, her attention seemed to be focused on his beautiful figure. Lin Che suddenly forgot herself. Anyway, she danced according to her own thoughts and didn't care about what others thought. It actually felt very good. Outside, someone exclaimed and said, "Look, who is that? Isn't that Gu Jingze? Why is he dancing? Oh my god, it's really Gu Jingze. I'm not seeing things, am I?" The surrounding people were already looking around in circles. They were exclaiming and pointing at Gu Jingze, who was inside the room. Meanwhile, the people who were dancing looked to the side and saw Gu Jingze leading Lin Che to the dance floor. They spun around and then jumped in. Their dance steps suddenly stopped and they stared at the two of them in a daze. She unconsciously stepped aside and watched as the two of them danced and talked. From time to time, Lin Che would lower his head and smile. Gu Jingze responded to her and responded to her. The two of them didn't dance very well because Lin Che really didn't know how to dance. Gu Jingze was obviously catered to her rhythm and followed her steps. He was trying his best to let her dance. However, the appearance of the two of them was still very pleasing to the eyes. Especially those who had never seen Gu Jingze dance before. Looking at his gentlemanly figure, it was really admirable. This man was really of the highest quality. Suddenly, Lu Chuxia felt that everyone was talking about something. She looked up. She didn't know when Gu Jingze had entered the dance floor. And the person beside him was obviously Lin Che. He actually came to dance with Lin Che. Being led by Gu Jingze, Lin Che felt like she was going to faint. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so good at dancing. If it wasn't for her, he would be very fluent. Even at that moment, he could feel that every step he took was like a butterfly, and every movement he made was extremely skilled. She couldn't help but look at Gu Jingze and ask, "How do you know how to dance?" "My family taught me a little when I was young." "Oh my god, does your family really teach you everything?" "Yes, a little bit of everything." "That's amazing." However, at that moment, Lin Che suddenly felt movement on her feet. The heel of her shoe fell off. Chapter 371. Lin Che tilted and almost fell. Luckily, Gu Jingze held on to Lin Che, preventing her from falling. Lin Che felt like she was going to die. She looked at the people around them. Seeing that the two of them had stopped dancing, they looked over curiously. Lin Che was speechless. I'm dead. How embarrassing. She actually danced so hard that her heels fell off in front of so many people. She suddenly remembered the incident with Lu Chuxia just now. Although she was fine, the heel of her shoe must have stepped on Lu Chuxia's body at that time, so it broke. She didn't realize it was loose at first, but now it was completely broken. Lin Che said sadly, "Fuck, what should we do?" Gu Jingze frowned. He looked at Lin Che and then at the people around him. Lin Che said, "Let's go." What the fuck? Gu Jingze held on to Lin Che. Don't move. Lin Che paused. Gu Jingze held on to Lin Che and said, "Continue dancing." But Gu Jingze lowered his head, pulled off her shoes, and threw them to the side. She was still in a daze with her bare feet, but Gu Jingze had already grabbed her arm and pulled her to his feet. Both of Lin Che's feet stepped on the backs of his feet. His hands forcefully wrapped around her back, pulling her in front of him in one move. Lin Che's body was almost pressed against his body, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on his shoulders. Looking at his face so close to hers, she couldn't help but blush. This can't do. There are so many people watching, looking at her leaning against his body. It was too outrageous. Gu Jingze said, "What's wrong?" Is there a problem with my wife leaning against me? No. Lin Che's face turned even redder. As she spoke, her lips were almost touching his lips. Their breaths were touching. It was too ambiguous. Gu Jingze said, "It's okay. We'll dance." "But aren't you tired?" Lin Che looked at him worriedly. "Your little arms and legs are nothing to me." "But, is this considered a dance? I'm hugging you and dancing." "How is that not dancing? Besides, I like dancing like this. It's much better than what I did just now." He smiled devilishly. The moment Lin Che moved, her soft chest bumped into his body. Her face was really about to explode. She pressed against him, wishing that she could bury her entire face into his chest. Gu Jingze held her in his arms and spun around. Seeing her blushing face, he held her waist, lifted her up, and swung her in the air, pulling her back to his side. Lin Che cried out in surprise as if he was flying. He felt that he had once again landed firmly on his feet. He felt that it was even more marvelous, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What a great feeling. "Are you still flying?" "Still flying, okay." Gu Jingze swung his arm again. He looked at Lin Che's dress, which was as beautiful as the petals of a flower. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Looking at the couple on the dance floor, they treated this place as their playground. They were so carefree and played without any pressure. It was really envious of them. Especially when Gu Jingze swung Lin Che so forcefully, it made the women feel that it was too romantic. He even let Lin Che step on his feet. It was so beautiful. This man, who had always been cold, was so romantic at this moment. It was really admirable. Lin Che only danced for a while. She was worried that Gu Jingze would be too tired. She hugged Gu Jingze's shoulders and felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. It wasn't because of anything else, but because she felt that every side of Gu Jingze was so handsome, especially when he hugged her confidently. He looked so sexy that it was suffocating. She looked at Gu Jingze. "Let's go. Stop dancing. I'm tired." Gu Jingze said, "If I only have this much strength, how can I satisfy your needs?" Lin Che glared at him coquettishly. She felt that he would really be tired. She couldn't bear to see him hug her like this, so she said, "And I'm so thirsty." Hearing that, Gu Jingze stopped slightly. He pulled her and said, "Okay, let's go. I'll take you there." She tiptoed to the edge of the dance floor. The servant next to her had already changed into a pair of shoes and handed them to Lin Che. After Lin Che put on her shoes, Gu Jingze held her hand and walked inside with her. Stephen walked over and clapped his hands as he looked at Gu Jingze. President Gu and Madam's dance just now really made many women yearn for it. Lin Che was embarrassed. Gu Jingze said mildly, "I'm just bringing my wife in to have some fun. It's good that I didn't make a fool of myself." "How is that possible? Didn't you see the shocking scene just now? Really, so many people applauded for you. How could Lin Che have seen that?" Now she realized that it was a little too eye-catching just now. Gu Jingze smiled. "I'm sorry." Stephen said, "There's a messenger from Country M who has been wanting to meet President Gu. I wonder if President Gu has time to go over and take a look." Hearing that, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. He opened his mouth to reject him, but Lin Che quickly said, "It's okay. You can go over." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "It's okay to meet him later. I'll walk around here and wait for you. You can go over and do what you need to do." Lin Che didn't want to be a burden. Gu Jingze looked at her deeply and said, "Okay, wait for me to come back." Lin Che smiled as she watched him leave. Gu Jingze went inside. Lin Che was bored. Seeing that everyone was still dancing, drinking, and eating to the music, she took a drink from the waiter. Thinking that she would have a stomachache tonight, she only ordered a soda. She didn't dare to ask for other strange things. At that moment, the voting for the queen of the prom had reached its climax. Lin Che heard someone discussing. Lu Chuxia suddenly said that her feet hurt and she won't be coming out. She only danced for a while. I guess she'll regret not being chosen tonight. But I just chose the girl who danced with Gu Jingze. Although her dancing isn't very good, it's so romantic to dance with Gu Jingze like that. My heart is about to melt. I think that's what a queen should be like. She's pampered and doted on by a man. She doesn't need to dance well herself. It's really enviable. Yeah, if you say that, I want to vote for her too. Lin Che almost choked. She looked up. In the voting, she was indeed in the front row. However, they all used the name of Gu Jingze's female companion. Most people didn't know who she was, so they didn't mention her name. Lin Che looked at it suspiciously. Everything was a little unbelievable. Meanwhile, inside, Lu Chuxia's ankle was swollen like a bun. She sat there angrily, looking at her feet. How did this happen? I'm so angry. I only danced a few times and it's already like this. The doctor said patiently, Miss Lu, you definitely can't continue dancing like this. If the congestion gets worse, I'm afraid you'll need to be hospitalized for treatment. Lu Chuxia wanted to cry but no tears came out. She was the prom queen. She had been looking forward to it for so long. Chapter 372. Lu Chuxia sat there and thought about Lin Che. It's all Lin Che's fault. She must have done it on purpose. She stepped on my foot on purpose and asked Gu Jingze to take her to the dance. She's really scheming. I just told her about the prom queen and she's already plotting against me. Lu Chuxia stood up from the chair and said to her servants, You guys, come with me. The doctor wanted to see Lu Chuxia but didn't dare to stop her. Lin Che was still looking at the voting for the prom queen when Lu Chuxia walked over angrily. Lin Che. She called Lin Che's name. Her eyes were sharp and she wanted to tear Lin Che apart to vent her anger. If it wasn't for Lin Che who kept causing trouble in the middle, Gu Jingze would have been hers long ago. Why did he lose so much because of this woman? Lin Che saw Lu Chuxia coming over. Although she tried her best to calm herself down, he could still see that she was walking unsteadily. Lin Che thought of her foot and looked down. Sure enough, Lu Chuxia's foot was swollen beyond recognition. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia who came with ill intentions. Lu Chuxia snorted, Lin Che, look at what you've done. Lin Che said indifferently, What does it have to do with me? Lu Chuxia said sharply, You still have the cheek to say that it has nothing to do with you. Look at my foot. It's already hurt because of you. Now that there's something wrong with my foot, don't try to push the blame away. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia and said lightly, You were the one who stretched out your foot to trip me. Now you're reaping what you sowed. How can you blame me? Lu Chuxia sneered, That's right, I was the one who stuck out my leg, but I didn't do it on purpose. I was just moving my ankle, but you stepped on it on purpose to hurt me. You even fell down in front of Gu Jingze on purpose to shirk responsibility. Lin Che was amused by Lu Chuxia's story. She could even make it sound so natural. Lin Che couldn't help but admire Lu Chuxia. Whether it's true or not, Gu Jingze already said it. We'll know after looking at the surveillance footage, Lin Che said. Lu Chuxia snorted, Do you think I'm afraid of watching the surveillance? Lin Che, aren't you a little too naive? Do you think a surveillance camera can represent anything? Lu Chuxia, and the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Who do you think you are? Now that you've hurt my precious body, I want you to compensate me. Who can say no? When Lin Che saw that Lu Chuxia had finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and said to the servants, "Arrest this person. I want to send her to the police of Country C. She hurt me and caused me to be injured. I will definitely get to the bottom of this." The servants looked at each other, then at Lin Che. They didn't dare to come over. She was Gu Jing's wife. If they didn't handle it well, Gu Jingze wouldn't let them off. Lu Chuxia stood there and said, "What are you doing? Are you from the Lu family or the Gu family? Our Lu clan doesn't need cowards like you. How dare you hesitate here at this time? Do you all not want to continue being a member of our Lu clan?" "No, miss," the servants hurriedly said. They could only bite the bullet and walked over to Lin Che. "Miss Lin, please, come with us to the police." Lin Che, of course, was unwilling. She glared at Lu Chuxia. "What evidence do you have to prove that I did it? If you don't have evidence, I won't go. As for evidence, you can explain it to the police yourself. Now, you have no choice but to go." Lu Chuxia waved her hand and asked the servants to hurry up and take her away. However, at this moment, "Chuxia, what nonsense are you playing?" A deep voice came from behind. Lu Chuxia was stunned. She turned around and her gaze immediately became downcast. She quickly called out, "Father, Lu Chuxia's father, Lu Qinyu." Lin Che looked up in a daze. Suddenly, he felt that the person who came in looked familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Wasn't that the old man he met outside the washroom? Why, was he actually Lu Chuxia's father? Lin Che's heart felt stifled. It really didn't seem like it. Lu Chuxia looked at her father and became a lot more well-behaved. "Father, why are you here?" Lu Qinyu heard that Lu Chuxia had brought a servant to look for Gu Jing's wife, so he rushed over. He glared at Lu Chuxia for a moment. With his hands behind his back, he said, "What nonsense are you playing at again?" Lu Chuxia quickly said, "Father, look, my leg was just trampled by this little bitch. Of course I have to come and demand an explanation. You have to stand up for me. Look, when have I ever been bullied like this?" Lu Qinyu lowered his head to look at her ankle. Then, he lifted his head and looked to the side. When he saw Lin Che, he was also stunned. He narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Looking at Lin Che, he said in surprise, You're Gu Jing's wife." Lin Che nodded blankly. You're old Master Lu." Lu Chuxia looked at the two of them. Why did she suddenly feel that something was wrong? However, she saw her father smiling as he walked towards Lin Che. He said with a smile, "I was wondering why you were on the boat. I've never seen you before. I thought you were someone's daughter, but it turns out that you're Gu Jing's newlywed wife." "Not really newlywed. We've been married for a long time." Lin Che scratched his head and said, "Oh right, old master, are you all right?" I'm fine. I told you I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Lu Qinyu looked at Lin Che carefully. "I really didn't expect that you were Gu Jing's hidden wife." "It's not hidden. It's just that he doesn't like to come out and walk around." "Yeah, he doesn't really like it. He only came out to see him after much persuasion." Lu Chuxia was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. This Lin Che, had he already met her father? When did they meet? Why would her father treat her like this? Lu Chuxia said angrily, "Father, look at how she treated me just now. Aren't you going to stand up for me?" Lu Qinyu turned to look at Lu Chuxia and frowned. "That's enough. What happened to your leg?" Lu Chuxia pointed at Lin Che. She stepped on it on purpose. Lu Qingyu looked like he still didn't believe it. He looked at Lin Che and asked, "What happened?" What else could Lin Che say in front of him? He pursed his lips and said, "I accidentally bumped into Miss Lu. She just said that she stretched out her leg to relax her ankle, but I didn't see it. I accidentally tripped and stepped on her ankle. That's why it's swollen." When Lu Qingyu heard this, his brows furrowed even more. Chapter 373. Lu Chuxia cried out agitatedly, "What do you mean you were careless? You stepped on it on purpose." Lin Che said, "I told you to look at the surveillance camera. You can judge for yourself what happened, but I'm telling the truth. Let's see. I'm not afraid of you. That's enough." Lu Qingyu turned around and interrupted Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia looked aggrieved. "Father." Lu Qingyu's face was filled with anger. "That's enough. Don't embarrass yourself here. Go back and take care of your injury." Lu Chuxia cried unwillingly. "Father, are you going to believe this little bitch's words and not me? Look at what you're saying. Don't you have any manners? You're always spouting vulgarities. Go back and reflect on yourself. Don't come out again without my permission." Lu Chuxia looked at her father in disbelief. However, she was a little regretful for scolding someone in a moment of anger. Her father had always been strict and she was obedient in front of him. If it wasn't for Lin Che, she wouldn't have scolded him so casually. She glared at Lin Che angrily again. "But, father, are you really going to believe what she said?" She was still unconvinced. She slowed down and asked again. Lu Qingyu said, "I believe her. I've already seen Lin Che just now. He's a good child. He wouldn't lie." Lu Chuxia couldn't believe that Lu Qingyu would say that Lin Che was a good child and wouldn't lie after just meeting him once. How did this Lin Che win over her father just now? Lu Chuxia snorted and turned around to leave. Lin Che looked especially angry as he watched her leave. Thinking about how Lu Qingyu stood on her side just now, she felt warm and a little embarrassed. After all, it wasn't good for him to have a conflict with her daughter because of her. She quickly said, "Old sir, it's okay. Don't worry about her. I'll make these people leave quickly. Fortunately, they didn't really do anything to you just now." He looked at Lin Che. "It's my fault for not watching my daughter well. She's so arrogant and even scared you. How could that be?" "I'm fine, actually," Lin Che said, "and, just now, I'll be honest with you, I stepped on her on purpose." "Huh?" Lu Qingyu looked at her. Lin Che touched his hair and said embarrassedly, "I saw her stretch out her leg to trip me, so I tripped over it. I knew I couldn't avoid it, so I just kicked her. But I didn't think that the high heel would cause such a serious injury." When Lu Qingyu heard this, he looked at the way she was twirling his hair. Unconsciously, he thought of another person. After being in a daze for a moment, he finally reacted. Looking at the girl in front of him, he laughed and said, "So that's how it is. So, I'm sorry. If she wants compensation, I'll compensate her." Lin Che said. However, Lu Qingyu shook his head and said, "I'm not blindly biased towards you. I know my daughter. She's just like that. Impulsive, impetuous, and very vengeful. That's why I know that she definitely didn't do anything good. That's why she was stepped on like that." "Is that so? But Miss Lu is very impulsive." "Yes, but you little girl, if someone else encountered such a thing, they wouldn't take the initiative to explain themselves. You're so honest, I believe you. Thank you, old sir, for believing me. I just feel that since there are surveillance cameras, she did indeed trip me on purpose. No matter who doesn't believe me, I know that I'm not lying. If we take out the surveillance cameras, the truth will be revealed. I was in the wrong, but I used violence to curb violence. Yes, I know. Elder Lu. Just then, Gu Jingze walked out from behind. Seeing that Lu Qingyu was actually here, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Lin Che hurriedly ran over. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Lin Che with a smile. Nothing much, I'm just chatting with her. Why? Are you afraid that I'll bully her? No, I just think that she's very interesting and very cute. Sigh, I didn't expect that she would be your wife. You're really lucky with women. Young lady, you're so pretty. Gu Jingze was even more surprised when he heard that. He lowered his head to look at Lin Che before smiling at him. Yes, I'm lucky with women. Lu Qingyu said, little girl, have fun here with Jingze. Oh right, this is my contact number. Call me if you need anything. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can come and visit the Lu family often. Don't be like Jingze, who likes to busy himself when he has nothing to do. Now that our families are considered relatives, it's definitely alright for you to come and play at our house. Ah, alright. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I'll definitely go when I have time. Lin Che took the name card. Lu Qingyu looked deeply at Lin Che's face again, his face filled with admiration. They really looked alike. But it definitely wouldn't be her. Lin Che was too young. And he smiled at Lin Che before leaving. Seeing him leave, Gu Jingze lowered his head and asked Lin Che, how did you get to know Mr. Lu? Lin Che said, oh, because I met him at the washroom. Just now, Mr. Lu was on my side and asked Lu Chuxia to reflect on her misdeeds. Is that so? Gu Jingze thought for a moment. He found it strange that Mr. Lu would stand on Lin Che's side. Lin Che naturally found it strange too. But Mr. Lu just met me. Why would he help me? The Lu family doesn't have to be afraid of the Gu family, right? Everyone complements each other in the business world. Actually, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be in the same boat. There's nothing to be afraid of. So, it's definitely not because you're my wife that he's on your side. Really? That's strange. Lin Che was even more surprised when she heard that. Gu Jingze said, alright, don't think too much. Let's go back first. Okay, you're done with your business. That's right. Just then, a voice resounded in the hall. Tonight's prom queen voting has ended. The winner of tonight's prom queen is Mr. Gu Jingze's female companion, Miss Lin Che. Everyone instantly applauded. They were also surprised by this unexpected result. But thinking back, the most unforgettable part of the night was indeed the dance between Lin Che and Gu Jingze on the tip of their feet. Lin Che didn't expect her vote to be higher than the others in such a short period of time. She stared blankly in front of her. Gu Jingze smiled faintly. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. It's me. God, my dance was so ugly. Chapter 374. How is it ugly? It's just dancing, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. This queen wasn't for her. It was obviously for Gu Jingze. They were so conspicuous because Gu Jingze had been carrying her with so much effort. Lin Che said, you're the queen tonight. Gu Jingze said, I'm the king and you're my woman, so you're the queen. Ha, you narcissist. Lin Che laughed. However, looking at Gu Jingze, she thought to herself that he was indeed the king. Gu Jingze looked at her. Silly, you really have to thank me. When we go back tonight, put on that dress. She knew that she shouldn't have started this. The two of them held hands and walked out together. As expected, Stephen quickly changed the cabins for the two of them. After they went down, Lin Che asked curiously, "Why are we down here?" "We're sleeping down here tonight," Gu Jingze said mysteriously. Soon, the two of them went down. At this moment, the cruise was swimming past the most beautiful part of the sea. The water was clear and there was a beautiful island next to it. Small fish were swimming below. If it was daytime, they would be able to see them. At night, it seemed darker. However, once they entered, they could still see the sea outside the reinforced windows. Wow, it can't be. There are rooms like this on this cruise. That's right. It was specially built, he said as he watched Lin Che run over and lean against the window to look outside curiously. Gu Jingze smiled and stood behind her, watching her enjoy herself. Lin Che only leaned against the window and didn't notice that the man behind her had unknowingly walked over. From behind, he hugged her tightly and rubbed the back of her neck. He murmured, "There's another reason why I want to change to this place." "What reason?" "If I stay here with you, I can only see the small fish outside." As he said this, he flipped her over. Lin Che looked back and saw him standing tall in front of her. He was so strong that it made her sigh. "I want you by the window," he said with a smile, his hand already reaching out to her. The next day, the two of them did not stay on the ship for long. They bade farewell to the owner of the ship and left. Lin Che had a great time. He had witnessed the luxury of the cruise, and had also witnessed the lifestyles of these rich people from various countries. When he returned home, he was still thinking that this was truly an interesting trip. At home. When Lin Che and Gu Jingze came back, the servants were very happy. They prepared a table full of delicious food for them. Gu Jingze had to go back to work, so Lin Che hurried back to the set. In the film crew, Gu Jingyu was finally back. Because of the delay, the crew had to rush the progress. They had to finish the production as soon as possible in order to release the movie in the summer. Seeing that Lin Che had returned, Yu Minmin told her about some of the recent activities and itinerary. The company didn't give Lin Che much time on his schedule. Because he had to film, Gu Jingyu's movie was the most important and everything else was pushed to the side. Seeing that Lin Che had returned, Gu Jingyu ran up to him and said, "How many days did you go out again?" Lin Che said, "Didn't you run out for a long time too?" "Yeah, so you left because I wasn't around and you couldn't stay on the set." "Get lost." "It's not like that." Lin Che glared at him and told him to stop joking. Gu Jingyu laughed and said to her, "All right, the filming is over. I'll take you out for a walk." "Forget it. Let's just focus on filming. I don't have the time to go out for a walk." "Silly, it's going to be Paris Fashion Week soon. Don't you want to go and take a look?" Hearing this, Lin Che raised his head and looked at him. "You were invited?" "Yeah, I was invited to a fashion show." "What does that have to do with me?" "I don't have an invitation." "Am I supposed to walk the red carpet?" "Silly, you can come with me. It'll be an advance promotion for the movie. Have you forgotten that I'm the male lead this time and you're the female lead?" "Aw. I'll think about it. Seriously, it's such a rare opportunity. You're really heartless." Gu Jingyu said, "All right, let's go and continue filming." After Gu Jingyu left, Lin Che told Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin was shocked when she heard this. "I heard that he was brought to the show by the royal family of Country M. That invitation isn't just an ordinary endorsement. It's an invitation for a key position. If you go with him, you'll definitely be in the limelight." "But Lin Che didn't really want to go with him. However, he thought that this was indeed a part of his job. She was thinking too much. All right, I'll think about it then. Yu Minmin said, actually, the company has contacted people to help you go to Paris Fashion Week, but it's easy to get into a fashion show. If you go there without a reputation, people will say that you're a carpet star. Every year, you go to Paris Fashion Week and you'll take up a lot of space. Naturally, the company doesn't want to let go of this opportunity. However, they're a little worried that you won't be able to increase your reputation if you go. That's why they haven't decided yet. If you really want to go, why don't you go with Gu Jingyu? That's true, Lin Che said. All right, I'll talk to Gu Jingyu then. Yang Lingxin watched from the side. Can we all go to Paris then? Yu Minmin said, yes. Can I go abroad too? Seriously. I've never been abroad before. The company will help you with the documents. Just wait here. Yang Lingxin walked out happily. Yu Minmin watched her leave and said to Lin Che, did she find the information in the end? Yes. She went to the Gu mansion in the middle of the night. Gu Jingze booked a hotel room for her. It was too late, so he asked her to stay in the hotel. Yu Minmin heard this and looked outside worriedly. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, Gu Jingze was helping Lin Che keep an eye on her. She didn't have to worry too much about it. However, she still wanted to keep an eye on this girl. She was too reckless, and she couldn't be at ease. It would be fine if she was just innocent and didn't understand. However, if there were other problems, it would be hard to say. She naturally hoped that she was just an innocent girl who had just entered the ostentatious world and was still a little restless. When Lin Che went back, he saw Chen Yuqing at home. Dr. Chen. Oh, Mrs. Gu, don't worry. I'm just here for a routine check. Oh, then keep checking, Chen Yuqing said. President Gu basically doesn't need to take medicine when he's with Mrs. Gu. I'm really worried that I'll be laid off one day. Sigh. Dr. Chen is so talented. There are so many people who want Mr. Chen. Why would Dr. Chen be laid off? At this moment, Gu Jingze came out from inside. Seeing the two people talking outside, he looked at Chen Yuqing. Chapter 375. Chen Yuqing said hurriedly, President Gu, I didn't say anything. You don't have to stare at me like that. Gu Jingze glared at him and said to Lin Che, he's been talking a lot lately. Let's go and ignore him. Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulder. At this moment, Chen Yuqing's phone rang. Lin Che turned around. Chen Yuqing hurriedly said to Gu Jingze, I don't want to answer this call. President Gu, I know it's not appropriate to answer calls during working hours, but this is Shen Yuren's call. Can I answer? Seeing that it was Lin Che's friend, Gu Jingze rolled his eyes and acquiesced. Chen Yuqing smiled and thought that he was much more lenient when it came to Lin Che. Chen Yuqing picked up the phone. What's wrong? What? Your sister. Chen Yuqing's expression changed. Lin Che took a step forward and asked, what happened? Chen Yuqing put down the phone and said, Shen Yuren's sister is in trouble. Shen Yuran didn't expect that Shen Yuran would be taken away because she owed a loan shark more than 100,000 yuan. This Shen Yulan had always been spoiled by her family. She had been served with good food and drinks. As long as it was within her capabilities, she would be given whatever she wanted. But Lin Che and Chen Yuqing rushed over. Seeing Lin Che, Shen Yuran ran over. Why are you here too? Lin Che said, Dr. Chen is taking care of the family. Why didn't you tell me that something happened to your sister? I didn't want to trouble you. You have so many things to do and the movie is still in progress. Lin Che put his arm around her shoulders. Alright, tell me what happened. Why did something happen? Shen Yuran said anxiously, my family suddenly called me and said that Shen Yulan was taken away. Those people said that they were loan sharks. I don't know when Shen Yulan borrowed more than $100,000 from them. Now, my family doesn't know how to repay the money, so they called me. More than 100,000 yuan. Lin Che knew that it was a lot of money for an ordinary family. Moreover, Shen Yuran was just a student. How could she borrow so much money? Shen Yuran said anxiously, that's right. I'm really depressed. I don't know how she can be so bold. I really want her to pay back the money in any way she wants. It's so annoying. Alright, don't worry about it. What about your parents? Let's see what we should do first. Loan sharks are also illegal. Why don't I go to the police? Shen Yuran said. However, Chen Yuqing stopped Shen Yuran and said, that's enough. If you call the police now, what will you do if they harm your sister? Then, give me the phone. I'll handle it. Chen Yuqing reached out and took her phone. Chen Yuqing took the phone and looked at the number. He made a call and ordered, help me check the usual area of this phone. See which family it is from. How dare they take someone away? He put down the phone and said to Shen Yuran, this kind of person who can capture people so casually must have some background. In Sea Country, there aren't many loan sharks who can capture people so casually with such great power. Just wait and see. Soon, we'll know the background of the other party. Shen Yuran nodded and said, I'm not particularly anxious. At most, they just want money. Even if my mother sells everything she has, she will return the money to them so that Yulan can come back. It's just that I'm really angry. I don't even want to care about this kind of thing anymore. I'm just worried that something will happen to her and how my parents will survive. Lin Che said, alright, don't worry. It'll be fine. She stole a glance at Chen Yuqing and then at Shen Yuran. Fortunately, at this moment, Chen Yuqing went out to continue giving orders. Lin Che lowered his voice and looked at Shen Yuran. Hey, tell me, what's going on between you and Dr. Chin? Shen Yuran was stunned. What do you mean what's going on? Alright, are you still trying to lie to me? There's definitely something going on between you and Dr. Chin. When something happened, you didn't call me first but Dr. Chin. Tell me, what's going on between you two? I. Shen Yuran's face turned red. She looked like she didn't know what to say. Hurry up. If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you don't tell me, I'm going to ask Dr. Chin. As she spoke, she pretended to get up. Shen Yuran pulled her down gratefully. Alright, I'll tell you. Shen Yuran fiddled with her hands. Haven't I been working with him a lot lately? I was originally working at the Goo Corporation. Slowly, he said that I have a lot of potential in this area and wanted me to be his assistant. Then are you leaving the Goo Corporation now? Not really. It's just that I'll go out with him to see patients, look at some psychology cases, and help with criminal psychology research. Anyway, we basically work together every day. Wow, they're so close. I'm jealous, Lin Che said, pouting. Alright, anyway, in the beginning, I thought that he was just a sharp-tongued boss who was so annoying that he would ask me to do this and that every day. But later, I realized that he was really amazing. He was a respected doctor in the industry and was also an international expert in various psychological diseases. He was regarded as a god by many people. Working with him, I learned a lot. Although it was just superficial knowledge, it made me feel very happy. Yeah, I think he's actually quite good to you. Really, I didn't expect that after you went to the Goo Corporation, you would start working with Dr. Chin. Shin Yuran said, actually, other than the fact that Chin Yuxing is a little eccentric, a little sharp-tongued, and a little troublesome, he's fine. But this is our working relationship. Don't think too much. If you ask him, I'll really be embarrassed to death, okay? Lin Che rarely saw Shin Yuran acting like a little girl. She smiled and leaned against Shin Yuran. Okay. I won't ask him. But you two have been together day and night. Hee, the pavilion closest to the water, alright, get lost. Stop talking. Chen Yuqing came back and Shin Yuran quickly gave Lin Che a slap. Lin Che pursed her lips and snickered, but didn't say anything. Chen Yuqing's expression was very serious. He looked at the two of them and said, I found out. It was indeed done by that group of people. Shin Yuran quickly raised her head. Really? The infamous Qing Ming gang in Country C. They are an underground gang that does all kinds of evil. But they are very mobile, so it's not easy to deal with them. Then what should we do? Chen Yuqing said, don't worry. I've called a few familiar police officers and a few others to check it out. There will be news soon. Your sister was probably taken to an underground warehouse by them. It's not the first time that someone has been locked there. But I have to tell you first. Chapter 376. Chen Yuqing looked at Shin Yuran with an unnatural expression. Shin Yuran's heart skipped a beat, but she still looked at Chen Yuqing and said, if you have something to say, just say it. It's fine, I can bear it. In any case, this matter was caused by Shin Yuran. She should bear the consequences of her own actions. Chen Yuqing said, these people have done many evil things. If they don't pay for this kind of thing, they will sell her and make her into a prostitute to pay for it. Moreover, in the underground warehouse, she might have already been fixed up. Shin Yuran's heart sank when she heard this. Even if she did not have a good relationship with her sister, she was still her sister. But she thought about it and let it go. It's good that she's back now. I don't care about anything else. Lin Che understood what punished meant. He felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that these people were too evil. But it was indeed more important for her to come back. Chen Yuqing said, I've already sent the Gu family's bodyguards over. They are the fastest and should be able to find her exact location soon. Shin Yuran nodded and looked at the two of them. Thank you. Don't mention it. We're all family. Lin Che said. Not long after, the Gu family's bodyguards came in and said to Lin Che respectfully, Madam, we've found her. Okay, let's go. Shin Yuran stopped Lin Che. It's dangerous over there. You should wait here. I'll go over. It's okay. I'm just going to take a look. Of course not. It's not good if you get caught. I'm just going to ask for her. With the Gu family around, they can't do anything to me. Chen Yuqing also said, I'll go. Lin Che was much more at ease with Chen Yuqing, so he nodded. The two of them soon reached the place. Shin Yuran saw that many people were already standing there. There were policemen and the Gu family's bodyguards. Inside, a bald man was standing there, looking at Shin Yuran, Chen Yuqing and Shin Yuran. I didn't expect that I would actually catch someone with connections today. My luck is too bad. Shin Yuran asked, where is my sister? We can talk about the money, but you have to bring her back. You'll pay me if I bring him back. Baldy asked. Chen Yuqing said, tell me the truth. How much did she borrow? The interest is more than 100,000 yuan. Hey, get this straight. She borrowed more than 100,000. The principal is more than 100,000, and with the interest, it's 520,000. What? Chen Yuqing looked at Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran also didn't expect that a student like her would need so much money. Chen Yuqing said, "We can pay back the money we borrowed, but we can forget about the interest." "Hey, that's not how we do things. Our brothers have to eat after working so hard," Baldy said unhappily. Chen Yuqing said, "It's only right to repay a debt, but interest is illegal. I believe you don't want to make a big deal out of this. If you go against us, it won't do us any good. There's no need for us to fight to the death. There are many ways for you to earn money, so there's no need to fight us head-on here. It's just a matter of a few 100,000. It shouldn't be a problem for you." "Hey, it's easy for you to say, but this is our rule. If you do this, how are we going to deal with it?" "Alright, if someone asks why we broke the rule, tell him to come and tell me. I'll tell him why I can break the rule." Baldy was stunned. He looked at Chen Yuqing, then at the person beside him. He turned back and said something to the person, then turned back and said, "Alright, you can have her." Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing in surprise. "Will they really give her to us so easily?" Chen Yuqing said, "They even dared to talk about the rule with the Gu family. If they know that they said something wrong, they should at least make up for it." "Ah. Alright," Shen Yuran said. Baldy had no choice but to ask someone to bring her out. This person had indeed been tortured. He looked like a madman, dirty and messy. When she saw Shen Yuran, she hurriedly shouted, "Sister, sister, save me, save me." Shen Yuran felt suffocated. She watched as the police brought her over and shoved her into the car. Then, Shen Yuran got into the car. After getting into the car, Chen Yuqing looked around and left the place for the two sisters. He didn't want to be in the same space as Shen Yuran, so he got into his own car. Shen Yuran hurriedly took a wet towel for Shen Yulan and wiped her dirty face. Now that she was safe, he angrily endured the urge to strangle her and said to her, "How on earth did you do this?" Shen Yuran pursed her lips and looked at Shen Yuran. "No, nothing. I just borrowed some money to buy something, but I can't pay it back. I asked you for money yesterday, but you didn't give it to me. You asked me for more than 100,000 all of a sudden. Am I crazy? I'll give it to you. Don't you have Chen Yuqing? He has so much money, but you just won't give it to me. Today. As she spoke, Shen Yuran covered her face and cried pitifully. Shen Yuran looked at her hatefully. There were still many things she couldn't figure out. You have so much money. Where did it go? Don't tell me you know how to gamble. I just bought 2 bags, some cosmetics, and some shoes and clothes. 2 bags cost so much. Do you think I'll believe that? Chanel bags cost more than 30,000 each. Shen Yuran simply wanted to vomit blood. Soon, she was brought to the hospital for a detailed examination. At this time, Lin Che also felt it. Seeing that Shen Yuran didn't look good, she walked over. I held Shen Yuran's hand. Alright, she's already back. Let's talk about it later. Shen Yuran nodded. On the way, she had called her and told her how Shen Yuran had spent so much money. She was angry and felt that it was inconceivable. She's just a student. How could she buy such an expensive bag? Shen Yuran said. I don't know how to explain it to my parents. At this time, the doctor walked out and said to Shen Yuran, last night, she must have been violated and tortured. Shen Yuran's heart suddenly tightened. However, the doctor said, but her penis has been damaged for a long time. It's an old injury, so her body is fine. Shen Yuran's mouth opened slightly. She couldn't believe it. She's only 17, Shin Yuran calmed herself down. After a long time, she finally reacted. She said to Lin Che, "If my mother knew about this, she would definitely be furious. She had doted on her like a baby since she was young. She had always thought that she was good at her studies, looks, and everything else. She would definitely be good in the future. However, she didn't expect that behind such an appearance." Chapter 377. Lin Che could only comfort Shin Yuran. The two of them entered together. Shin Yulan had already washed herself and was lying on the bed playing with her phone. When she saw Lin Che, she immediately stood up. "Wow, Lin Che, you're so famous now. Can I take a picture with you?" Shin Yuran glared at her. "You still have the nerve to take photos? Think of a way to explain this to your family. I won't help you cover up anything. I'll tell my family everything you've done." Shin Yulan looked at Lin Che and then at Shin Yuran. She frowned and said, "Big sister, please don't tell the family, okay? They are all old fogies. They won't understand this kind of thing. Yeah, I'm also an antique. I don't understand why you're doing this. 30,000 for a bag. Are you rich? You're just a student. You don't have money, yet you're using usury to buy it. Is your brain made of glue? It didn't matter how much you used your own money to buy a bag, but to buy a bag with usury. What were you thinking? Also, you're only 17 years old. How did you do it? You actually already had a man." Shin Yulan looked at Shin Yuran speechlessly and said impatiently, "Sis, what era are we in? Why do you still care about this? Many of my classmates have multiple boyfriends, and they all have boyfriends who buy bags for them. I'm not as lucky as you to know Chin Yuching. Lin Che is such a big shot, so I have no choice but to borrow a high-interest loan to buy a bag. Otherwise, I've already told everyone that my sister is friends with both Chin Yuching and Lin Che. You're rich, but I'm actually carrying a bag with a trashy brand." Shin Yuran was infuriated once again. She looked at Lin Che enviously and said, "Sis Che, you used to go to my house to play when you were young. I didn't expect you to become a big star now, and even have a scandal with Gu Jingyu. Heavens, I really like Gu Jingyu too much, and I like you too, Sis Che. Do you think it's possible for me to play a small role in your production team or something? Actually, I really want to act too. Get lost, Shin Yulan. Stop dreaming. Think about how you're going to be locked up at home tomorrow, and how you're going to return the 150,000. What? You still want to pay me back?" Shin Yulan said gloomily, "They are so rich, they can casually pay it back. It's just 150,000. What's that to them? Isn't your friend worth 150,000? We're friends. They're richer than me, but that's their money. I won't take it for granted just because they're rich. You can't think that way either." At this time, Chin Yuching came in from behind and said to Shin Yuran, "All right, if there's nothing else, let's go. There are visiting hours here. Let them rest first." Lin Che also said, "Yeah, let's go." She looked at Shin Yulan and saw that she was still looking at Lin Che. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Shin Yuran's glare. Shin Yulan watched them leave angrily. She sat there and continued to play with her phone. She even secretly took a photo of Lin Che and posted it on Weibo and WeChat Moments. She showed off to others that she had seen Lin Che and that she had known him since he was young. People mocked her and said, "Didn't you say that your sister is gay friends with Lin Che and has an ambiguous relationship with Chin Yuching? But I've never seen you bring her out." Shin Yulan was furious. It was a pity that she wasn't as lucky as her sister. She didn't know a future big shot when she was young. She naturally didn't know that Lin Che would become so powerful one day. If it wasn't for Lin Che, her sister wouldn't have known Chen Yuqing. After Lin Che and the two of them left, Chen Yuqing said, "There are many things that you can't control." At her age, hormones control a part of her mind. Whatever you say is useless. It's like she's injected with adrenaline. Her brain is always in a state of excitement. She thinks things are natural, but outsiders can tell that something is wrong. But your advice is useless. She can only rely on herself to get over it. Shen Yuran could only nod. I just didn't think that she would start to pursue famous brands and luxury goods. Forget it. I know that my sister has been spoiled since she was young. Even if my parents regret it, they can't blame others. Even if she regrets it in the future, she can't blame others. The three of them decided to go eat first. On the way, Gu Jingze called to ask about it. Actually, he had already asked his subordinates and knew that it had been resolved, but he still called. Lin Che hurriedly finished his meal and hurried back. Shen Yuran looked at Chen Yuqing and said, "These two are getting more and more intimate recently. Did they really make it real?" "They definitely did it, but who knows if it will be real in the end." Shen Yuran still didn't understand. Chen Yuqing interrupted her, "All right, let's go back to the studio." "Oh yeah, thank you for today," Shen Yuran said as she looked at Chen Yuqing. "Yeah, if you really want to thank me." He turned around and said, "I'll leave the translation of the studio's materials to you." He was really exploiter Zhou. He didn't want to lose out at all. At the Gu family's house, Lin Che told Gu Jingze these things that he had been nagging about. In the study, Gu Jingze was sitting behind the desk reading a book, listening to Lin Che's nagging. Lin Che said, "I didn't expect Chen Yuqing to be so close to Yuran." Gu Jingze said, "Yeah, he's actually a very strange person. He's not easy to get close to." "Really? I think he's quite a nice person." Every time Lin Che saw him, he was very kind to her. Gu Jingze said, "He's a world-renowned psychologist and psychopathology expert. His ancestors were all role models in the medical field. He's not only arrogant, but he's also very strange. He never likes to communicate with others. I told him about my special illness, and my illness is a combination of physical and psychological illnesses, so it's more challenging. That's why he agreed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared about the pay." "I see. I thought he was easy to get close to," Lin Che said in surprise. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "He's not a bad person. If you really get close to him, he'll treat you well. It's just that he can't really get close to him. So, I'm also very surprised that he's so close to your friend." "Yeah, but they're working together now, so I guess he's accepted." "Yeah, to be his assistant?" "That's right." "Oh, that's even more surprising," he said. Chapter 378. Lin Che asked, "Why?" Gu Jingze said, "In the past, his first assistant was also a pretty good girl. She was his classmate, but she was killed in a car explosion during an operation abroad." "What?" Lin Che said in surprise, "His job is so dangerous." "That was before. In the past, our security was not as complete as it is now. It was only after one attack after another that it began to slowly enrich. In short, after that time, he never asked for an assistant again." Gu Jingze said, "I was surprised to see him accept someone else as his assistant. But maybe it's a good thing." "Yeah, and Yuran is really smart. She has a higher education than me. She studied directing overseas and translation in China. She also has a double major in chemistry. She can be considered a top student, but she doesn't have much experience." Lin Che vaguely felt that Chen Yuqing and Shen Yuran might have a chance. The next day, Lin Che told Gu Jingyu that he was ready to go to the Paris Fashion Week with him. Gu Jingyu said that was right. Soon, the crew postponed their schedule. Although they were busy and had to travel day and night, the crew still understood the importance of the Paris Fashion Week. Song Shuhai didn't go this time. She had been to the Paris Fashion Week a few times as a brand ambassador. She was too lazy to go this time, so she stayed with the crew and continued to film her part. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu went to Paris together. On the plane, the two of them sat in the front. The stewardess had already seen them. When she came to deliver the juice, she kept staring at them. She looked at Gu Jingyu and smiled. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Lin Che saw this and said, "What's wrong? Do you want to take a picture with Gu Jingyu?" When the stewardess heard this, she was pleasantly surprised and quickly said, "Really?" Gu Jingyu frowned. The stewardess was depressed again. Lin Che went up and said, "Gu Jingyu, it's just a picture. Come, let's take it together." The stewardess quickly picked up her phone and went behind the two of them. Although Gu Jingyu looked reluctant, he still took the picture. The air stewardess was very happy. She said to Lin Che, "Thank you. I've always said that you're kind. You really are." Then, he looked at Gu Jingyu. "Jingyu is so friendly." The stewardess forced a smile and quickly ran away before Gu Jingyu raised his gray eyes. The plane was about to take off soon, so they turned off their phones. Lin Che said to Gu Jingyu, "What are you doing?" "It's just taking a photo." "You're really meddlesome. You're just being nosy. Do you have the heart to reject such a cute stewardess?" "How could I?" The two of them chatted along the way. The air stewardess in front of them watched them and secretly discussed them. The two of them seemed to be really good. After they got off the plane, the stewardess posted on Weibo that she had bumped into Lin Che and Gu Jingyu on the plane. Lin Che was a nice guy and he even asked if they wanted to take a photo together. Gu Jingyu was very low-key. She was asked to take a photo with Lin Che. She kept glaring at Lin Che, but Lin Che pretended not to notice. When everyone thought of that scene, they felt that it was so cute. Hence, there was a lot of discussion on the internet. They said that Gu Jingyu and Lin Che had a cold and warm relationship. It was so interesting. If only they could keep working together. Some people also noticed that they were going to Fashion Week. They couldn't help but start to summarize the people who would be going to Fashion Week this year. Although they had just arrived in Paris, they had already started to attract attention in China. Yu Minmin looked at the news. Although she felt that it was boring, it seemed that the search for Paris Fashion Week was really good. Everyone's attention to Fashion Week was really amazing. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu arrived in Paris early in the morning. Gu Jingyu went to the hotel to meet someone without stopping, while Lin Che just packed his things in his room. Yu Minmin wanted to go out with Yang Lingxin. Although they didn't sleep much at night, they were still very excited since it was their first time going out. The three women packed their things together and left the room. One of the benefits of being overseas was that they didn't have to worry about being recognized on the streets. They felt especially carefree. "This is overseas, Sister Che. I feel like I'm dreaming," Yu Minmin said. "You won't feel like it's a dream if you see too much blonde hair and blue eyes. Let's go, aren't we going to see the scenery first?" "Yeah, I want to go take photos of the Eiffel Tower," Yang Lingxin said. Lin Che smiled too. He thought that she had never been here before, so he was actually very excited too. But, at this moment, Lin Che. An unbelievable voice came from behind. Lin Che thought he heard wrong, but when he turned around, he saw Qin Qing standing behind him. Lin Che blinked, thinking that it was an illusion. Qing, why are you here? There were a few staff members beside Qing. She said something to them and hurried over. He was also very surprised, but still pleasantly surprised. Lin Che, you're staying at this hotel? Yeah. I'm here for work. I'm staying here too. What a coincidence. You're working in Paris. Yeah, one of my family's brands will be appearing here during Fashion Week, so I'm here to attend. Then I'm also here for Fashion Week, but I'm just here to freeload on the red carpet, Lin Che said with a smile. Qing looked at Lin Che as if she was examining every part of him. After a while, when she felt that Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin were still looking at her, she retracted her gaze and smiled at Lin Che. Are you here with the company? Yeah. What a coincidence. Let's eat together later. Qing said. This. Lin Che wanted to say that he still wanted to go shopping, but Gu Jingyu's voice came from behind. Lin Che, why are you here? You're not waiting for me, are you? Lin Che's face darkened. He turned around and said, why are you back? Qing's expression changed when she saw Gu Jingyu. She actually came with Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu said, yeah, I came back to get my things and eat. Have you guys eaten? If not, let's eat together. Okay. Lin Che didn't want to eat with Qing, so he quickly said to Gu Jingyu. He turned around and apologized to Qing, I'll go eat first. Okay, let's talk later. My room number is 8021. You can call my room number. Okay. Qing watched them leave, thinking that he had once warned her not to get too close to the Gu family. However, the people around her now were all from the Gu family. Yang Lingxin went to the side and quickly chased after Lin Che to ask, who was that just now, Sister Che? Chapter 379. Lin Che's expression changed. A good friend I've known since we were kids. I see. You're pretty, Sister Che. Everyone around you is pretty too. Lin Che smiled. Yeah, you're pretty too. Of course not. Of course not. You're my friend too. You're pretty too. Gu Jingyu only came back for lunch and then left. The three girls went out for a day and came back in the afternoon to prepare for tomorrow's fashion show. Lin Che had prepared 3 sets of dresses. One was for the red carpet, and the other 2 were casual dresses for the fashion show. There were also some clothes from the street auction that were to be sent over later. Lin Che was resting after choosing the dresses when he heard someone knocking on the door. Lin Che thought it was a staff member and went to open the door. Opening the door, he was surprised to see Qing standing at the door. Qing, Lin Che. He smiled and looked inside. Can I come in and sit? Of course. Lin Che moved aside and let Qing in. After sitting down, Qing looked around. Her clothes were hanging on the ceiling and looked very pretty. I didn't expect the girl who wanted to act and be a star to finally become a big star. Lin Che recalled the past and also laughed. I didn't. I'm not a big star either, Qing looked at her. Although he knew that she was no longer his, he still wanted to get close to her. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't want to see him, but he just broke off the engagement with Lin Li not long ago and it felt weird to see him now. But when he thought of the times when they were kids, it seemed much better. After all, they knew each other since they were kids and were different from other people. Qing said, why did you come to the red carpet with Gu Jingyu? Oh, yeah. We're shooting a movie together, so we came together. You guys are shooting a movie together. His movies are always popular. You'll definitely be popular this time. No, I don't know yet. I'm still shooting and don't think too much. Of course, I hope I can be popular. Ching looked at her bright smile and wondered why she didn't think her smile was so beautiful back then. Ching was about to say something when Lin Che's phone rang. Lin Che looked down. It was Gu Jingze. She hurriedly apologized to him, took the call, picked up the phone and went to one side to answer it. Ching looked at her and paused slightly. She heard her say, "Hey, why aren't you asleep yet?" The woman's seductive look made people realize that it was Gu Jingze who called. Lin Che laughed and said, "Scram, I'm not." Lin Che's eyes turned into crescents as he said, "Nonsense. Why do you always talk nonsense?" Lin Che laughed heartily and said, all right, I'll bring you a souvenir when I get back." Ching couldn't help but squint her eyes. She was also very surprised. Was this how Lin Che and Gu Jingze usually communicated? He didn't look like Gu Jingze at all. After chatting for a while, Lin Che said that he didn't want to talk anymore and wanted to sleep. He put down the phone, turned around, and said embarrassedly, "That was a long call." Ching stood up and said, "It's nothing. I just came to see you. It's rare for us to bump into each other from so far away. Work hard at Fashion Week tomorrow. I'll see you there if I have the chance." "Yeah, okay." Lin Che said goodbye to him and watched him leave. She leaned against the door, thinking about the feeling she had for him before. Now, they could be so indifferent that they only needed to greet each other when they met. However, it was still Ching, the Ching who was full of sunshine in her memory. She hoped that he was still doing well after leaving Linli, the next day. The red carpet had always been a top priority. Lin Che and Yuminmin stood outside. Lin Che looked at the many handsome men and beautiful women at Fashion Week. The atmosphere here was completely different from the atmosphere in China. This made Lin Che a little nervous. It was Gu Jingyu who gave her the invitation to enter the venue directly. However, Gu Jingyu had to enter with someone else's car, so she couldn't accompany Lin Che. This made Lin Che even more nervous. She sat in the car and rubbed her hands as she said, "If I embarrass myself this time, I'll embarrass myself internationally. Will my clothes be okay? My chest won't fall off while I'm walking, right?" Yu Minmin said, "It's fine. If you really fall off, you'll definitely be in the headlines in China." "Ah, don't scare me. I told you that this kind of strapless clothes will fall off easily." "Alright, what are you so nervous about? Besides some domestic faces, you don't know any foreign faces. What's there to worry about? The foreign media usually won't take pictures of domestic stars. It's just like how we look at them. When they look at us, they are face blind. They can't tell who is who." "That's true." Lin Che clutched her chest again and looked at her invitation. "This can't be fake, right? Don't be embarrassed if you can't get in. You've already bragged and yet you can't get on the red carpet. Alright, Gu Jingyu gave you an invitation. How could it be fake? Let's go." Yu Minmin didn't let her imagination run wild and dragged her out of the car. After going through a series of verification procedures, they entered. The red carpet was glittering with stars, but it had nothing to do with Lin Che because she really didn't know a single one of them. At this moment, she saw a few familiar faces outside. They were also from the entertainment industry in Country C. Lin Che asked curiously, "Why are those people outside?" Yu Minmin said, "They should be the nervous ones. They don't have invitations. They're here to freeload on the red carpet. If they can't get in, they can just take pictures to freeload. So that's how it is." At the same time, the country was indeed paying close attention to the developments of Fashion Week. Some celebrities who were freeloading on the red carpet had already started posting some street photos. The trendy street photos were also discussed by many netizens. They were competing to see who was more fashionable and fashionable. Meanwhile, on the red carpet, everyone was waiting. There were many celebrities on the list who would appear on the red carpet. They were waiting to see who would actually walk on the red carpet. Who knew if they were just freeloading on the red carpet? At this moment, a local reporter in front was already exclaiming, "That's Qin Wanwan, isn't it?" Lin Che raised her head in response. With one glance, she saw Qin Wanwan dressed in an especially dazzling and beautiful red dress. She appeared on the red carpet. The retro Chinese-style dress had been modified into a large bare back with a long trailing tail. It was very eye-catching on the ground. She turned back and smiled, waving at the reporters. Some foreign reporters started taking pictures of her. Lin Che couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, this will definitely make the headlines." She was indeed very eye-catching, and most importantly, she was good-looking. If she was just eye-catching and not good-looking, she would definitely be scolded by others. However, her outfit was indeed very good-looking. Chapter 380. Qin Wanwan was indeed Qin Wanwan. Lin Che lowered her head and looked at her watermelon red gown. She couldn't help but think that she was indeed timid. She didn't have the nerve to wear an exaggerated gown. She had been scolded so much that she was afraid of being used to slander her, so she didn't dare to show her face. Just then, Qin Wanwan turned around and smiled. She walked in slowly, holding her gown and stopping to take pictures from time to time. She was followed by the lights and gazes all the way, making people envious. She signed and finally disappeared from the red carpet. Next, it was Lin Che's turn. Compared to her, Lin Che was much more low-key. A reporter called her name. She turned her head and smiled at them, greeting them. There were also foreign reporters who politely took pictures and looked at her with smiles. Lin Che returned their greetings one by one. The dress she was wearing wasn't too long or too short. It was a watermelon red dress with a black tube top stitched together. The material was glossy, and there were some pretty colors underneath, accentuating her fair and tender skin. The pinch design made her waist look slender and beautiful, but compared to Qin Wanwan, she was a lot more conventional. She quickly entered and immediately saw Qin Wanwan, who had greeted her. "Hey, Lin Che, you're in Paris too. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't know you were here too. I'm a brand ambassador. I'm endorsing Cartier, right? What about you? How did you get here?" she asked. Lin Che said, "I'm here to freeload on the red carpet. I don't have any endorsements." "Oh, then how did you get in?" "I got an invitation from someone." "I see. That's fine too. It's not easy to get in, mainly because we don't have many people abroad, so we can't get an invitation. Look, there are so many people outside still freeloading on the red carpet, but they can't get in even if they want to." "Yeah," Lin Che said with a smile. She pulled her dress and said, "Okay, I'm going to change. This dress is enough. I'm going to go crazy if I don't change." "Okay, go." After separating from him, Lin Che got the schedule of the show. Although she didn't know what was good about those shows, she still looked at them carefully. Anyway, the show she was going to watch was with Gu Jingyu, so she didn't care which show she was going to watch. After Qin Wanwan changed, she came back and told Lin Che that she had been officially invited by Cartier to attend the Cartier show. She was also going to watch the Chanel show and the Empress Dowager's show. All in all, she was going to attend some big brand shows. Lin Che didn't know what he wanted to see, so he could only say, "I'll look at it when the time comes." Qin Wanwan said, "You're really muddle-headed. It wasn't easy for your company to get you here, so of course you have to pick a few worthy shows to watch. These big-name shows will attract a lot of media and celebrities, so there will be a lot of reports. Of course, you'd go watch these big-name shows. But it's not easy to get an invitation to these big-name shows. If you get one, it's meaningless to watch the later ones since you won't even be able to get a shot." Lin Che said, "Yeah, I'll listen to their arrangements." Qin Wanwan said, "You're too careless. You don't care about anything. You're too lazy." Lin Che shrugged helplessly. "Because I don't know much about it. It's better to leave these things to the professionals." Qin Wanwan sighed and shook her head, looking as if she expected better from him. After Qin Wanwan left, Yu Minmin said, "Looks like she got a front row seat for Chanel." Yang Lingxin asked, "Is it hard to get one?" Yu Minmin nodded. "Because Chanel is very popular, so it's not easy to get an invitation to Chanel shows." Yu Minmin explained to Yang Lingxin, "We're here to attend the opening ceremony and walk the red carpet. Today's shows are all in the afternoon, so the opening ceremony has its own invitation. However, the other shows are where everyone is fighting. The shows have their own invitation, so it's easy for ordinary people to get an invitation. It's just that most of them are seated in the back row. Some of the less popular brands can also get an invitation to the front row, but the attention isn't as high. For big-name brands like Chanel, the front row invitations have already been given to famous celebrities. It's very difficult for others to get an invitation to the back row, let alone the front row. That's why Qin Wanwan came here to say that she got an invitation from Chanel and Cartier." Yang Lingxin couldn't help but say angrily, "Then did Qin Wanwan come here just to show off?" Yu Minmin raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Yang Lingxin said, "Really, what's there to show off? Alright, let's go and wait for Gu Jingyu." In the afternoon, Gu Jingyu finally arrived. He brought Lin Che with him and they went to the show venue with a foreigner. As they walked, the two of them conversed in fluent English. Gu Jingyu even explained to Lin Che, "We've picked 3 shows to watch over the next few days. We don't have to go to the other shows. We'll spend the rest of our time having fun." "Okay, I'll listen to you. That's a good boy. When it's over, I'll bring you guys out to eat good food." After that, there were other people who came to attend Fashion Week. They came for other shows and went back after shooting some street photos. Lin Che followed Gu Jingyu to an LV show and a Chanel show. At the Chanel show, he even saw Qin Wanwan. She sat opposite him and looked at Lin Che. She asked in surprise, "So you're here for Chanel too?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, I didn't know at first." "No wonder. You came with Gu Jingyu. He can get tickets to any show," Qin Wanwan said as she looked at Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu only looked at her. Some of the people who came to watch the show were dressed weirdly. They were said to be fashionistas and street photographers. To fit the occasion, Lin Che also dressed fashionably and chose a more neutral outfit. Qin Wanwan's outfit was even weirder. There were many different colors, which matched the colors of this year's Chanel. Qin Wanwan stared at the two of them before returning her gaze to the show venue. The few big brands shows were the finale. Once they were done, the show would be over. While everyone was busy watching the shows and taking street photos, in China, there was a lot of discussion about the celebrities who attended Fashion Week. Previously, Qin Wanwan appeared at the opening party in a long dress and amazed everyone. Many people were praising her on the internet, saying that she was really beautiful and that even the foreign reporters were amazed. In comparison, Lin Che's first day's edition was much smaller. Although she was beautiful, her outfit was still very standard and nothing out of the ordinary. In the reports, there were different opinions about the other celebrities who came to watch the show. Some of them were especially outstanding and were praised by people while others weren't outstanding and only took up some space. Chapter 381. A few days later, Gu Jingyu went on stage. Although the man didn't have much makeup on, the netizens noticed something else. The few shows that Gu Jingyu went to were all big-name shows, so it wasn't easy to get tickets. But what was the most unbelievable was that, the people who went to watch the shows with Gu Jingyu. A netizen said, "Did you guys notice that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu sit in different seats when they watch the show? The other celebrities sit on the left row, but they sit on the right back. That's the best seat. Usually, there will be some special people sitting there. Then who will this seat be given to? It's not anyone else, it's the royal family of Country Y. The people who can sit there are all invited by the royal family of Country Y, and let me tell you something. The man sitting on Lin Che's left, the one who doesn't look that big, is Country Y's Earl Stedman, and the handsome little fresh meat on the left is the descendant of the legitimate royal family of Country Y. He should be the 13th successor of Country Y, but he has nothing to do with the inheritance. At least it shows how high his status is." Along with some pictures, the blog post attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Lin Che to be sitting there too. It seemed like they underestimated Lin Che, who kept a low profile and went to watch the shows. When they thought back to her dressing, they felt that Lin Che was indeed a low-profile and amiable person. He went to watch the shows quietly and didn't want to be in the limelight. Now that they thought about it, Qin Wanwan, who purposely showed up, took street photos, and posted pictures of the shows, seemed a little too deliberate. After watching the shows for a few days, their trip to Paris was finally coming to an end. Although Lin Che didn't feel like he did anything, it was more tiring than filming. While they were organizing their things in the hotel, Yu Minmin kept looking at the news and said to Lin Che, "You finally have more news than Qin Wanwan." Yang Lingxin said, "Of course, people can definitely tell that she's scheming. She came here to show off and go back, but the search volume isn't as high as our sister Che." Yu Minmin glanced at Yang Lingxin and said, "She achieved her goal anyway. She took up the headlines for the whole day. But our sis Che has been in the limelight for a few days now. You're also the #1 trending topic on Weibo. Look, there are even people saying that the clothes you wore to watch the fashion show were so beautiful and handsome." Lin Che said, "I just feel very tired right now. It's better if I go back earlier." "Yeah, we're going back soon. Let's go." They went to the airport together. This time, they didn't go with Gu Jingyu. He still had to stay for a few days to attend the royal banquet. When they reached the cabin, Qin Qing was at the side. When he saw Lin Che, he was stunned and said, "What a coincidence." Lin Che was also very surprised. "Yeah, what a coincidence. We're on the same flight back too." Qin Qing immediately switched seats with someone else and sat next to Lin Che. Yang Lingxin asked Yu Minmin curiously, "Who is this?" Yu Minmin said, "Haven't you seen the news? He used to be Lin Li's fiancé." "Ah, he's not a second-generation rich kid." "Yes, he is the second young master of the Qin clan." "Oh my god, how does Sister Che know all these people?" Yang Lingxin exclaimed. Yu Minmin said, "This is Lin Che and Lin Li. We've known each other since we were young. He's different from others." "Oh, I see. Yeah, the Lin clan that Lin Che belongs to isn't a small clan. It's just that it's much weaker than the Gu clan." "Okay." Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che enviously. Wherever he went, people loved him. The plane landed quickly. Qin Qing always felt that the time she spent with him was always so short. When she saw Lin Che fall asleep on the seat on the plane, Qing gently covered him with a blanket. She remembered that when she was young, she often sat on the swing in the park and fell asleep while lying down. More than 10 hours seemed to pass in a short while. When they got off the plane, Qing said, "My car is parked downstairs. I'll drive you back." Lin Che quickly said, "It's okay. Our company will send someone to pick you up." "It's okay. It's on the way. I drove here alone anyway." However, at this moment, a bodyguard from the Gu clan suddenly rushed over. "Madam," he called out to Lin Che. Lin Che was stunned. Qing also paused. Looking at the bodyguard from the Gu clan, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Not to mention, Gu Jingze's face quickly appeared behind the bodyguard. Gu Jingze had actually appeared out of nowhere. Lin Che had never thought that Gu Jingze would come to pick her up personally. She was stunned for a moment before she looked at Gu Jingze. "Why are you here?" Gu Jingze only looked at Qing with a gloomy gaze. Qing paused. She couldn't help but clench her fists by her side. However, she still lowered her head and said, "Hello, President Gu." Gu Jingze only glanced at her. He smiled and reached out to take the box from Lin Che's hands. "Okay." The people behind him automatically took the box. Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulders and walked out. Lin Che felt embarrassed for a moment. She quickly turned and said to Qing, "Then I'll leave first." Gu Jingze led her through the private passageway. Qing watched from behind. Her gaze fell on the backs of the two people. The private passageway was the Gu clan's private passageway. No one else was allowed to pass through, so she could only stand there and watch. Seeing them walk through the passageway, the Gu clan's car was waiting inside. The group of people left in a grandiose manner. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze came to pick Lin Che up personally. Could it be said that Lin Che had a very high status in Gu Jingze's heart? Should he be happy for Lin Che? But he didn't want to be happy at all. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze into the car. She asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Gu Jingze said, "Why? Did I disturb you?" Gu Jingze's expression was gloomy. He glared at her. "How is that possible?" Lin Che said. "Did we just happen to meet in Paris?" Gu Jingze hadn't seen her for a few days. That was why he wanted to pick her up personally and give her tonight. He didn't expect to meet Qing here. Lin Che snuck a glance at Gu Jingze and smiled. "What? Don't tell me you're still jealous of him after so long." Gu Jingze's face darkened again. Lin Che. He dared to say that he was jealous. Was this girl going to soar into the heavens again? Lin Che laughed and said to him, "All right, there's really nothing between me and him. We're just normal friends. We're busy with our own things, so we don't see each other often." Yes, he believed that she treated him as a friend. But that man. Chapter 382. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che but didn't say anything. The next day. At the Gu group. Qin Hao came in and carefully placed the documents on Gu Jingze's cabinet. "Master Gu, this is the information on the construction contractor for the sea bridge. Please have a look. A few powerful companies have been selected to bid for the project. I've asked Mr. President and they all said that there's no problem. It's up to you to make the final decision." Gu Jingze flipped open the documents and quickly skimmed through a few pages. His eyes were fixed on one of the documents. "The Qin family is participating in this competition." "Yes, Master Gu. They are also a capable competitor. After all, they have been in the construction industry for many years. So the judges think that they are good." Qin Hao observed Gu Jingze's expression. He wanted to know why Gu Jingze suddenly mentioned the Qin family. He didn't want the Qin family to participate. He didn't like the Qin family. However, Gu Jingze suddenly said, let's choose the Qin family. Since they have been in the construction industry for so many years, they have the foundation and experience. The judges also think that they are suitable. With that, he put the documents aside. Qin Hao looked at him in surprise. He had helped to investigate the documents before, so he naturally knew about the relationship between Lin Che and Qin Qing. Gu Jingze didn't kick Qin Qing out, but gave such a big project to the Qin family. Although the Qin family was indeed powerful, the Qin family wasn't the only one with such power. However, he didn't want to guess his master's thoughts. Anyway, he knew that he wouldn't joke about the project. It was enough to use the company as a joke. When Lin Che came back from the set, Gu Jingze suddenly said, let's go eat. Lin Che said, oh, but I've already eaten. It's a lunchbox. Then let's go for supper. Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulders and led her out without saying a word. Hey. Where are you going? Although Lin Che had some doubts, he still trusted Gu Jingze, so he allowed him to pull him out of the room. Soon, they arrived at a hotel owned by the Gu Group. Once inside, Lin Che felt that it was a little crowded. She couldn't help but ask, what's going on inside? Gu Jingze said, oh, a project just started after the bidding. They're celebrating, so I came to say hello. Oh, I see. Soon, they arrived inside. As the bodyguards entered, the people inside immediately saw Gu Jingze. President Gu is here. President Gu is here. Welcome, President Gu. You really value our project too much. Gu Jingze, who had never come out, came to the site for the first time. Everyone felt that Gu Jingze really attached great importance to this project, and they couldn't help but feel proud. However, Gu Jingze glanced around and fixed his eyes on the main table inside. Qin Qing, his eyes moved, and a smile appeared on his face. Although it didn't reach his eyes, it was enough to make people feel surprised. Being led by Gu Jingze, Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable under the surprised gazes of so many people. At that moment, he felt Gu Jingze leading him inside. Lin Che followed the footsteps and lifted his head. Only then did he see the person in front of him. Wasn't that Qin Qing? Qin Qing had already stood up from her chair. From the moment Gu Jingze stepped into the room, he had seen him at first glance. However, in a moment of shock, he saw Lin Che beside him. His heart couldn't help but sink. Lin Che looked at Qin Qing in surprise, and then turned to look at Gu Jingze. What was going on? However, Gu Jingze had already put his arm around her and said to Qin Qing, "Second young master, we meet again. I'm very pleased that you won the bid this time." Smiling, Qin Qing looked at this unpredictable man. She couldn't find any adjectives to describe her feelings at that moment. She could only look at Lin Che and say to him, "President Gu, you're being too polite. It's the Qin Group's honor to be able to undertake this project. Have a seat. I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to be too nervous." Gu Jingze said and didn't say anything else. He pulled out a chair and gestured for Lin Che to sit first. Lin Che was still a little confused. He looked at Qin Qing before sitting down. And Gu Jingze sat down as well. He raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Qin Qing was still standing there, he said lightly, "Sit." "Why are you standing?" Qin Qing had no choice but to sit down. Gu Jingze placed one hand on the table. His sitting posture was a little sideways, and his aura was vaguely revealed. Because of his presence, everyone at the table didn't dare to speak loudly. Even though everyone at the table was either rich or wealthy, in front of Gu Jingze, they inexplicably lost some of their aura. Even though Gu Jingze was just sitting there motionlessly and elegantly, he still gave off a faint sense of dominance. Lin Che looked at Qin Qin and kept giving him meaningful looks, wanting to ask him what was going on. However, Gu Jingze immediately noticed his gaze. He looked at Qin Qin first and asked, "Is the second young master of the Qin family in charge of this project this time?" Upon hearing this, Qin Qin hurriedly replied, "Yes, President Gu. You're young and promising. Do your best." Although these were words of encouragement, it made Qin Qin feel uncomfortable when they came from Gu Jingze's mouth. Especially when Lin Che was beside him. Seeing him choke, Lin Che felt awkward and could only lower his head to grab something to eat. However, he heard Gu Jingze say directly, "Oh right, second young master Qin and Che are classmates, right?" "Ah. Yes." Qin Qin looked at Lin Che. "Why don't I see you guys having a class reunion?" "Because, everyone is a little busy, so we didn't have a gathering." "Is that because there aren't any gatherings recently?" "Well, there isn't. It's just that we're very grateful that our family was able to win this opportunity, President Gu. If President Gu doesn't mind, the Qin family has an auction tomorrow, and we hope that President Gu can do us the honor of attending." Hearing this, Gu Jingze smiled. "Sure, if I have time, I'll definitely attend." The people at the table almost spat. Not to mention them, even Lin Che himself was about to spit. Gu Jingze actually agreed to be a guest at the Qin family. However, everyone also thought in surprise that Qin Qin actually had such a relationship with Gu Jingze. She was the classmate of Gu Jingze's woman. This pillow talk was really good. Qin Qin looked at Gu Jingze with widened eyes. For a moment, she was a little surprised. However, looking at the eyes of everyone at the table, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not say the word of rejection. Lin Che choked. He felt that Gu Jingze was simply crazy. What on earth was he trying to do? Soon, Gu Jingze drank a mouthful of wine with everyone at the table to thank them for their hard work, then said that he would leave. When Gu Jingze wanted to leave, no one dared to stop him. They only said, "President Gu, you have a lot of affairs to attend to every day, please take care and rest." Then, they sent Gu Jingze off. At the door, the Gu family's bodyguards stopped them. They did not even allow them to get too close to see Gu Jingze off. As everyone watched him leave, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Gu Jingze's aura was really not something that ordinary people could compare to. Qin Qin stood there and watched Lin Che leave. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Hearing everyone's discussion about Gu Jingze, her heart sank even more. Did he see that she still had feelings for him? Chapter 383. After leaving the hotel, Lin Che pulled Gu Jingze over and looked at him. "What are you doing? Why is Qin Qin here?" Gu Jingze said, "Why?" He looked at Lin Che innocently. "The Qin family won a bid for a project and he's here to host it." Fine, it sounded like he couldn't refute that. "But why are you going to the Qin family's banquet?" Gu Jingze said, "Why can't I? Since he's your classmate and you were close to him in the past, I invited him to have a look so that he won't be bullied because he's young." What's wrong with that? Was that even possible? Lin Che was speechless. But looking at Gu Jingze, she felt that things weren't that simple. However, Gu Jingze no longer paid attention to her. He strode out. Lin Che chased after him. "Gu Jingze, come back here. You haven't told me what's going on. Stop nagging. We'll talk when we get back." Gu Jingze frowned. He opened the car door and got in. However, as soon as they got home, before she could ask any more questions, his lips were firmly planted on hers. Ugh! Didn't he say that he would tell her in detail? The next day, Gu Jingze prepared to go to the Qin family's house. Behind him, Lin Che wanted to slip away. But Gu Jingze had already seen her in the mirror. Lin Che, where are you going? He asked as he put on his tie. Lin Che said hurriedly, I'm going to go to the filming site. I've already asked Yu Minmin to apply for leave. You don't have to go to the filming site today, he said. What? Lin Che exclaimed. Then what are you going to do? I have a social engagement today. You have to go with me, Gu Jingze said as he handed her a suit. Lin Che was speechless. I don't want to go. Gu Jingze said, he's your classmate. Why don't you go? I'm going to the Qin family's house in your name. How can I go if you don't go? It seemed like Lin Che couldn't escape. She could only accept her fate. She put on the suit and followed him to the Qin family's auction. Chen Meili had long heard that Lin Che would be coming with Gu Jingze. Chen Meili had been humiliated by Gu Jingze in the car dealership. She still hadn't forgotten the humiliation. Therefore, when Qin Qing mentioned it yesterday, Chen Meili was extremely conflicted. However, Qin Qing's father directly scolded her. He said that she was a woman and didn't know anything, and that she should stand at the back and not be an eyesore. She was even angrier now. At 9:00, Gu Jingze finally arrived. Qin Qing's family naturally came to the door to welcome them. Qin Qing saw the car door open and Gu Jingze getting out of the car first. She then opened the door herself to let Lin Che out. The people around them seemed to be used to it, so they didn't step forward and let Gu Jingze open the door. Then, he held Lin Che's hand and walked out. When Lin Che came down and saw the Qin family, he felt like he was in a dream. How many years had it been since he last visited the Qin family? Now, he could finally see the Qin family. When she was young, she often came to play. The Qin family didn't treat her well because she was an illegitimate daughter. Father Qin hurriedly said, Master Gu, your presence brings light to the Qin family's auction house. Please come in, come in. Gu Jingze walked up to Father Qin and Father Qin. He glanced at Lin Che, who was at the side. He was stunned at first and even looked a little awkward. Then, he hurriedly said, Little Che, you're really amazing now. With President Gu's help, your career has soared. Congratulations. Lin Che could only smile and thank him. Come in, come in. Chen Meili watched this scene from behind. She didn't want to step forward. She glared at Lin Che, feeling indignant. Qin Qing stood at the side, watching Lin Che closely. She only retracted her gaze when Lin Che and Gu Jingze walked into the hall together. Gu Jingze listened to Father Qin's introduction and directly led the two of them to the front. Gu Jingze had already seen Chen Meili, but he only glanced at her and pretended not to see her. He continued to listen to Father Qin's introduction quietly, but it was unclear if he heard it at all. When Chen Meili saw the look in Gu Jingze's eyes, she couldn't help but recall how his bodyguard had slapped her. Then, he had coldly said that his bodyguard was so inflexible. He had only said that if anyone dared to say anything bad about Lin Che, he would tear their mouth apart. Then, they would really make a move. She couldn't help but feel her cheeks hurt. She hurriedly retracted her gaze and didn't dare to look at him again. Especially when she thought about how she had really been locked up in the police station for a few days before being released. She could only swallow her indignation and keep it to herself. After they sat down, Father Qin hurriedly asked, What would you like to eat? I'll get someone to make it. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che calmly. What do you want to eat? Lin Che hurriedly said, "Oh, anything is fine." "Then let's have some of both," he said, looking up. "Didn't she say to have some of both?" "Just one or two would be fine." Did it feel weird to look at the Qin family from here? Father Qin didn't care how strict Gu Jing's request was. He hurriedly went to do it with a smile. Qin was left sitting there. Looking at Gu Jingze and Lin Che felt even more uncomfortable. He got up and said that he had to go to the bathroom. After watching Lin Che leave, Gu Jingze then looked at Qin's young face. Realizing that Gu Jingze was looking at her, Qin reluctantly retracted her gaze. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. "You seem to have a good relationship with Lin Che in the past." "Mr. Gu, we've known each other since we were young." "Then you should know her very well, right?" "I still don't know what interesting things happened to her in the past." "Was she as stupid and brainless as before?" Qin looked at Gu Jing's smile. "Mr. Gu, you really care about Lin Che." "Of course, she is my wife. As a husband, I should care about my wife, right?" Qin's body trembled. He said that Lin Che was his wife. Qin looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. "Lin Che is married." His gaze was no longer concealed. His disbelief was clear on his face. Gu Jingze said, "Why didn't she tell you?" "How could it be? How could Lin Che be married to Gu Jingze? Was she Mrs. Gu now?" Qin had never heard that Gu Jingze was already married. He looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. "You're lying. You can't be married." Gu Jing's eyes flashed as he looked at Qin. "What do you mean by, can't be married?" "I've been married to her for more than a year." "You think it's impossible? Why is it impossible?" Chapter 384. Gu Jing's voice was still indifferent, but it sounded colder and colder to the people who heard it. The gaze that was staring at him also changed from the gentleness of a moment ago to a deep one, like a sharp knife that was slowly turning the edge of the blade. Qin couldn't believe it. Gu Jing's marriage was big news, but there was no news about it. In the past, they all thought that even if Gu Jingze got together with Lin Che, he was just toying with her. Even though she knew that it was wrong to think that way, Qin couldn't help but think that it was fine if he really was toying with her. It would be great if Lin Che was happy, but if he wasn't, he would still be standing here waiting for her when she turned around one day. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to say that they were already married. Lin Che was very happy now. She was married to an extremely powerful man, a man who was much more powerful than him. This thought dealt a heavy blow to his heart. For a moment, he felt so pained and uncomfortable in his heart. It turned out that his feelings for Lin Che were so deep that he didn't even realize it himself. Qin just sat there in a daze. Gu Jing's gaze became colder and colder. Lin Che came back. Seeing the two of them, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Jingze turned around. His gaze had already regained its calmness. He pulled her to sit down and said, "Nothing. We were just talking about some business." Lin Che said, "Oh, I see. There's crab to eat." She picked up a delicately decorated crab in front of her and wanted to eat it. As soon as she started, she almost pricked her finger. Gu Jingze frowned. "Look at you. You're so clumsy. Don't move. Let me do it." Lin Che grunted. Gu Jingze had already taken the crab from her naturally. He unwrapped it and stuffed it into Lin Che's mouth. Lin Che opened her mouth naturally and slurped down the crab. "It's so delicious. I want more." Gu Jingze looked at her sweet-eating face dotingly. He smiled and reached out to eat again. Outside, the crowd was also surprised. They always knew that Lin Che was with Gu Jingze, and now she had a meteoric rise in her career. They didn't expect Gu Jingze to treat Lin Che so well and dote on her. It seemed that this little girl's luck was really going to change in the future. He could no longer underestimate this illegitimate daughter of the Lin family. Qin Qing couldn't take it anymore. She turned her head away and said vaguely, "I'll go to the kitchen to take a look first." He hurriedly got up and left the place. Chen Meili grabbed Qin Qing. "Qin Qing, what are you doing? You look so dejected. When is this brat going to leave? Really, is she here to show off? How dare she come here?" Qin Qing thought, yes, he's here to show off. Gu Jingze was here to show off. He was here to tell him if it was possible. He anxiously pushed Chen Meili away and walked out by himself. "Hey, you." Chen Meili angrily looked at Lin Che's smug expression. Gu Jingze quickly left with Lin Che. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Tell me, why did you insist on coming here?" Gu Jingze smiled and looked at Lin Che's little face. "Nothing much. Let's go, idiot. Even if I explain it to you, you won't understand." "What? If you don't explain, how would I know? You little brain, you're so muddle-headed. How would you know? This matter has been resolved. Look at how you fell in love with such a man in the past. Hey, how many times have I told you? It's all in the past, and there's nothing bad about Qin Qing." Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. "Say that again." Lin Che said, "Of course, he's definitely not as good as you. Are you comparing him to me?" Lin Che hurriedly said, "No, how can he compare to you? You're the only one in the world." Gu Jingze looked as if that was more like it. Lin Che was speechless. This Gu Jingze was really. Lu Chuxia returned to B City from the cruise a few days later than Lin Che and Gu Jingze. When she arrived, she impolitely ordered the people from the Lu family, "Go, investigate everything about Lin Che. Her current life, what she's doing, her past relationships, and any dark spots. Find them all for me. I want all of her information." The helper was shocked. She looked at Lu Chuxia and couldn't help but feel strange. Lu Chuxia admitted that she had underestimated Lin Che in the beginning. She thought that she was just a small celebrity, a lowly person who couldn't do anything. But now it seemed that the woman who could convince the Gu family to let Gu Jingze marry her was not simple. She must be very capable to make her father, in such a short time, decide to stand on her side. Not long after, the helper handed over the investigation information. Lin Che, the illegitimate daughter of the Lin family. She had 2 older sisters and a younger brother. The person she used to like was Qin Qing. She was engaged to her sister, Lin Li, but they broke off the engagement. Lin Li was also an artist, but after she lost to Lin Che, she didn't have a good life. Interestingly, she often had scandals with Gu Jingyu. No wonder. She was indeed a scheming woman. Lu Chuxia snorted. "All right, go and prepare for me. I want to see what other tricks this shameless woman has up her sleeves." Lin Li had just been bullied in the office. When she came out, she raised her head and saw Lin Che's commercial on the big screen in the shopping mall opposite. Lin Che's sweet smile attracted everyone's attention. It was a candy commercial. It had been on for a few months. Every time Lin Li saw it, she wanted to smash the TV. Lin Che had suddenly jumped above her and caused her mother to be chased out of the family. Although she had secretly helped her, she was still laughed at by others. Just then, a car suddenly stopped in front of her. Lin Li was stunned. She looked at the red Porsche. It was a convertible car that was polished. In the car, the woman was wearing sunglasses. She looked at Linley arrogantly and disdainfully. "You're Linley, right? Who are you?" Linley looked at her arrogant face. She didn't like it. She didn't like any woman to be so arrogant in front of her. Originally, she was the one who deserved to be arrogant. However, since Lin Che's meteoric rise, Linley felt that she was as insignificant as dust in comparison. She said, "Am I someone who wants to flatter you?" "Flatter me?" Linley said in surprise. "Who are you? Do you think you can flatter me just because you want to?" "Ha, who do you think you are? Of course I want to flatter you. You just need to tell me if you want to be famous or not. That's enough." Chapter 385. Of course, Linley wanted to be famous. Who didn't want to be famous? The woman said proudly, "Even more famous than Lin Che. Even more famous than Lin Che." Linley gritted her teeth. "I do." The woman smiled. "That's good. You've been signed by the company I appointed. Just wait and see. It won't be long before you become famous." The person who was talking to Linley was Lu Chuxia. After Lu Chuxia solved the problem, she quickly called Gu Jingyu. "Hello, Jingyu." "Chuxia, busy person, what's the matter?" "It's like this. Do you want to invest in your movie?" "What do you mean?" "You want to invest in my movie?" "Yeah, the Lu and Gu families are very close now. We're relatives. Can't I invest in your movie?" "Forget it. I don't need to invest. I already have enough money." So heartless. "I'll go and see you now. I've been bored lately and I really want to see if there's anything good to invest in." "Whatever." Lu Chuxia snorted and drove her car to the set. At the set, Lin Che had just finished filming a scene. After he came down, Song Shuhai looked at him. "Your acting skills are pretty good." Lin Che smiled. "Sister Shuhai, are you complimenting me?" "Thank you." "No, I'm serious. In our industry, girls' acting skills are always not as good as guys. It's because girls pay too much attention to their looks. Therefore, those who have unique looks and are popular will get film contracts. It's true that your acting skills are a little bad. But you're pretty good." Song Shuhai was telling the truth. Watching her acting made him feel that she was very professional. Not only was she professional, she was also very focused, so she often finished the scene in one take. Lin Che smiled. "Maybe I really studied hard in school. Back then, no one asked me to film, so I studied hard in school every day. After studying hard enough, I'm bound to have some ability." She wasn't like other celebrities who had many film contracts since they were in school. Therefore, she often couldn't be in school. She never had a film contract. She could only occasionally act as an extra as an internship. At this moment, Gu Jingyu came out. She looked at Lin Che and handed him a bottle of water. Lin Che thanked him and was about to drink it. Gu Jingyu was speechless as he said, Hey, don't you need a straw? Seriously, you just applied lipstick. Aren't you afraid that you'll have to touch up your makeup if it gets smudged?" "Oh, I forgot." Gu Jingyu said, "You're really careless." The two of them often chatted and laughed on the set. The others were used to it and didn't care. Who asked them to have a good relationship? At this moment, Lu Chuxia arrived. When she arrived, she happened to see Lin Che and Gu Jingyu laughing inside. It was rare for Gu Jingyu to smile at someone like this. His indulgent look was especially glaring. Lu Chuxia couldn't help but feel surprised. This Lin Che was really amazing. He didn't leave his younger brother behind even after taking his older brother. Lu Chuxia stood there and stared at him. Suddenly, she called out, "Jingyu." When the others heard him called, they all turned around. When he saw Lu Chuxia, he was stunned. Gu Jingyu didn't mind. He turned around and saw Lu Chuxia. Since he had already greeted her, he said, "A friend is here. You guys wait here. I'll go take a look." No one noticed that Lin Che's face stiffened when he looked over. Lu Chuxia was actually here. What was she doing here? Gu Jingyu walked over slowly. Lin Che squinted his eyes and watched from behind. At the side, someone asked curiously, "Who is that?" "The woman who came to look for Jingyu." Everyone was very excited that a woman would come to look for Gu Jingyu. After all, Song Shuhai had been in the industry for a long time. As he watched, he suddenly smiled and said to everyone, "That's Lu Chuxia." "Ah, Sister Shuhai, how did you know?" "Who doesn't know her? She's much more amazing than us. She's known as the #1 socialite in Country C. Do you know what that means? It means that she's the daughter of a rich family. Moreover, she's known to be a social flower. The people who admire her aren't fans like us, but the sons of the rich and powerful families." "Ah, the #1 socialite. That's amazing." "Of course. Her surname is Lu, and the Lu family isn't an ordinary family in Country C. Many shopping malls are owned by her family. That's why they're so arrogant." "Wow, why did she come to look for Jingyu? It can't be that the two families are going to unite by marriage, right?" "I don't know about that. But it's normal for Gu Jingyu to know her. After all, Gu Jingyu isn't an ordinary person." Song Shuhai looked at the silent Lin Che. "You and Gu Jingyu are so close. Do you know some inside information?" Lin Che said, "I don't know. Maybe they've known each other since they were young." "Oh, that's also possible." Lin Che slowly raised his head and saw that Lu Chuxia was staring at him coldly. Naturally, no one paid attention to Lin Che's strange expression. They just looked at Gu Jingyu and said jealously, "That woman doesn't look that good. But she's the #1 socialite. Yeah, and she's even driving a Porsche. Just by looking at her, she has an aura. She's indeed different from us." Gu Jingyu saw Lu Chuxia. "You're really here. I thought you were joking." Lu Chuxia glanced at Lin Che, who was behind her, and said, "You're chatting with someone. That's rare." Gu Jingyu also looked back and smiled. "Oh, a friend." Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingyu suspiciously. "Hey, don't tell me you don't know who she is." Gu Jingyu was a little puzzled. "What do you mean? Who is she?" Lu Chuxia paused and looked at Gu Jingyu. She seemed to have understood something. It turned out that Gu Jingyu still didn't know that Lin Che was Gu Jing's wife. After all, Gu Jingyu hadn't been to the Gu family for many years. However, Lin Che was too scheming. She was actually teasing the two brothers like this. What a bad woman. Lu Chuxia chatted with him again and went to the side together. However, she was calculating something in her heart. Lin Che stayed on the set for a long time. After he finished filming his scenes, it was already 8:00 in the evening. Just as he was about to go out for dinner, Lu Chuxia came to him. "Lin Che, do you have something to talk to me about alone?" Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia in surprise. "What do you want to talk about? What do you think?" Lu Chuxia looked at Yu Minmin and the others behind her and said, "Why don't you ask these people to leave?" Lin Che pulled Yu Minmin. "This is my manager and friend. If you have something to say, just say it. She won't leave." Yu Minmin stood there and looked at Lu Chuxia fearlessly. Lu Chuxia harumphed and looked at Yu Minmin contemptuously. Then, she said to Lin Che, "It's nothing. I'm just surprised that you didn't tell Gu Jingyu that you're his sister-in-law." Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia. "What do you want? Why don't you just say it?" Chapter 386. Yeah, she didn't tell Gu Jingyu. At first, Gu Jingzi said that he didn't need to say anything. Later on, she wanted to tell him several times but couldn't find the chance. So much so that she didn't know how to bring it up now. Lu Chuxia said, "I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You married your older brother while hiding it from your younger brother and spreading rumors about him. How could you do that? Does Jingzi know you're so shameless?" Hearing that, Yu Minmin looked at Lu Chuxia and defended Lin Che. "Can't you be more careful with your words? What do you mean by shameless? How can you say such things?" Lu Chuxia looked at Yu Minmin. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Yu Minmin said, "You're no longer a person when you talk like that. How dare you ask me who I am? You." Lu Chuxia said angrily, "Lin Che, how do you manage your subordinates?" Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia. "What you're talking about now is between you and me. Just say it. What do you want? Just say it." Lin Che thought that Lu Chuxia and other people didn't know about her agreement with Gu Jingzi. At first, she didn't tell Gu Jingyu because she didn't know when they would divorce. There was no need to tell him about a secret marriage agreement. Who knew that after so many things happened in between, they were still husband and wife? Moreover, they did so many things that a husband and wife would do. Lu Chuxia said, "Just say it." "Okay, I want you to leave Gu Jingzi for a while." "What?" Lin Che found it unbelievable. How could he hear such a request? Lu Chuxia naturally wanted Lin Che to leave Gu Jingzi. Lin Che wasn't a fool and naturally wouldn't agree to it. That was why he asked her to leave for a while. For a while, without Lin Che's interference, she would definitely be able to get along well with Gu Jingzi. It would only take a while. Lu Chuxia said, "How about it? Think about it carefully." Lin Che said, "Leave for a while. What else?" Lu Chuxia's face hardened. "Otherwise, I'll tell Gu Jingyu about what you did. I'll tell him that you lied to him. I'll tell him that you're Gu Jingzi's legal wife and his sister-in-law. Then, you'll see what Gu Jingyu will do to you." Lin Che sneered, "That's it." Lu Chuxia nodded. "Yes, that's right. Why? Do you agree?" Lin Che did feel that telling Gu Jingyu was indeed a troublesome matter. She hadn't thought about how to tell Gu Jingyu. But leaving Gu Jingzi for a while. Yu Minmin was also at the side, looking at Lin Che. At this time, it was not good for her to make any decisions, so she quietly looked at her from the side. Lin Che sneered, "How long is a period of time? How about a month?" Lu Chuxia asked. "That's a good deal, right? You haven't lost anything." Lin Che laughed coldly and said, "Your calculations are really good." Lu Chuxia said, "You were the one who did something wrong first. It's just that I got hold of your weakness, so you can only blame yourself." Lin Che said, "What if I don't agree?" "You don't agree?" Lu Chuxia obviously didn't expect Lin Che to disagree. She thought that since Lin Che intentionally hid it from Gu Jingyu, he must have a purpose in mind. Although she didn't know what it was, for this purpose, she wouldn't easily agree to let Gu Jingyu know. However, Lin Che just said, "Yes, I don't agree. Your calculations are wrong." Lu Chuxia heard this and looked at her angrily. "Lin Che, I'm giving you one last chance. You better grasp it. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you. Lin Che said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I won't agree to it. I won't leave Gu Jingze for someone else. I'll bear the consequences of my wrongdoings. I won't let Gu Jingze bear the consequences with me. This is what I learned from Gu Jingze. Lu Chuxia saw that she said this and snorted. Alright, let's see if you can bear the consequences. Don't think that Gu Jingyu won't let you off easily just because he doesn't look as cold as Jingze. Everyone in the Gu family is the same. With that, Lu Chuxia snorted and turned to leave. Seeing Lu Chuxia leave, Lin Che's face was full of worry. Yu Minmin said, what should we do? Will she tell Gu Jingyu? Lin Che said, maybe she will. I'm not sure what she'll do. I don't know her very well. What will happen if she tells him? Yu Minmin asked. Lin Che shook his head and said, I don't know yet. I just hope that everything will be fine. Gu Jingyu and I have a good relationship, but we've always been friends. I've never thought about anything else. But if I hide this from him, he'll definitely be angry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from him. I can only bear the consequences of what he does to me. Yu Minmin said, why don't you go and tell him yourself? Lin Che said, let's go. Let's go and see where he is. The two of them walked out and looked around, but they couldn't find Gu Jingyu. Song Shuhai said, Lin Che, why are you here? Is there no more show for you? Lin Che said, oh, I'm looking for Gu Jingyu. Have you seen him? Him? I saw Lu Chuxia coming to talk to him about something, so they went out together. Lin Che's heart sank. Had Lu Chuxia already gone to look for him? Could it be that she was a step too late? Lin Che continued to walk out, trying to find Gu Jingyu's location. From afar, he saw Lu Chuxia standing next to the car, saying something viciously to Gu Jingyu. Lin Che's heart calmed down. Hey, Lin Che, you're here. Just in time. Lu Chuxia saw Lin Che, and the corners of her lips curled up into a vicious smile. Gu Jingyu turned around and looked at Lin Che, puzzled. How do you know Lin Che? Hearing this, Lin Che's heart tightened. Lu Chuxia snorted and said, how do I know Lin Che? You'll have to ask Lin Che about this. Lin Che, how do I know you? Gu Jingyu frowned as if he sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the two of them suspiciously. What are you two doing? Lin Che bit his lip. He finally looked at Gu Jingyu and Lu Chuxia. She clenched her fists and walked over step by step. In her heart, she had already decided that no matter what the consequences were, she would bear it. She wasn't a child anymore. She knew that she had to bear the responsibility. Without hesitation, she quickened her pace and walked over in a few steps. When she saw Gu Jingyu, she said, Gu Jingyu, there's something I've been hiding from you. Gu Jingyu frowned. What is it? Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia silently and lowered his head. Lu Chuxia couldn't wait for Lin Che to be hated. Even if Lin Che agreed to leave just now, Lu Chuxia would still tell Gu Jingyu about it when she returned. In short, she wouldn't let Lin Che have an easy time. Chapter 387. Moreover, Lin Che had not agreed to leave yet. Lu Chuxia hoped that Gu Jingyu would fly into a rage and kill Lin Che after hearing this. Seeing that Lin Che had shut up, Lu Chuxia said, Jingyu, do you know that Lin Che is actually married? Was it because of this? Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. Lu Chuxia did not see the angry look on Gu Jingyu's face. She was still in disbelief. Wouldn't he be angry if he knew that Lin Che was married? Lin Che looked up. Gu Jingyu said, is this what you want to tell me? So what if he's married? Is there any conflict with her acting here? Lu Chuxia was shocked. She looked at the two of them in disbelief. After a while, she came back to her senses and said to him, "Do you know who her husband is?" Gu Jingyu paused for a moment. He really didn't know about this, nor did he ask. He looked at Lin Che. Seeing that Lin Che's face had also turned pale, his heart sank. He already felt that it was bad news. "What's wrong, Lin Che? Tell me." Lin Che bit her lip. She really could not bear to hurt him like this. She told Gu Jingyu that she had kept it from him for so long. She was really sad and scared. She was afraid that Gu Jingyu would be angry and ignore her. She had always felt that Gu Jingyu was a very good friend and a very good teacher. He guided her, taught her the way to act, and taught her the principles of living in the entertainment industry. However, she had kept it from him for so long. It was really her fault. "Jingyu. My husband. You know my husband too." Gu Jingyu frowned. "Who is it?" "It's..." Lu Chuxia could not wait. Seeing that he did not say anything, she said directly, "It's Gu Jingze. It's your second brother. She, Lin Che, is your sister-in-law." Gu Jingyu's face darkened. He looked at her with a gaze full of disbelief. His eyes seemed to have sunk a lot in an instant. His handsome white face was green, which made the hearts of others unconsciously sink to the bottom of the valley. Lin Che's eyes were wet as he looked at Gu Jingyu. He knew that what he had done was wrong. "I'm sorry, Jingyu. I shouldn't have kept it from you. But at first, I didn't expect that we would be so close. I didn't expect that we would become friends. But later, I couldn't say it out loud. Because you don't have a good relationship with the Gu family, you didn't know about it. No one dared to mention it in front of you, so I didn't tell you. I thought you would find out sooner or later, but I didn't expect that it would take so long." As Lin Che spoke, tears began to well up in his eyes. Her face was full of apology. She just looked at Gu Jingyu, hoping that he would say something, whether it was to scold her or to humiliate her. She didn't want Lu Chuxia to scold her, but if it was Gu Jingyu scolding her, she would gladly accept it. However, Gu Jingyu didn't scold her, even though she was thinking about that. He only looked at Lin Che. "The man you've been talking about, the married man, is he, my second brother?" Lin Che bit his lip and nodded. "Yes, it's your second brother." "You? But how could it be? How did my second brother know you? How did he get together with you?" Seeing Gu Jingyu's expression, Lu Chuxia was overjoyed. She stood there and looked at Lin Che proudly, as if she was watching a joke. She wanted to see how Lin Che was going to explain himself. Lin Che said, "That was also an accident. Anyway, at the beginning, we didn't think that we would be together. But later on, the Gu family forced us to be together. Now, we have been together for quite some time. You can say that we are slowly getting used to it." "Then, was it you who didn't tell me, or was it my second brother?" Gu Jingyu asked again. Lin Che said, "When I first met you, we didn't know each other for long. I asked Gu Jingze, and he said that you didn't have a good relationship with your family, so he didn't need to tell you. We don't know what will happen in the future. I didn't expect that we would be together for so long, and we didn't separate." Gu Jingyu took a deep breath and stood there. His dark eyes moved back and forth. No one knew what he was thinking. The moment of silence made Lin Che even more nervous. However, Lu Chuxia was still waiting patiently to watch the show. Lin Che glared at Lu Chuxia. She raised her eyebrows at Lin Che proudly, looking very arrogant. Lin Che just glanced at her. At this moment, he didn't want to care about what she thought. He only hoped that Gu Jingyu wouldn't be too angry. At this moment, Gu Jingyu finally looked at Lin Che. "Alright, I really didn't expect that you would become my sister-in-law. Not really. Alright, actually, you are my sister-in-law, but we are still friends. I have always treated you as a very good friend. This has nothing to do with sister-in-law or Gu Jingze. Gu Jingyu still said with a straight face, but I am still angry. Ah. Lin Che's heart was about to jump out. He quickly said, I don't know what to say. Tell me, what should I do if I am angry? Lu Chuxia watched happily from the side. Seeing Lin Che's helpless look, she felt even more expectant in her heart. However, Gu Jingyu suddenly said, how about this? You'll pay for this month's takeout, and you'll also decide on the food for next month's promotional period. Ah. Lin Che's mouth opened and couldn't close it for a long time. That's it. The smile on Lu Chuxia's face also froze in an instant. Gu Jingyu said, what's wrong? You don't want to. Lin Che was stunned and quickly said, no, why wouldn't I want to? I'm willing. I'll pay for everything. I'll eat whatever you want. That's more like it. Lu Chuxia finally reacted. She glared at Gu Jingyu and screamed his name, Gu Jingyu, what do you mean? Gu Jingyu looked at Lu Chuxia. What's wrong? Lu Chuxia said, you're just going to let it go. Gu Jingyu chuckled and said, what else do you think I should do? No matter what, she is my sister-in-law. Do you think I can beat her up? If I beat her up, would my second brother forgive me? Besides, it's not a big deal. She is my sister-in-law, so she is my sister-in-law. On the set, I'm still her senior. Anyway, I can only see my second brother a few times a year, so I'll just pretend that he doesn't exist. What? How could he do that? Lu Chuxia couldn't believe that he was going to let it go just like that. However, Lin Che had lied to him for so long and was still so ambiguous with him. It was obvious that he was with Gu Jingze and didn't forget to seduce him. How could he not be angry? Or was it that Lin Che was so charming that he didn't care? Chapter 388. Gu Jingyu's face turned cold. He looked at Lu Chuxia and said, if you're just here to tell me about this, then I already know. You can leave now. Lu Chuxia was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingyu and then at Lin Che. She still couldn't believe that Gu Jingyu was so easy to talk to. She also couldn't believe that Lin Che could escape this once. This woman. Why was she so lucky? Lu Chuxia glared at Lin Che fiercely. She raised her eyebrows and walked out arrogantly in her high heels. Sooner or later, she would make Lin Che disappear from this circle completely. When that time came, she would see how arrogant she could be. Gu Jingyu watched Lu Chuxia's figure disappear outside. Lin Che felt like he had just survived a disaster. He looked at Gu Jingyu and felt that he wasn't angry. He really didn't expect it. Senior Jingyu, really, thank you, she said. Gu Jingyu placed his hands on his waist. His shoulders were still slightly sunken. He looked at Lin Che. He really didn't expect that she would become his sister-in-law. Even though he knew that she was married, he didn't expect that she would be with his second brother. Now can you tell me what's going on between you and my second brother? Ah. Lin Che said embarrassedly, didn't I just tell you? Gu Jingze won't marry anyone that easily. I knew that he was married, but I didn't expect that his partner would be you. I always thought that it wasn't a big deal, but it turned out to be you. Gu Jingyu felt that Gu Jingze couldn't be that cold towards Lin Che, especially since Lin Che didn't seem to have such a miserable life. Lin Che understood that Gu Jingyu was right. He knew that Gu Jingze had always loved Imo Huiling, but now he was with her. Lin Che had no choice but to tell Gu Jingyu roughly what had happened. He said that he had drugged Gu Jingze and accidentally met Gu Jingze in a hotel. After that, the Gu family threatened Gu Jingze to marry him. Gu Jingze touched a Mo Huiling for them, so he had no choice but to marry him. What happened after that? It was like this for no reason at all. Gu Jingyu said, I knew Lu Chuxia was up to no good, so I sent her away first. You're smart enough to tell me the truth. Otherwise, if you dare to lie to me again, I'll teach you a lesson, even if you're my search agent. So he had just gotten rid of Lu Chuxia. Lin Che hurriedly expressed his loyalty. I won't dare, I won't dare. I won't dare to lie in the future. However, Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. Unexpectedly, she had drugged Gu Jingyu. He still remembered that he was going to stay in that room for himself. If he had stayed there that day instead of dragging Gu Jingyu over, wouldn't things have turned out differently today? Gu Jingyu could only shake his head. But from tomorrow onwards, I really need you to prepare my meals. Ah, all right, all right. My second brother is so rich. What's wrong with preparing some food for me? Gu Jingyu said. Lin Che said, Boss, you're an S-list celebrity after all. How can you say that you don't have money? But I'm definitely not as rich as my second brother. All right, I'll treat you, all right. That's more like it. When Lin Che got home, he immediately told Gu Jingze about it. Gu Jingyu already knew about it. Gu Jingze didn't expect it either. However, he looked at Lin Che and said faintly, so what if you know? You'll find out sooner or later. Why? Are you unhappy to know? Lin Che leaned against the wall and said, not really. I'm a lot more relaxed now that I know. It's just that I was worried that he would be angry. Gu Jingze's brows were already deeply furrowed. Unknowingly, he had already come to Lin Che's side. What did he dare to say? He was worried that he would be angry. Lin Che raised his head and saw that Gu Jingze had already leaned over and was looking at him. Gu Jingze's hands were on both sides of the handle as he stared at Lin Che. Just worry about me. Ha! What did you say? I said. You should be more worried about how I'm going to deal with you tonight. Lin Che exclaimed, no, don't leave any marks on my neck. I have to film tomorrow. Lu Chuxia was still in disbelief when she went back. She couldn't believe that Lin Che was fine just like that. Gu Jingyu had let her off just like that. She was conflicted for the whole night and couldn't sleep. The next day, at the Gu Corporation, Lu Chuxia came in early in the morning. She asked someone to inform them that she was here. Gu Jingze took a deep breath in his office. If it wasn't for the Lu family, he wouldn't have met Lu Chuxia now. However, for Jing Yan's sake, he still had to give face to the Lu family. Soon, Lu Chuxia came in. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, you sure are carefree. You sit in your office every day. Why don't you take a look at what your wife is doing outside? Wife? Lin Che. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and asked, what happened to her? Lu Chuxia purposely exaggerated, I really didn't expect Lin Che to be so capable. Did you know that she's been hiding it from Gu Jingyu on set that she's already married to you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have found out when I went to the set yesterday. Luckily, I found out and told Gu Jingyu. Who knew that Gu Jingyu really didn't know? He was very shocked. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia said, I thought that if Gu Jingyu knew, he wouldn't care about her anymore. In the end, Gu Jingyu actually said that he didn't care. Gu Jingze stood up from his seat. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Chuxia. What are you trying to say? Lu Chuxia said, what I want to say is that Gu Jingyu said that she didn't care. Then, he started flirting with her in front of me. I endured it for the whole night, but I still feel that I should tell you about it. Gu Jingze actually cared about it. He believed in Lin Che and Gu Jingyu. However, his possessiveness towards Lin Che was too strong. So, even if he knew about it, he still felt uncomfortable. In the past, no matter who Mo Huiling was close to, he wouldn't feel this way. But not with Lin Che. Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingze's narrowed eyes. She really felt that Gu Jingze didn't deserve it. Why, as a proud and arrogant person, he could have any woman he wanted. Why did he have to choose Lin Che? Lu Chuxia looked at Gu Jingze. He stood by the window and seemed to be thinking about something. His back view made his long legs appear directly in front of her. It was really fascinating. Lu Chuxia couldn't help but walk forward.